Chapter 1158. It was a bonfire on a pitch-black field. It was a group of stars in the boundless dark sky. It was a chorus of countless living beings. It was everything in everything. This was outside the universe. There was no concept of time or existence. It was an absolute void. A golden flame burned quietly. So beautiful. Danny could not help but leave the dark dimension and step into an empty realm without the concept of existence. Hey, you are a 5 feet tall dark demon looked at her in surprise. Angorian, is that you? Your aura. The secret fire, the source of all existence, was the most brilliant treasure in the universe. It could choose to communicate with any energy dimension, including but not limited to the dark dimension. It drew nourishment from those elemental dimensions, thrived, and finally evolved into a great world. When it communicated with the elemental dimension, the demon gods in the elemental dimension also smelled the aura of the secret fire. They swarmed over like wild dogs that saw their poop. At this time, a large group of demon gods entered this empty realm and stared at the secret fire. While drooling, they were full of desire and greed. At the same time, they were trembling, instinctively feeling fear and humility. Danny looked at the 5 feet tall demon for a long time, but still could not find the other party's identity from Angorian's incomplete memories. I am Angorian, but I don't know you. She was very calm. Angorian devouring her was more terrifying than a snake devouring a whale. Just like now, a group of demon gods were watching in the empty realm, but they did not dare to go near the first flame. Whoever went up would die and become an insignificant fuel for the growth of the first flame. Even though Angorian had mastered the insatiable law of Tao Tai, she was still irresistibly burned into spiritual essence and life imprint. Then, Danny was perfectly reborn with her life imprint and spiritual essence. Even the life imprint was the same. Who dared to say that she was not Angorian? The reason why Danny did not know Angorian's acquaintances was that she did not want to replace her at first. When she found out that the fellow comprehended the law of Tao Tai, she knew that her idea of making friends was impossible. Angorian's greed was insatiable. Since they couldn't be friends and he had even devoured a significant amount of her origin energy, it was only natural that she would try to kill him. However, after killing Angorian and deciphering the secret flame information found in its soul, Danny was surprised to discover one thing: Angorian had the destiny of the new world evolved by the secret flame. In other words, that lump of secret flame was currently developing a great world. That world was the same as the divine Tao world. It was exclusive and sealed off, and there were even great figures guarding the entrance. The ticket to enter the big world is not worth much to Danny. She has the ability to sneak in. The key is destiny, the right to make trouble legally. This was too important. Thus, she came up with a plan to replace him. But at that time, most of Angorian's memories had already been treated as trash and burned into a piece of spirit. She didn't expect to meet someone she knew in the vast universe. Oh, I'm Sagrado. How could you forget me? If I hadn't pulled you out of the way, you would have been killed by Emperor Sargeras, the 5-meter-tall black figure roared. Let me think. I seem to have an impression of you. Danny found a trace in his memories. Angorian was once hunted down by the Titan gods. I invaded the great world of light some time ago and was exiled to the space-time rift by the main god. I was locked up for 1 billion years. The space-time distorted my memories, and my mind is still a little muddled. Oh, I remember now. Is it those Titan gods? Yes, it's the secret flame Titans. After understanding his old friend's tragic situation, the 5-meter-tall black figure stopped roaring. His voice softened. Secret flame Titans? Danny was shocked again. Are those Titans the spirits of secret flames? Yes. The worlds of the top-level universes are all extraordinary. Some worlds with powerful origins have blazing secret flames at their core that are so vigorous that they give birth to living souls of the worlds, Sagrado said with a sigh. There was a lot of information in his words. Danny fell silent and thought about it quietly. First of all, the universe she was in now was not the top-level universe. Second, the worlds of the top-level universes were very powerful. They were so powerful that the initial flame at the core of the world could give birth to living beings who had innate control over the initial flame. This innate creation god? That's too scary and too enviable. Lastly, Angorian and her friends had been to the top-level universe and were even chased by titans. Even trash like this could be chased down. The secret flame titans seemed to be a little weak. Do you remember now? Sagrado's demonic figure slowly approached her, but he did not have any ill intentions. I was locked up for 98. 1 billion years. In reality, only half a year had passed in the world, Danny said with a sigh. Ah, that's too tragic. How twisted is your mind? No wonder you don't even remember me, the 5-meter-tall demonic figure exclaimed. Danny glanced at the secret flame at the center of the void realm. She realized that the creation had not started yet, so she continued to talk nonsense with her old friend. Tell me about the top-level universe. There's nothing much to say. The demon lord used a summoning spell to summon the demon god of the dark universe to fight against Emperor Sargeras. You and I responded to the summon and luckily went to the top-level universe. When the demon lord was cut into two by the Emperor's sword, we fled in all directions. You were scared out of your wits and stood there shivering. I pulled you and ran. We found the passage to the dark universe and returned to the lower universe. Sigh, the top-level universe is rich in origin power. It's too dangerous, the 5-meter-tall demonic figure said with a sigh. Danny said numbly, I thought we fought 300 rounds with Sargeras and couldn't win in one move, so we ran away. What are you thinking? Emperor Sargeras is the god of war among the secret flame titans. Even the demon lord is not his match. How strong is the demon lord? Danny asked curiously. Countless times stronger than us. Their song of law is imprinted in the heart of the void of the top-level universe. They have unlimited power and eternal life. But they still died under Sargeras' sword, Danny said disapprovingly. No, they didn't die. Sargeras can't kill the demon lord. As long as the universe still exists, the demon lord can be resurrected from the heart of the void. Fuck, so buggy? What is the heart of the void? Even the secret flame can't kill it. Its energy level is definitely not lower than the secret flame. But how is that possible? Danny was shocked. Just like any river has a source, the source of the dark dimension we are in is the heart of the void. Theoretically, the heart of the void's energy level is higher than the secret flame. I thought the secret flame's energy level was the highest, Danny said bitterly. How is that possible? The dark surface of the 15-meter-tall demon shadow rolled like water waves. It seemed very excited. Some powerful true gods can imprint their true god status at the highest point of the top-level universe. The energy level of the power they control can easily surpass the secret flame. Finally, it stretched out its scorpion tail-like arm and pointed at the flame in the center of the realm of the void. If the secret flame is invincible and has the highest energy level, why would this guy spend so much effort to evolve the world and prove his path? Isn't it because there is still a lot of room for improvement above the secret flame? Danny was silent. After some time, an androgynous, majestic, and sacred voice came from the realm of the void. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there was a single god named Eru. I am Eru, chaos appear. The next moment, the ball of first flame exploded into countless stars. Endless dark power was extracted from the dark universe and filled the realm of the void. Black had become a kind of substance. The song of wind was played in a star in the center. The song of fire was played in a star in the center. The song of water was played in a star in the center. The song of earth was played in a star in the center. The song of light, the song of darkness, the song of power, the song of vitality, the song of death, the song of ice. Danny was dumbfounded and felt ashamed of her inferiority. Every star in the darkness represented a song of law. When the first flame scattered into countless stars, it represented countless songs. After staying with trash like Lalo for so long, I thought that the whole universe was trash like him. I was wrong. I should have left the bottom of the well earlier, Danny whispered. Every star was a part of the first flame called Eru, or rather, a thought of it. At the same time, every star was an independent new life. Innate gods. They were as innocent and lively as children. Their songs spread throughout the realm of the void. Most of the time, they sang their own songs. Occasionally, a few of them would sing together, while the rest would listen from the side. At first, they were just a single thought created by Eru. However, as they sang without remembering the years, they gradually understood the melody of their companions. The more they understood, the more they grew. The longer they listened to each other, the deeper they understood each other. Their songs gradually harmonized. This method. Dani was amazed and convinced. She was also full of admiration for Eru. This is the great music of creation. She had also sung many songs of law. However, those laws were still single laws. They were not interconnected and could not evolve into one. At most, she could create polarities from those laws and integrate them into the flame of creation. Before today, she had never known that the first flame could evolve the laws. The laws could also harmonize and perform a unique great music of creation. Dani listened as if she was intoxicated. The demon gods nearby also shook their heads, as if they were little monks who were listening to the Buddha's scriptures with eloquent words. After some time, Dani woke up from her intoxication. She heard a hint of disharmony in the song of the innate gods. She widened her eyes, and there were sparks in the depths of her pupils as she looked at the discordant parts. Gradually, she analyzed the discordant voice. Volda, you're too beautiful. I like you so much. Let's be together. Dani's expression was strange. Is there an innate God thinking about the mortal world? Then, an even more shocking message was mixed in the song. It came from another star. Get away, Mako. You disgust me. Mako was scared and angry. He gave up on the pursuit of light and focused on the power of fire. Ha ha ha. Dani could not help but laugh at such a drama in such a serious situation. You're going crazy. Get away. Don't disturb us. Her laughter interrupted the song. The demon gods nearby glared at her. Dani ignored them. She sang in the origin language, Eru, I want to join the chorus too. Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you boast so shamelessly, said a demon god in disdain. After a long time, Eru's voice came. The more, the better. As long as you can keep up with the rhythm. Angorian, are you stupid? If you can't compete with the spirit of the secret flame, you'll lose face. If you're stronger than it, your song will become its song, said Shag Roddo anxiously. I want to know how strong I am, said Dani. With that, she gathered her strength and sang the dark song loudly. Hey, aren't you the song of gluttony? She diverted some of her attention and said, I recently swallowed an unlucky person called Moke Targaryen. She happened to have the dark song. You're so lucky. Soon, Dani could no longer care about what was going on around her. Her singing was drowned out by Mako. When it came to Mako's dark song, it was like a broken calorie meeting thriller. It was like a bag of Wang Wang biscuits being thrown under the rolling stones of a road roller. There was no resistance at all. It was shattered. She could barely hold on because Mako was singing the song of fire and the song of ice at the same time. So miserable. She's being crushed, exclaimed a demon god. Ha ha ha, I told you not to embarrass yourself. You didn't believe me. How can a wild demon god like you compare to the secret flame song of creation? Chapter 1159. Dani turned a deaf ear to the mockery of the demon gods around her and focused on the chord. Gradually, her voice was still choppy and out of tune, but she did not stop. She actually managed to hold on, a demon god exclaimed. She's not strong enough. She won't be able to hold on for long. More demon gods were not optimistic about her chances. Suddenly, Dani had an idea. She remembered that the innate gods could increase their power in sync with the Song of Laws through singing together. Therefore, she stopped fighting Mako directly and turned to look for other gods. The first one she found was a mid-level god that could sing the Song of Wisdom. Hello, I'm Angorian. Hello, I'm Olorin. The other party's reaction was cold with a hint of disgust. Dani still shamelessly tried to get close to the god that would be called Gandalf in the future by humans. Let's sing together, nay. He did not wait for Dani to finish. He refused sharply and ran away. Dani was not discouraged. There were too many innate gods that were born in the secret fire. Even if 99% of them ignored her, there would still be a few weirdos left. Are you a god? A magnetic voice asked curiously. Danny was pleasantly surprised. The other party was a god that could control mountains and poison fire. Even if he was not a main god, he was still very strong. I'm Angorian, born in the Dark Universe. What about you? I'm Soren, a Maya. Maya Soren? That sounded familiar. Danny asked again, is Maya a position? Just like below, we are all born under Inu. However, Inu also has nobles and lowly ones. Maya is Inu's servant. I'm Inu's servant and also his cousin, Soren said. Inu was a race and Maya was an identity. Danny's mouth twitched. This hierarchy was too clear. The world had not even been created yet, and they were already dividing the gods into different ranks. They were not mortals after all. After the introductions, they did not waste any time and immediately started singing together. Danny was very accommodating to Soren. She took the initiative to harmonize her tune with his. Although Soren was an earth-type god, deep in his heart, he yearned for darkness. With Danny's cooperation, he opened up his heart and showed her his Song of Laws. He did not teach her the Song of the Mountains. Instead, he used his own Song of the Mountains to introduce her Song of Darkness into the tune of Anu's Grand Symphony. To put it bluntly, according to Soren's music score, Danny, who was originally a singer of Huang Mai opera, gradually learned how to sing Peking opera. One was willing to teach, and the other was willing to learn. Soon, Soren's essence was tainted with a dark aura, and Danny also figured out the tone of Anu's chorus. Although it was like dry wood meeting a raging fire, it was actually a nightclub scum meeting a nightclub scum girl. After singing together for a while, they separated without any reluctance. Soren went to Mako because Mako's darkness was thicker. Danny went to Soren's leader, Auri, the god of earth. Auri was very reluctant, but he was honest and did not refuse. He had refused before because Danny did not get along with him at all. Gradually, the Anu found that although Escod Angorian's darkness was not as strong and harmonious as Mako's, it was more comfortable than Mako's. This was because Mako was very domineering. Not only did he take the lead during the chorus, but he also changed the tune as he pleased, resulting in disharmony. Angorian, on the other hand, was very honest, like a well-behaved little girl who just entered the office for the first time. When your cup was empty, you did not need to shout. She would take the initiative to refill it. She even asked enthusiastically, coffee or tea. At some point, Danny's voice became high-pitched and coherent. Like the other Anu, the tune was melodious and moving. The dark demon god nearby was stunned. She really blended into the choir of creation. Raw. Angorian, are you provoking me? Mako was furious. He came like a gust of wind, scaring away Inu, who had been singing a merry tune with Dani nearby. Dani was left alone. This time, she did not retreat. Their dark songs collided like two waves, splashing water everywhere. They were evenly matched. How is this possible? Mako was dumbfounded. The demon god in the void realm was dumbfounded. Angorian, do your best. Sagrado was stunned for a moment, then excitedly cheered for his old friend. I am the king of the gods, the first son of Eru. You dare to go against me? Anger erupted like a volcano, and Mako's voice was disrupted. Anger could not make him stronger. Instead, it broke the harmony between him and the great movement. After an unknown amount of time, his Song of Darkness shattered and was utterly defeated by Danny's tsunami-like singing. No, this is impossible, impossible. Mako wailed. Hey, that's not right, this. While howling, Mako suddenly froze. Then, he burst into laughter. His Song of Darkness was like a tidal wave, stirring up terrifying waves again. It was on par with Danny's, and then it shattered Danny with a single blow. This is impossible. This time, it was Danny's turn to exclaim. It's useless. This is the great movement of Eru. The dark song is destined to be sung by me. So, no matter how much you perfect the song, your song is still Eru, and also mine, Mako said proudly. Danny's face was gloomy. Sigh, like I said, this is a thankless task. The theme song of the Secret Flame movement will definitely not be given to outsiders. When you raise the level of the song in the Great Movement, the owner of the Great Movement will learn it at the same time. Sagrado sighed. After a long silence, Dani regrouped and sang the dark song again. At the very least, my strength has truly increased, she said. What she didn't say was that she didn't care about the dark song at all. She was more interested in understanding the overall operation of the Great Movement. That's true. Sagrado nodded and stopped trying to persuade her. In the realm of emptiness, there was no concept of time, so there was no way to calculate it. Dani only knew that after the 49th evolution of the Dark Song, it couldn't be upgraded anymore. It wasn't that the Dark Song had reached its limit, but that the Great Movement of Eru didn't allow it to be upgraded anymore. If it upgraded again, the power would lose balance. If the darkness completely overpowered the light, the great world created in the future would definitely become a world of darkness. After realizing this, Dani decisively gave up on the main song of the Song of Darkness and started to sing a new song with a chorus that did not have any other Inu singing. King Mako, I am willing to submit to you, she said humbly. Ha 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 ha, at least you know your place. Mako was satisfied and left with a laugh. Seeing her integrate the chorus into the Great Movement, the demons in the realm of emptiness were tempted. How rare is it to be able to participate in the Great Movement of creation by the spirit of Secret Flame? Countless demons began to try to integrate into the Great Movement. Dani felt that they must be laughing like Mako now. After that, Dani didn't compete with the other Inu anymore. First, she spent some time turning Angorian's law of gluttony into her own. Then, she continued to be subservient to the other Inu. She flattered everyone she met and used the choruses of their songs to please them. For example, she called Manwë God King Boss and used the Song of Storm to save his Song of Wind. For example, she praised Volda as the most beautiful woman in the world. At that time, the Inu had no gender and no form. She used the Song of the Bane to complete Volda's Song of Stars. For example, she taught Orochi the forging techniques of the other world and sang the Song of Venomous Sand and his Song of Gaia. It was a little strange. Dani wanted to sing the choruses of the good laws, but those evil songs came out unconsciously. It must be Angorian's essence that is affecting me. Everything was going well. All the Inu liked her. She sang more and more choruses, so much so that it was a little scary. Until one day, Dani couldn't help but sing the songs of hypocrisy and flattery. All the Inu were shocked and angry. She is a hypocrite. Many honest gods still sang with her, but they no longer treated her as a friend and partner. Dani had no choice but to go to Mako. He liked Dani's songs of hypocrisy very much and begged her to teach them to him. Dani hated the songs of hypocrisy and flattery, so she taught them to Mako without reservation. Mako started to treat her as his confidant and even told her the secret that he had been hiding in his heart. I know Iru's plan. It wants to teach the new world to Manwë. He gritted his teeth. The Great Movement hasn't officially started yet. How can you be sure? Dani was shocked. In fact, she also thought that Manwë was the most stable, the most just, and the most suitable to be the king of gods. But she thought that Manwë and Eru were two different concepts. I am the one who knows the Great Movement the best besides Eru. Mako said proudly. Dani didn't refute. She looked at Mako's laws. Fire, ice, and darkness were all songs of the high-level elemental laws. The other Inu, even Manwë, only had one type. Most of them had less powerful choruses. In this period of time, Dani also understood the situation of the other Inu. Mako had the most power and the most abundant knowledge. He had some of the special talents that the other Inu had. It was almost a Pinduoduo version of Eru. Why don't you go and beg Eru? Dani suggested for her boss. No, I won't beg anyone. It's useless. Then, Mako whispered his dark thoughts to Dani. I want to find the eternal fire. I want to use the eternal fire to turn my song into reality. I want my creation to fill this empty space. The eternal fire should be the origin of the first flame. Fuck, this guy wants to rebel. Dani was shocked. She was shocked and scared. She wanted to stand on her tiptoes and look around to see if Eru was spying on them. It was fine if Mako was sent to the furnace to be remade, but if Iru was angry and chased her away, it would be a great loss if she couldn't participate in the great movement. King, don't. She hurriedly advised. Iru is your mother. You have to be filial and kind. You're advising me to be kind? Mako's tone was strange. Danny knew that Angorian had no right to talk about kindness. She could only sigh and say what was in her heart. If you're not kind, you'll die. I'm secretly looking for the eternal fire. If I find it, I won't be afraid of anyone. If I don't find it, I won't do anything. What's wrong with that? Mako said proudly. Danny was stupefied. Therefore, in the following days, Mako often went to the realm of emptiness to look for the eternal fire that could never be found. Iru and the other Inu lived in the Hall of Eternity, the realm of emptiness, a sacred area covered by Iru's power. Other than Mako, the other Inu rarely left the Hall of Eternity. Danny herself was the prototype of the first flame. She was 100% sure that the eternal fire was with Iru. She guessed right. The fire was in Iru's body. However, Mako didn't die unnaturally. He lived peacefully until the eve of the great movement. On this day, Iru called all the Inu to him and announced, "The time is ripe. Chaos will open, and heaven and earth will appear. Today, I want you to work together to create this great movement. The theme of the movement will be greater and more mysterious than what has been revealed in the past. It includes the glory of the beginning of the world and the magnificence of the end." Hearing this, not only were the Inu surprised, but even Danny was stunned. Iru didn't only want to create the world. He was even more ambitious. When he created the world, he wanted to sing the end of the world. How was this possible? Iru didn't care about everyone's shock. Under Mako's greedy gaze, he took out the eternal fire and ignited all the Inu. From illusory thoughts, they turned into real bodies. Anu had gained the power of reality. Now, each of you should do your best to decorate this theme. Use your thoughts and talents to do your best. I will sit quietly and listen. I will be sincerely happy to see the beautiful poem that you have summoned. Iru's great movement was about to begin. Although she was only a minor character, Danny was still very excited. She had created the world. Chapter 1160. Every Inu was born from Yi Aryu's thoughts. They were both Yi Aryu's children and Yi Aryu's thought clones. They represented a single thought and could barely be considered as independent individuals. After countless years of singing training, large and small choir practice, and even training with foreign demon gods like Danny, Inu slowly evolved. Not only did their songs of laws become stronger and more harmonious, their thoughts also became more perfect, becoming a true unique being. But at that time, they were still illusory, imaginations that existed in one's thoughts. For example, when someone was browsing TikTok and saw a beautiful and sexy girl, he would have thoughts in his mind. The person he was thinking about was an illusory existence in his thoughts. Yi Aryu was far beyond the imagination of mortals. Its thoughts could exist independently, for a long time, and truly. It could even sing and sing with physical demons like Danny. At this moment, Yi Aryu took out a part of the undying flame in its body, which was the flame of creation that Mako was thinking about, and gave the illusory Inu a physical existence. Inu became a true god. Not only did it exist in Yi Aryu's thoughts, it was also no longer limited to this empty realm. If Danny had the ability, she could kidnap an Inu. Although every Inu was still a part of Yi Aryu, they had truly obtained independent thoughts, personalities, and bodies. However, Inu's bodies were different from those in the material world. Their bodies came from their understanding of the universe before the creation of the world. For example, Mako was a body of energy that kept boiling like lava. Inside was fire, and outside was ice and darkness. The concept of limbs, head, and torso was blurry. Not only Inu, but Danny, Angorian, Sagrador, and other demon gods were also like naked souls. At this moment, Yi Aryu was sitting on the side. Thousands of Inu surrounded it, facing it, and with the greatest passion and joy, they sang their own song in the great movement. The voices of the Anu were like the sum of all the music in the world. There were harps, zithers, woodwinds and brass, violins, and organs. Countless singing groups were also included in the chorus. Following Yi Ayu's theme, their voices created a great movement that intertwined with endless harmonies. The choir of creation was like a wave in the sea, raising high waves as it rushed out of the Hall of Eternity where Anu was, rushing into and quickly filling up the realm of emptiness. The empty realm had no time or existence. It was the purest emptiness. Now, as the echoes of the great movement floated in it, it was no longer empty. A world created according to Yi Ayu's theme was gradually formed in the empty realm. The speed of the world's formation was the same as the progress of the great movement. So this is creation. Danny was extremely excited. It was the creation of the world from nothing, not the transformation of the world. This was a rare opportunity, so she became more and more devoted to it. Not only her, but the other demonic gods who were lucky enough to occupy a small position in the choir were also fully focused, instinctively doing their best to contribute their meager strength to the great movement. For a long time, it was perfect. Perfect's theme was the greatest song was the greatest, the most was the most magnificent, the most magnificent, the greatest, the most, and the greatest song was the greatest, the most was the greatest song. Ayu's troublemakers come. It was not Danny. She had no desire to cause trouble, and she did not dare to cause trouble in front of Yi Ayu. It was her boss, the self-proclaimed king of gods Mako. The thought of rebellion rose in his mind again. Although he was the leader of the choir, in essence, the baton was in Yi Ayu's hands, and they were singing Yi Ayu's theme. Mako did not want to be just a screw in the great creation of the world, although this screw was very important. He wanted more glory and power. He wanted to steal the main character Yi Ayu's show. So, he put his own imagination into the music that was not in harmony with Yi Ayu's theme. Well, it was equivalent to changing the score, changing the script, and adding scenes for himself. First of all, Mako had the ability to change the score. He was the most capable and knowledgeable of all the Inu. Every Inu had their own talent and specialty, and Mako's talent was a part of all the Inu's talent. Well, not all, just a part, equivalent to the king of the stronghold. Secondly, Mako had the motive to rebel. He had asked Danny to help him find the eternal fire a long time ago. He himself often left the choir and wandered alone in the empty realm. Many ideas that were different from those of his companions gradually brewed in his mind. Finally, Yi Ayu's indulgence gave him the courage to put his ambition on the table. As the spirit of the secret flame, the real god of creation, it was impossible for Yi Ayu not to know Mako's thoughts and actions. But she did not do anything, turned a blind eye, and ignored everything. If Danny was like Yi Ayu, she would have slapped the traitor to death. When Mako put his many discordant ideas into the music, the discordant melody was like a sudden dark cloud, wrapping around him layer by layer. The Inu who were playing along with him were at a loss and could no longer keep up with the lead singer's pace. The harmony could not continue. The Inu were not angry, they just thought that they could not meet Mako's requirements. So, although they were frustrated, they still tried to make their music work with Mako. Some of the Inu could not keep up with Mako's thoughts. Their music was scattered and gradually lost its rhythm. Some of the Inu simply gave up their original ideas and adjusted themselves to work with Mako. Well, Danny was one of the Inu who tried to work with Mako. She had no choice. Boss Mako was the lead singer. She had to work with him or leave. Even the Inu did not want to leave. As a result, the noise caused by Mako spread around the choir like a plague. The originally harmonious and beautiful movement became a violent and chaotic ocean. Danny glanced at Yi Ayu. It was still sitting there quietly and listening, unmoved. Seeing this, she had an idea. Her realm was definitely far from Yi Ayu's. What she thought was a flaw, maybe it was a well-planned trick. With this thought, she got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. She only left a small part of her attention on the choir and put more attention on the big movement itself and Yi Ayu's reaction. Yi Ayu smiled. It was actually smiling. It was happier than when the movement was harmonious and perfect. At this moment, the big movement had become a chaotic storm. The music led by Mako was like a black giant wave, venting its anger and arrogance wave after wave. He was angry because Manwë and the other Inu were not willing to submit to him like Danny and the others. He was arrogant because Manwë and the other Inu worked together to maintain their harmony, but they could not stop his madness. Well, no matter how hard a pot of porridge tried, it could not stop a piece of rat feces. Seeing Manwë and the other Inu retreating step by step, Yiayu stood up and raised its right hand with a smile. A new theme appeared in the storm. It changed the music score. Danny was overjoyed. She seemed to have discovered Yiayu's secret. The new theme was similar to the previous one, but not the same. It gathered power and showed a new magnificence. Yiayu did not change the music score. It just revised the original music score to make it more perfect. Because of Mako's mess, Yiayu's grand music of creation evolved. Fuck. Danny was stunned, confused. Mako was still going on. He was full of energy and enthusiasm. He thought that he had won all the battles in Yiayu's first theme, so he was full of fighting spirit and went into the second theme with greater enthusiasm. The conflict this time was fiercer and more violent than before. Many Inu were no longer in the chaotic and violent rhythm. They were shocked and stopped talking. Mako gained the upper hand faster than the first time. Danny frowned. Last time, Mako had used 70% of his skills and 30% of his strength. This time, Mako seemed to have run out of tricks and had only used 30% of his skills. The rest of his skills were purely to cause trouble. The smile on Yiayu's face disappeared. The Inu only saw his serious expression. Danny vaguely felt that there was a hint of disappointment in the seriousness. Was it expecting the change that Mako would bring? Danny had a flash of inspiration. Yiayu was omniscient and omnipotent. He knew the ending of the world before the creation. Was he craving for changes? Yes, he must be craving for changes. Danny suddenly felt the same way. In the lower universe, whether she wanted to or not, as long as she opened her eyes, she would see the beginning and end of fate. She stretched out her ears, and the prayers, pleas, and curses of all living beings in the past, present, and future echoed in her ears. When she opened her mouth, every word and sound that came out of her mouth would determine the direction of the world's fate. She knew too much and was omniscient. She could do too much and was omnipotent. Omniscience and omnipotence was the biggest enemy of the omniscient and omnipotent. The omniscient and omnipotent God of creation could no longer get anything from the creation of the world. But since he worked hard to create the world, he must want something. Humans did not want to do useless work, and the God of creation was even more unwilling. But he was already omniscient and omnipotent. What else could he get? How could he break this closed chain of contradictions? Only variables. Dian 49, Escape 1. Danny was in a trance. She murmured silently, "The omniscient and omnipotent God wishes to create an imperfect world." In other words, the perfection in the eyes of ordinary people is the biggest flaw in their eyes. Yiayu stood up again, raised her right hand, and slowly added the third theme into the chaotic noise. It was no longer similar to the previous two themes. It was gentle and sweet, and the voice was like the ripples on the surface of a lake in spring. It was elegant and delicate to the extreme. Its power was profound beyond imagination. Danny suddenly realized that Mako could not surprise Yiayu anymore. He had personally come to the battlefield. But Mako did not know his own limits. He thought that he had defeated Yiayu twice and was ready to continue to fight for the right to lead the movement for the third time. Yiayu's song was open, beautiful, and profound. It was mixed with infinite sadness, and unparalleled beauty was born from the sadness. Danny could not sing anymore. In fact, except for Mako, everyone stopped. They could not integrate into Yiayu's solo. Mako went against Yiayu. His voice was loud, empty, and repetitive. It was like a bunch of noisy loudspeakers, trying to drown out Yiayu's song with monotonous and piercing high-pitched voices. Even so, he was quickly assimilated by Yiayu. He could not help but imitate Yiayu, but the arrogance in his heart did not allow him to be Yiayu's follower. So, he stole Yiayu's tune, rearranged it, and sang it loudly as his own. For the first time, Danny truly respected her boss. Am I this kind of stubbornness? this kind of stubbornness, this kind of self-satisfied plagiarism, this kind of thick skin, she had to admire. Because of the plagiarism, Mako's music could collide with Yi-Are-Yu's. The fierce vibration caused by the conflict shook the eternal hall where Ainu lived. The realm of emptiness in the distance was also shaking. The demons in the realm of emptiness were crying in the chaotic song. The song of creation was about to collapse. Yi-Are-Yu was angry. Danny and Ainu saw Yi-Are-Yu angry for the first time. Mako was noisy and noisy. Yi-Are-Yu could tolerate it. After all, Mako was singing his own song. But Mako had plagiarized him, and so clumsily. Not only did he not get any inspiration, but his own music of creation was also tarnished. Yi-Are-Yu stood up for the third time. The expression on his face was so terrifying that no one dared to look at him directly. Danny was amused. She glanced at Bosmi, who was proud and puffing out his chest. Chapter 1161. As the creator of the universe, there was no need for Iru to hide his emotions. His anger was so obvious that all the Enos and demons except Mako saw it. Under the light of Iru's eyes, all the Enos and demons trembled. Danny followed the crowd with a few shudders. Iru stood up straight and raised his hands. At that moment, Danny didn't even know what had happened. A powerful sound came out of Iru's mouth like a sharp sword, penetrating all the limits of time and space and perception. Louder than the sky, deeper than the abyss, Mako was like a noisy goose whose throat was grabbed by a butcher. The music stopped abruptly. Iru sang the next movement in an instant. Danny couldn't believe it, but she had to believe it. Because the grand symphony of creation, which was originally at the climax, had already ended. It didn't stop, but ended with Iru's magnificent roar. Mako was also dumbfounded. Iru spoke. Enos, you are all extraordinary people with great abilities. Especially you, Mako, your ability is the most outstanding. But all of you, Enos, have to understand that I can perform the music you sing more perfectly, surpassing your limits. Then, he looked at Bosmi with his holy eyes. Mako, the ultimate source of all your songs came from me. Without me, none of you and your songs will be able to become reality in the universe. No one can go against my will and change the music at will. Any attempt to change the music will only prove that everything I create is more beautiful than yours, and far beyond your imagination. His words were so direct that even Danny felt embarrassed for Boss Mi. The other Enos were afraid when they heard that. Mako was also ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. But he was too proud and rebellious. Gradually, the shame in his heart turned into anger. Danny could see Boss Mi's twisted and ferocious face. Fuck, how dare he? The completion of the grand symphony of creation didn't mean that the creation of the universe was complete. The difference between the two was like an architect designing an ideal building in a computer first, and then a construction worker turning the design into reality. Of course, Yi-Are-Yu's methods were far more brilliant than that. After reprimanding his subordinates, he brought Ainu and the others out of the Eternal Hall and entered the Void Realm. The realm of emptiness was originally empty, but now, it was filled with the sound of the movement. Look, this is your movement, Yi-Are-Yu said. After that, Danny and the rest saw a brand new universe. In the middle of the realm of emptiness, a sphere appeared. It was not a physical sphere. Its way of existence was very special. It existed in the void, but it did not belong to the void. It was still a living being that was constantly growing. At this point, Yi-Are-Yu began to treat them differently. Danny and the demon gods were unable to see the details of the sphere, nor could they hear Yi-Are-Yu's voice. The Enos, on the other hand, were dancing happily in the same demonstration. This is too much. We also contributed. A demon god complained. There were many who agreed, but Danny remained silent. If it were her, she would have made the same choice. After some time, they heard Yi-Are-Yu's voice again. See, it said, this is your movement, the reality created by the ballad you sing. Each of you can find everything in the world I created, as if you created or added to it yourself. Mako, you will find that all the hidden thoughts in your heart will be exposed in the new world. You will see that those discordant noises have become a part of the whole. Of course, they have also contributed to the glory of the world. Danny's heart was burning. She knew that she could also find what she created in the new world. Well, she thought she created it herself, but it was actually Yi Yu who created it. Suddenly, a bright light dispelled all the darkness in the realm of emptiness. Danny focused her eyes and saw everything, and the highest of holiness. That was the origin of the first flame, the real first flame. Yi Yu, let everything exist. I will send the inextinguishable flame into the realm of emptiness. It will exist in the center of the universe, and the universe will thus turn from an illusion into a reality. The ball of the universe from before was actually a rehearsal of the echo of the great movement in the realm of emptiness. It was equivalent to a holographic 3D projection of a building at a construction site. A projection of the same scale. When the inextinguishable flame filled the illusory projection, the illusion became reality. This was completely different from Taoism's 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. The light of the fire occupied the entire vision of Anu and the demon gods from the outer domain. They could only see a flaming cloud in the center. Danny could see more. She was intoxicated, hungry, and crazily absorbed Yi Yu's creation technique. As if a long time had passed, or as if it was only an instant, the light of the fire disappeared, and a new universe called Yi Yu was born. What made Danny fearful was that after completing the creation of the world, it was not as she had expected, to die. After Pangu completed the creation of the sky, he declined. If Danny forcefully created the world herself, even if she was lucky enough not to die, she would only be left with the will of the heavenly axiom. Yi Yu was still standing there casually, only showing a hint of fatigue. Its aura was weakened by 90%. The origin of the first flame in its body was reduced by 90%, but it did not die, nor did it become the world's will. It was alive and kicking, chatting and laughing with the other Anu. Yi Yu, this is definitely not the first creation. There is a higher realm above the first flame. Danny had a realization. Yi Yu said, Yi Yu has been formed. You can choose whether to enter the material world based on your own will. As long as you enter the universe, your power will be restrained by the universe, and you will exist in this universe forever. You and the universe are each other's lives, and depend on each other. If one side is missing, the other side will also cease to exist. Danny shook her head and smiled bitterly. There was no such thing as completely voluntary. Every Anu was a representative of the Song of Laws. If they did not enter, who would support the Sea of Laws? As expected, the strongest Anu all bid farewell to Yi Yu and voluntarily entered Yi Yu. Those who stayed behind to accompany Yi Yu were all boorish people who had power but did not have strong laws, such as the god of strength, Tokas. They returned to the Hall of Eternity where the other Anu lived, and guarded it to the death, acting as the guards of Yi Yu. Fuck. Danny cursed in her heart. She finally understood why Yi Yu was bragging before the creation. The grand movement included the glory of the new universe's beginning and the magnificence of its end. Great Yi Yu, I also participated in the grand movement. Can I enter Yi Yu? A demon god in the form of a dung beetle asked excitedly. Whether or not you can enter Yi Yu depends on fate, and it has nothing to do with whether or not you participated in the grand movement. Unfortunately, you do not have the fate, Yi Yu said. I participated in the creation, and I don't get any preferential treatment. The demon god shouted unwillingly. You also received rewards during the choir, didn't you? Yi Yu said. How is fate calculated? A demon god asked. Yi Yu was silent for a moment, then said, Your birth is related to my fate. What do you mean? Yi Yu was silent. What else could it mean? The Yi clan wasn't born out of nothing. It has an origin, growth, and countless evolutions in the past, present, and future. The demon gods that are related to these are its fated ones, an earth-type demon god that was as large as a small hill said. What's so good about going in? There's no way out. We can only be free when the universe ends, a demon god mumbled, then turned and walked towards the energy dimension. You don't understand. When the world ends, Yi Yu will sing another grand movement with all living beings, the final grand movement, the dung beetle demon god sighed. How do you know? Danny asked curiously. I heard it during the grand movement. Why didn't I hear it? Danny was suspicious. It's true. I heard it too, another demon god said. You sang blindly with Mako, but they followed Manwë and followed Yi Ayu's footsteps. They must have heard something different, Sagrado said. Is that so? Danny thought for a while and asked, do you want to go in? Angorian was indeed fated with the new universe. However, she was not the only one. Sagrado and hundreds of other demon gods had the right to enter the first subspace. I'm a little hesitant. Sagrado approached Danny and used telepathy to say, Emperor Sargeras has fallen. He betrayed the organization of the secret Fire Titans. He's currently recruiting troops and is preparing to go alone. The Void Monarch who summoned us previously also submitted to Director Sa. The Lord sent me a message earlier, saying that he thinks I have a bright future and wants to summon me to work in the Burning Legion. Because of that, I changed my name to be similar to Sargeras, hoping to get some good luck. You were also called by the Lord. He thinks that your greedy mouth is most suitable for the job of extracting the planet's origin power. Danny's mouth twitched. She did not know what to say. Why don't we wait in the dark dimension? You know how powerful Sargeras is, an old friend suggested. Before Danny could think, a black shadow flew over from the center of the first subspace and landed at the edge of the universe. It was Mako's astral projection. He said to the demonic god in the void realm, I need a group of subordinates. If anyone is willing, I'll take out the secret fire to transform your divine bodies. Then, without waiting for the others to agree, Mako shouted at Danny, Angorian, why aren't you coming over? Why are you recruiting subordinates? Danny asked curiously. As expected, Manwë has become the king of the gods. All the villa have submitted to him. I'm all alone, and I only have a group of Mayans. I can't beat him. Mako shouted with resentment. Danny hesitated and said, there's a secret fire titan at the top-level universe recruiting. He even asked me to be the commander of the Burning Legion. If you're not a commander, how can we be qualified to be a commander? Sagrado quickly said. I'm not any worse than the secret fire titan. I'll let you be the commander. Mako was arrogant. Although you're not a commander, you're still in the top-level universe. There are many opportunities, and you can grow quickly. You can't leave the first subspace. You'll be trapped for life, Sagrado advised. I have the secret fire, Mako said proudly. Forget it. I still want to live a peaceful life. The Burning Legion's enemy is the secret Fire Titan. It's much more dangerous than the first subspace, Danny said. Now, it was Sagrado's turn to hesitate. You're really willing to give us a part of the secret fire? He asked. Of course. I'm the Divine King. How can I go back on my words? Mako said loudly. Thus, Danny, Sagrado, and hundreds of foreign demonic gods submitted to Mako. They first separated a small part of their thoughts and put it into their respective energy dimensions before entering the first subspace. Yes, those who could listen to the great movement in the void realm definitely did not lack wisdom and methods. One could only enter the first subspace, but not leave. Of course, they had to leave one or a few seeds at home. Chapter 1162. After Yi-Ya was born, her name in the mortal world became Iluvita. Anu was also divided into two parts because of Yi-Ya. The Anu that stayed in the Hall of Eternity was still called Anu, while the Anu that entered the material universe was called Villa. Iluvita and Villa were the names of the ancient elves. When humans were born, they directly called Villa the gods. Villa meant the power that sustains the existence of the universe. It was a very appropriate name, just like Maya, Anu's servant. Villa, Maya, and Anu were essentially the same. They were all the manifestations of a single thought at the beginning of creation. They were all natural gods. The only difference was the identity and position given to them. King Mako, please introduce us to the new universe, Danny said. After entering Yi-Ya, they came to a completely dark and cold void. It was different from the void that did not exist in matter and time. The void here was actually outer space. Beyond outer space was the void realm. Ask Soren if you have any questions. I have to keep an eye on Ada all the time, Mako said impatiently. Well, His attitude changed after he tricked them into coming here. However, Danny, Sagrado, and the other demon gods did not dare to say anything. First of all, Mako was stronger than them. Second of all, Mako was not alone. He had thousands of Maya by his side. Yi was a world that was created with the origin of the first flame. It could be said that Yi was its body. Danny did not dare to bring her own flame of creation into Yi. She was now purely in the essence of Angorian. Of course, Danny was not Angorian. She had learned the brilliant Song of Darkness, the Law of Gluttony, and dozens of choruses in the chorus. Most of the Anus were not as strong as her. Big Mi's eyes were glowing with evil fire. He stared at the center of the universe that was blooming with light. Maya floated in the empty space with nothing to do. Danny and the other evil gods that had just joined them surrounded the vanguard Soren. "Brother Soren, aren't you Aoli's relative?" She greeted him warmly. "Aoli is dull, Manwë is hypocritical. King Mako's talent has convinced me deeply." The once bright and elegant young man was now wearing the same dark coat as Mako. "Lord Vanguard, please tell us about the next tier." "It seems like a long time has passed," a goat-horned demon god said in puzzlement. "You're right. Countless years have passed in the world." Soren had a complicated look on his face. "The great movement that we sang in the Hall of Eternity was just the creation of the world in our minds. Even though Isuzu later took us to the Void Realm and showed us the beauty of the new universe, it was only the manifestation of the premonition. When I first came in, the universe didn't have a concrete reality. Everywhere was pitch black, just like now." Soren pointed at the dazzling light at the center of the distant universe. "In the prophecy, it's as if it's pointing out our residence, Arda. Compared to the entire universe, Arda was as tiny as a needle. But it's the most glorious place in the universe, the core of the world, at least for now. Villa used countless years of hard work to turn Arda from darkness, emptiness, and wilderness into a magnificent entity. Then why not go to Arda? Why stay here in solitude and emptiness?" Danny asked. Soren secretly glanced at Bosmi and said in a low voice, "Arda was actually built by Manwë, Aoli, and Womu. Manwë was responsible for wind, Aoli for earth, and Womu for water. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Boss Mi's fire was missing. Wasn't Song of Fire the most precious and core elemental law in the world?" "Where's Bosmi?" Danny asked. Sauron whispered, "The king caused trouble everywhere. When the Valar built the land, the king went to tear it down. When the Valar dug out valleys, the king made them into mountains. When the Valar carved out mountains, the king pushed them down and crushed them. When the Valar dug out oceans, the king filled them up and flooded them. In any case, whatever the other Varys created, he would destroy. The king wanted nothing to be peaceful. When Arda was finally formed, he even announced that he wanted to take over everything he saw. So, the angry Villa kicked him out of the 9 main gods. This suited Boss Mi's personality, but, without Boss Mi's fire, how did Villa create Arda? The new universe is filled with fire. It doesn't need the Master's fire, Soren said. Danny was stunned for a moment before she realized something. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, Song of Fire was noble because it was the easiest way to control the first flame. But if one already had the first flame, there was no need to forcefully raise the status of fire. "Sir Vanguard, tell us about Arda," Sagrador said. "Arda is a basically symmetrical continent. There's a big lake in the center of the continent, and there's a big island called Omeran in the lake. All the Vera and Maya live on the island. Outside the continent was a vast ocean. The ocean surrounded the continent, and outside the ocean was the wall of darkness that we were currently in. In the entire universe, most areas are the wall of darkness. You all know that outside the wall is the realm of emptiness." "What a strange world," Danny muttered. "According to the revelation in the Great Music, Arda will become a planet in the future, Earth, a demon god with a human head and a snake body said. Why didn't I know? Danny deeply regretted singing blindly with Mako. Soren looked at the snake monster in shock. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the Great Music. Even I didn't see that scene. If only I was more generous, I could also become a Villa, or even a main god among the villa, the snake monster said proudly. Which main gods are there? Danny asked. 7 divine kings, 7 queens, and 8 main gods were chosen from the 14 villa kings. They are Manwe and Volda, Womu, Yavanna and Aeoli, Manduz, Nina, and Olami. Danny had participated in the chorus before, so she was very familiar with them. They were all abnormally powerful, worthy of the title of main god. Manwe controlled the power of the wind, Volda was the ruler of stars and light, Womu was the ruler of water, Yavanna was the goddess of life, Aeoli was the god of earth, Manduz controlled death, Nina was the goddess of mercy and compassion, and Olami was the king of beasts. There was a need to explain why Volda and Nina could become main gods. Different worlds had different laws. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, the Song of Fire was more advanced than the Song of Light. But in Yaya, Volda's light surpassed Mako's fire. In the early years, Mako's courtship of Volda had nothing to do with lust. He simply wanted to unite with Volda and completely control the light of the world. Nina's mercy and compassion were also very powerful. She could soothe all sorrows of people and the world, rejuvenating it. She was almost the projection of the first flame on mercy. Nina had always been someone Danny secretly learned from. She gulped and said with difficulty, "Are we going to become enemies with the 8 main gods? There's no hope at all." The snake monster sighed. "No wonder you were banished to the wall of darkness, but we..." The goat-horned monster shook its head bitterly. Once they entered Yaya, they could forget about leaving. Don't be afraid. Ability doesn't equal strength. In the first battle of the gods, we had an overwhelming advantage. Soren quickly comforted the evil gods. And then Tokas entered Yaya, so it was laughing Tokas. Danny was enlightened. Tokas was the god of strength. He was not as powerful as the 8 main gods, but he was really powerful. If you don't understand the relationship between strength and strength, you can refer to Gandalf the Great Sword. That's right, this was the world of the Lord of the Rings. At first, Danny did not know anything about the Enu. She only felt that Soren's name was familiar. Later, when she joined the Great Movement and saw the future of a small part of the world from the creation movement, she realized that the Lord of the Rings was a world of low martial arts and low magic. Knowing that this was the world of the Lord of the Rings where Gandalf dominated the world with his great sword, she could understand why Laughing Tokas was so powerful. Ha ha ha, they're tired. They're finally resting. Boss Emi's terrifying laughter suddenly echoed in the dark universe. Who's resting? Danny leaned over enthusiastically. Boss Me glanced at her casually. The spy I left on Omeron Island sent a message. Everything has been created. Villa spent a lot of energy and is now exhausted. Just now, in order to celebrate the arrival of the Spring of Ardor, they held a spring banquet on Omeron Island. Tokas even married Olami's sister, Scimitar Nissa. Boss Me started to grit his teeth. His eyes spewed out poisonous flames, causing the cold universe to heat up. They're happy, they're dancing, they're satisfied. Boss Emi's hatred turned into reality, infecting the Maya and evil gods around him like a virus. Even Danny could not help but release layers of dark smoke filled with fear and hatred. But they're also very tired. Tokas is asleep. Boss Me was very agitated. Villa, whose hearts were filled with secret flames, was like a never-ending engine. They were almost never tired and did not need to sleep. But once they were tired, once they fell asleep, they would sink deeper than mortals, and it would be difficult for them to wake up. This is a good chance. Danny would not let go of any chance to show off. Let's go kill Manwe while Villa is tired. Fool. Boss Me shouted angrily. What do you think Villa is? Do you think fatigue can defeat them? Then what should we do? Danny asked, puzzled. Take over a base first, then destroy everything that Villa has created, Boss Me said proudly. Fuck, that's it. I think we can give it a try. Kill Manwe, then you can become the king of gods, marry Volda, and reach the peak of life. Seeing that Boss Me was about to get angry again, Danny quickly added, I'm doing this for your own good. Boss, you're a born king of gods. For you, I'm willing to fight Villa to the death, even though I know that they're invincible. Boss Me laughed happily. Angorian, you'll be my deputy. When we reach Ada, you and I will each lead a team and attack Villa's giant lamp. Dani did not know much about the giant lamp, but she knew that she had been promoted. King, deputy, I will not let you down. Even the Maya were looking at her enviously, let alone the otherworld evil gods. Master, when will you give us the secret flames you promised? The goat-horned evil god asked carefully. Big Mi's lips curled into a frighteningly sinister smile. I'll give it to you immediately. Chapter 1163. The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are more famous. Most people have at least seen the movies, but The Silmarillion does not have such a wide audience. Actually, I have wanted to introduce the content of The Silmarillion for a long time, but it is too complicated. Just the names of Fëanor's son and brother are enough to take one's life. It is almost impossible to introduce them all in one chapter. Later on, I thought that there is no need to introduce the details. After all, I do not know how to write details. Thus, today's chapter is written. First of all, what is the Silmarillion? It is the Bible of the Lord of the Rings world, and it is also a parallel of the Bible in reality. Personally, I feel that it is more awesome than the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. The story is not good, but it is really cool. Nowadays, the power and god settings of Western fantasy novels can be seen in the Silmarillion. It has really created a fake world. Just by looking at the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, you will only feel that this is an interesting world. Looking at the Silmarillion, you will not help but think, is this a real world? Alright, after the awkward praise, let me introduce the content of the Silmarillion. I feel that it can be divided into 3 parts. First, the process of creating and perfecting the world. Second, the 3 wars of the gods between Mako and Villa. Third, the tragedy of elves and humans caused by the Silmarillion. From the perspective of creation, the Silmarillion starts from the prelude of creation until the world matures. This point does not need to be introduced in detail, I will mention it in the book. The 3 wars of the gods are the simplest structural analysis of the Silmarillion. The first war of the gods, in the process of creating a physical universe from nothing, Mako fought Villa. Seeing that Villa was defeated, it was as if the god of strength, Tokas, who was guarding the door, entered the universe. That was the peak of Mako's power, and also the moment when he was closest to becoming the god king. The author of the Silmarillion, Tolkien, is not a bad author. When he wrote this book, he was greatly influenced by reality, the First and Second World Wars, and the conflict between the Soviet Union and the United States after that. For example, the definition of power. In Chidian novels, those who were strong in strength were definitely strong in combat. This was not the case in the Silmarillion. Power included both knowledge and skill. Even the skill of forging gems was a part of one's power, but it was obvious that this kind of skill was not beneficial to combat power. Therefore, it was common to see such content in the book. On one hand, it was said that Mako was the strongest. On the other hand, it was written that Mako was beaten up so badly that even his mother could not recognize him. He had digressed. Back to the 3 great battles of the gods. For the first time, during the battle of splitting the heavens, Villa and Mako fought for the position of the king of gods and the right to rule the world. Because of the appearance of the god of strength, Tokas, Mako was defeated. After that, Mako pushed down the giant lamp that acted as the sun and captured the elves to torture them. For the elves, Villa went to war with Mako again. This time, Mako was arrested and put in jail. When Mako was released from prison, he teamed up with Angorian to ambush Velena, where Villa lived. They destroyed the twin holy trees and stole the most precious gem of the elves, the Silmarillion. Even so, Villa did not go to war with Mako again. In the days that followed, Mako's enemies became the elves, humans, and dwarfs. They fought a few great battles that were enough to be sung in poems forever. However, they were not battles of the gods. In the end, the allied forces of the humans, elves, and dwarfs could not fight anymore. Mako was about to defeat the mortals. A human came to Velena and asked Villa for mercy. Villa sympathized with the plight of Ilúvatar's children. When the 3rd great battle of the gods began, Mako was defeated again and was exiled to outer space forever. End of story. Looking at it this way, Was the content of the Silmarillion very simple? The outline was that simple. The complexity was mainly reflected in the stories that happened between the elves and humans during the second and third great battles of the gods. The story was related to the Silmarillion. The story of the Silmarillion was not complicated. It was a process of fighting for the Silmarillion. You can refer to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The Silmarillion was the Dragon Saber. For this saber, there was a feud between the elves and humans. In the beginning, the elves and Villa lived together and shared wealth. One day, an elf named Fino created the three most beautiful and powerful diamonds in the world. Any one of them could light up the world. It was 100 million times stronger than the acorn diamond of the dwarfs in The Hobbit. After creating these three diamonds, Fino became arrogant. Even Villa was not convinced. Because of his arrogance and because of Mako's instigation, there was a crack in the close relationship between Villa and the elves. Later, when Mako snatched the Silmarillion, Fino swore, "Whoever touches the Silmarillion will be the eternal enemy of me and my descendants. Even if he is Villa, Mako, or my fellow elves, there is no exception." He led a part of the elves out of Velena and into the mortal world of Middle-earth. Because of this oath, he and his son became enemies with Mako, the other elven kings, and the heroes of the humans. Because of this oath, they gave up their former glory and committed the crime of kinslaying, murdering their own kind, betraying their allies, stealing, robbing, and so on. The original sins of humans were displayed one by one. In the end, Fino and his descendants offended almost all the forces in the world. They bled dry for the Silmarillion and lost all the glory of the ancient elven royal family. It was sad and lamentable. Chapter 1164. Without giving the others time to react, Mako stretched out his black right arm. His arm turned into a black python and coiled around the goat-horned evil god with lightning speed before retracting quickly. "The secret fire you wanted is here." Mako's maniacal laughter resounded through the universe. Dark red cracks appeared on his black left palm that was like a rough rock. Fire dripped out. Puff, a palm imprinted on the goat-horned evil god's head. Dark red lava flowed in from the top. The evil god howled in agony and struggled with all his might. Like a sausage, his body expanded bit by bit. Through the surface, the red liquid and fire inside could be seen. Like defecating, his body squeezed with all his might and squeezed the red liquid out of his intestines. This tug-of-war repeated. The evil god's gaze became frenzied. The mark of the true god appeared, shattered, and reformed. It was deeply imprinted into the center of the universe. After the mark of the true god was the rule. The distorted song of the rule made the sound of glass being twisted. Mako's maniacal laughter could be heard. He was actually tampering with the evil god's song of the rule. This method, no, I'm a demon god who has cultivated for billions of years. My will is as strong as steel. You can't possibly twist our. The goat-horned evil god's eyes flashed with red and black light. Suddenly, it fixed into an evil, turbid yellow light. He stopped resisting Mako's modification of his body and will. TSK, TSK, TSK sparks burst out from the surface of his body. Darkness poured down from his head like glue. The evil god became a monster with darkness as his clothes and fire as his core. He had the outline of an ape, burning yellow eyes, and a long manner that was burning with flames and releasing steam. His arms were longer than his knees. His palms had steel claws and he held a flaming whip. Behind him, there were wings that intertwined with shadows and flames. The roaming black shadow cloak covered his body. "Master." The monster bowed to Mako. "Damn it, Mako, you broke your oath." The evil gods shouted in horror. Then, they scattered in all directions. Dany did not run. "Run." Sagrado pulled her again. "Where to?" Dany sighed. "Let's see where you can run to." Mako laughed maniacally. Big Me himself had power that surpassed the deity king level, and he had thousands of fallen mayors by his side. The evil gods were unfamiliar with the new universe. They had yet to adapt to the new universe's laws. None of them could escape. Apart from Dany and Sagrado, who she was trying her best to pull away, everyone else was tightly bound by chains made of flames and ice. "Mako, I curse you, you scoundrel. Mako, you will die a horrible death. One day, Manwë will chop off your head. Mako, fuck your ancestors, fuck you. The evil gods cursed loudly. You're all too naive. You're just a foreign evil god. You want to come to Iru's world to reap benefits. Dream on. Mako sneered. I contributed to the creation of the world. I participated in the great movement, the basilisk howled indignantly. All glory to the One, and the glory of the One belongs to me, Mako. I am the most powerful ruler in the universe. You are nothing, Mako mocked. Iru, you're a black-hearted bastard. All the gods and devils in the universe curse you and spurn you. Iru, the demonic god with a human head and a snake body no longer paid any attention to Mako. He only shouted at the Hall of Eternity outside the Wall of Darkness. His voice was sorrowful, filled with regret and resentment. Danny gulped. She felt cold all over. Mako swung the 3 whips of darkness, ice, and flames entwined together. He drew a deep and long whip mark on the body of the evil god who was shouting loudly. The evil god's soul was in pain. He let out an inhuman wail. Slap slash. Whip after whip, the more painful the evil god's wail became, and the more carefree Mako laughed. After some time, the evil god could no longer make a sound. Mako walked forward and easily used the secret fire in his body to distort his divinity, precepts, and will. Another fire demon who was completely under Mako's command was born. It was much easier than the first time. The exhaustion was also greatly reduced. After that, Mako tortured the poor evil gods one by one. He first used pain and fear to crush the will to fight and the will to resist. Then, he used the secret fire to distort their will and form. In the depths of the universe, the most despicable betrayal in the world was happening. The hair-raising whipping, hideous laughter, and wails became the source of evil and fear in the Wall of Darkness. What do we do? Sagrado said with a sobbing tone. That's not the real secret fire, Danny said softly. I know. That's the secret fire that gave Mako a physical body. It's Mako's essence. It's slightly weaker than the original secret fire, but we still can't resist. Sagrado said in despair. Mako's power is weakening, Danny said with a frown. He's divided so much of his origin. It's no wonder he's not weak. But why is he doing this? Danny asked in confusion. His personal power is weakening, but his overall power is increasing. He wants to be the divine king, not a lone ranger. No, everyone has their own mission. Mako is no exception. Danny stopped. Mako strode over with the 3 whips. At this time, the 800 evil gods from another world had been distorted into fire demons. It's your turn. Mako looked at Sagrado maliciously. Danny stepped forward, puffed out her chest, and said, Come on, boss am I. I've been waiting for you for so long. Angorian, you. Boss me hesitated. I don't plan to turn you into a fire demon. What? Danny was stunned. Then she shouted excitedly, You can't be biased. I want to be your most loyal servant. Sagrado's face twisted. The fire demons looked stupefied. You're loyal enough, Mako said. No, I still have evil thoughts in my mind. I'm not pure enough. Danny grabbed his hand and pressed it on her head. Sigh. Mako pulled his hand away and sighed. To be honest, even if you openly rebel against me, I won't turn you into a fire demon, because, he paused and said with a complicated expression, just like how we turned the beautiful scenery we saw in the realm of emptiness into something concrete and placed it in the center of the void. Then, we placed the secret fire in the center of the universe, burning eternally. The center of the universe is Ada. I can get some premonitions and information from Ada's secret fire. So, I know that your greed can never be satisfied. Your greedy mouth can suck the secret fire in my body dry. Slander, pure slander, Danny said agitatedly. Actually, she already believed Mako's words. As the most powerful god, it was normal for him to control part of the will of the heavenly path. Try it. Danny grabbed Boss Mi's arm again, refusing to let go. Helpless, Mako could only press on her head and pour the secret fire into her. Hungry, so hungry, Danny was prepared to pretend that her will was being twisted, or almost twisted, or that she would be able to twist her will if she put in more effort. She wanted to trick Mako into giving her the secret fire step by step. But as soon as the secret fire entered her body, her dark eyes turned red. The law of gluttony activated automatically and quickly sucked the secret fire that Mako poured into her body. Her body started to swell. Maybe it was because the secret fire's quality was too high, but the law of gluttony stimulated endless desire and almost made Danny lose control. "I told you, it won't work," Mako muttered in shock. "More." She grabbed his hand that was about to pull away, but he stopped pouring in the secret fire. "Give me the secret fire," Danny roared. Pissed, pissed, pissed. In her human form, 8 furry spider claws popped out from her back and stabbed into Mako's body. "Oh no, Angorian is out of control again." Sagrado retreated in shock. "Awoo." Boss Me wailed and struggled, but he was not as strong as Danny. Danny had the chorus of Toscali's song. Then, a purplish-black spider tattoo appeared on her face. It was a very seductive shape. 4 dark green dagger-like teeth grew out of her upper and lower jaws. Sweet dark green venom dripped from them. Slash. She opened her mouth and bit Mako's neck that was covered in darkness. Boss Mi's face turned green. He was poisoned. The power in his body poured out like a flood. "Help me," he shouted weakly. Danny, who was in a frenzy, did not lose her sense of danger. In an instant, the shadow of death appeared in her heart. She suddenly woke up. She didn't loosen her mouth because the secret flame was simply too fragrant. She stretched out her left and right hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. Continuous spider webs covered the entire universe. At the same time, endless darkness spread in all directions with her as the center. It was a darkness that was darker than the wall of night and the realm of emptiness. Danny could not snatch Mako's main song of darkness, so she sang the song of black miasma that could block all sight. Even so, she could not escape the attacks of the mayors and the fire demons. Mako's wails were like a tracker. The attacks came at her from all directions. There were thousands of mayors and 800 fire demons. They were all top-tier true gods. In just one wave, Danny's body was broken. She was like a cockroach that had been stepped on. She was not completely dead, but she was going to die soon. She quickly digested part of the secret fire to rebuild her divine body. Before the second wave of attacks came, Danny pushed Mako away. The two of them quickly separated. The black miasma was still there. Big Boss Mi's wails did not stop. Most of the second wave of attacks landed on Big Boss Mi. Awoo. Big Boss Me howled. "Stop. She's running away." Actually, he did not need to shout. The demons had already seen Danny's shadow. Many devil gods even chased after her. However, Danny did not run away. She was not familiar with this place. Where could she run to? Thanks to Manwë singing the chorus of the wind and learning the song of swiftness from Nisha, she was able to escape the devil god's attack range in a short time. "Big Boss Me, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I lost control." She ran in circles and begged for mercy. "Big Boss Me, you know me. I've treated you as my boss since the beginning. My respect for you is like the darkness of the wall of night that almost filled the entire universe. But the secret fire is too powerful. It can easily drive away any darkness. It made me lose control. Actually, I'm more hurt than you. I hurt someone I deeply respect." Danny's voice seemed to be choked with sobs. She had once sung the song of hypocrisy. Because Big Boss Me liked it, she gave it to him. Seeing that her words were clear and her thoughts rational, Maya and the fire demons slowed down and waited for Mako's next order. "Forget it." Mako waved his hand in resignation. "I believe she didn't do it on purpose." The pursuers retreated. Danny hesitated. Was Big Boss Me such a magnanimous person? Chapter 1165. If Mako had scolded her and asked her to stop running, and then led the rest of the Maya to surround her, saying that he wanted to teach her a lesson, Danny might have begged him and returned to the team. But now, Boss Me, your magnanimity, I really. Danny put away the black miasma so that Mako could see the uncontrollable guilt and gratitude on her face. I've made a mistake that everyone who's tempted by the secret flame would make. Your magnanimity makes me feel even more ashamed. I want to punish myself," she said in a low voice. Mako's face twitched. "Come here, let me punish you. I'll cut you into pieces. You were driven by desire. It was an unintentional mistake." Even with the song of hypocrisy, he could not keep up the pretense anymore. Looking at his twisted expression, Dany sighed helplessly in her heart. It was no wonder. The Balrog and Maya here were almost all of his subordinates. To be bitten in front of all his subordinates and cry for help, how could a demon king lose face? "My king, I must punish myself. I'm willing to be the vanguard and enter Arda earlier to attract Villa's firepower. I'll secretly build a base for you and fight for the best situation. Boss me, I'll leave first. If there's anything, tell Sagrador to inform me. I swear, I won't shirk from your mission." With that, Dany disappeared like vinegar dripping into a bottle of soy sauce. Angorian. Mako clenched his fists. He suddenly turned around and stared at the shivering Sagrador. All kinds of evil thoughts flashed through his mind. Soren leaned over and advised in a low voice, "My king, our biggest enemies are Manwë, Volder, and the other villa. Angorian has no intention of going against you. In fact, she's always been your most loyal admirer. Instead of treating her as an enemy, it's better to use her. Sagrador doesn't need to be turned into a Balrog. From now on, use him as a mouthpiece to slowly remove Angorian's wariness. I never wanted to kill Angorian. I just." Mako raised his flaming whip and lashed it at Sagrador. "Awu Tilda King, spare my life." Sagrador howled miserably. Whip after whip, there was no mercy at all. Mako's anger was gradually vented, and the voice and breath of the evil god from another world gradually weakened. Spitting at the dying Sagrado, Bosmi put away his whip and let out a sigh of relief. "That's all I wanted. Too bad she got away." To be honest, Dany did not want to leave Mako's team. Mako could definitely represent a part of Iru's will. His actions, way of thinking, and power would all reveal some of Iru's thoughts. Moreover, with him in front of her as a target, she would not attract attention when she caused trouble. He seemed to have suffered a loss for that little bit of secret fire. At the beginning of creation, the universe named Yer was empty. There was nothing. Arda and the few stars now were all built by Villa's efforts. The edge of the Void Realm was too far from the center of the universe. Other than Arda, there was almost no other light. It took a long time to pass through the wall of night. When she approached Arda, she saw suns of different sizes. They were all stars, and they were also stars that revolved around Arda. They were not suns. They were too far away. They were just stars. These big stars were all created by Volder. Not staying near the big stars for long, Dany quickly arrived at the border of Arda. At the edge of the wall of night, she stopped and used the black miasma that blocked all sight to weave a cloak for herself. After putting on the cloak, she slowly entered the outer sea, the ring-shaped ocean that surrounded Middle-earth. What a rich origin. Before entering Arda, it was easy to misunderstand that Iru's Yer was empty, desolate, and barren. In fact, Iru was bigger and richer than any world Dany had ever seen. The current emptiness was because Iru had stored the secret fire that should have been distributed to the entire universe in Arda at the beginning of creation. Still in the outer sea, Dany had not even stepped onto the continent, but she could already feel the rich aura of the first flame. They were two giant lamps that looked like suns. Villa's giant lamps, one in the south and one in the north, were placed on two towering lamp pillars that were taller than any mountain peak. They illuminated the entire world, and the light was eternal. Spring of Arda, the first, the most beautiful, and the richest era. Stepping onto the continent of the west coast, Dany felt the long-lost excitement and emotion. The light of Villa's giant lamp flowed over the entire Arda. The flatland, the giant lamp of fixed height and brightness, had no time, no season, and was set in the morning, noon, or evening of spring. It was determined by the distance between the location and the giant lamp. Many plants of different sizes grew on the land. The small ones had moss and grass, and the big ones were as tall as mountains. At the roots of the trees, there was also a ball of green light, like a dream. In the forest with an average height of 5,000 meters, the light at the bottom connected into a green carpet of light. Hundreds of beasts ran and roared in it. Such a fantastic scenery was intoxicating. Dani stood on top of a beech tree that was 8,000 meters tall. Looking at the clouds floating around her, she did not know what to say. This is the real big world. The world of 7 gods is a remote place, she sighed. Hey, something's wrong. Dani, who was lying on a ginkgo leaf the size of a football field and sunbathing, suddenly sat up. Like the shadow of the wind, she quickly passed through the forest, grassland, and lake. After wandering for a long time, she stopped at the top of a lonely mountain and said strangely, "There are no blooming flowers in this world, nor are there any birds. Is this the responsibility of the life goddess Yavanna, or the white flower fairy Vina? Other than flowers and birds, there were no humans. However, all intelligent life was the children of Ilovita. Villa had no right or permission to create humans. Creating humans was Ilovita's privilege, but Villa's taboo. There was no rise and fall of the sun, no cycle of the seasons. Dani could not calculate the time and did not know how much time had passed. She was looking for traces of Mako. She had seen Manwë's great eagle Thorindor before. In the movie The Hobbit, Dani had seen many eagles appear and turn the tide of the battle. At that time, she was puzzled. Why did the idiots in the movie theater shout excitedly when the eagles appeared? Why could a few eagles that could spit lightning completely turn the tide of the battle? Now she understood. Bullshit eagles. They were all Maya, the messengers and servants of the god King Manwë. In other words, they were all gods in the form of eagles. The eagles' participation in the battle was equivalent to Manwë's evil hand reaching in. A group of gods ganging up on the half-orcs. How could they not turn the tide of the battle? The form of gods came from their understanding of the universe. When they entered the material world, mortals could not see them, even if they were standing opposite them. In order to be close to Ilovita's children, Villa specially chose a body that looked like Ilovita's children for herself. It was just like how mortals wore clothes. Every god would choose a different body according to their own characteristics. Men or women, beautiful or ugly, tall or short, they could all choose. However, the body did not affect their essence. For example, Manwë's essence was male. If he chose the form of a woman, he would still be a man, but it did not mean that he had become a woman. Manwë's eagle was the body of the eagle chosen by the Maya who served Manwë. Dani also followed the trend and chose a body for herself. It was basically the same, with some minor adjustments. Black hair, black eyes, pale skin, and purple spidery patterns on the surface of her body. Her aura was more majestic and mysterious, but also had an indescribable horror. When necessary, she could also pop out 8 spider claws from her back and under her body like she had done with Mako. Her essence at this time was very much like the spider queen Lolth without the big spider butt bone. She was Angorian. Angorian's thinking and essence was that of a greedy and evil female spider. Previously, she had been controlled by greed and crazily extracted Mako's secret fire. This was the essence of the life mark and its influence on her consciousness. Just like Gozi could never control himself from eating shit. Dani thought that she could control the gluttony's greed, but reality proved that she was wrong. She was really wrong. Instead of naming Angorian's gluttony the Song of the Gluttony, it was better to name it Angorian's gluttony. The gluttony in Huaxia's ancient myths was not necessarily comparable to Angorian. Other than Manwë's eagle, Dani also saw Olami. He rode the divine horse Nahol and ran like the wind in the forest with the divine hound. She had circled Omeran Island where the gods lived a few times, but she did not meet any of the main gods of Villa. At this point, she confirmed Mako's words. The Villa were all tired after a long period of hard work. After that, she began to look for Mako. Boss Mi should have secretly returned to Ada by now. Based on Boss Mi's habits, his residence would definitely be far away from the light, far away from the villa's giant lamp. The 2 lamps were located in the north and south of Middle-earth. She went to the east and west, but could not find him after a long time. Just as she was about to head to the 4 corners of the continent to look for Boss Mi, Sagrador found her first. "I have the black miasma cloak. How did you find me?" Danny asked in surprise. All the Escods recruited by Mako have a special mark on them. It's the method of the world will. We can't detect it, Sagrador said bitterly. He took the appearance of an old gnome, wretched and ugly. Danny frowned. This is not good news. You're the queen in the center of the spider web. With your agility, as long as you're careful, it'll be difficult to kill you. Also, he vented his anger on me. He doesn't hate you anymore, the old gnome said with a sigh. Danny laughed and said, I'll also protect you and prevent you from being turned into a flame demon, right? I don't blame you. I'll be safer after you escape, Sagrador said with a smile. However, I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could even press Mako to the ground and suck him, he said doubtfully. This is the benefit I got from the grand movement. Danny casually replied and changed the topic. Don't you admire Sajaras? Why didn't you choose a more majestic and domineering appearance? Beside Mako, I only hate that I can't be more humble. I want to be so humble that he can't see me, the old gnome said with disappointment. Then, he explained the purpose of this trip. Mako has decided to attack Villa. He wants you to go to Angband to find Soren and attack Ou Ermau in the south. Ou Ermau was the name of the giant lantern in the south. Danny already knew that she was going to be the Demon King, so she happily followed Sagrador to Angband. Villa's giant lantern was to illuminate the world. Therefore, it was no longer at the border between the north and south, but at the midpoint between the border and the center of the continent. Thus, Mako built his nest in the far north. The terrain in the north is better than the east and west, Soren explained after hearing Danny's doubts. Chapter 1166. The east and west were mostly plains, but there was a huge mountain range in the north of the continent, the Iron Mountain Range. It was like the Great Wall that separated the Westeros from the Seven Kingdoms, blocking the light of the giant lamp in the central north. Because the Iron Mountain Range blocked the light of Elune, the north was darker and colder than the other places. Mako built his base under the Dark Mountain Range and named it Utamo. It was located in the north. Angband was also under the Iron Mountain Range, with a huge cellar and deep cave in the northwest. It was the first line of defense for Utamo. The evil and hatred in Mako's heart flowed freely here, and Arda's spring was poisoned. The green plants were sick and decayed, and the green light from Yavanna's favor at the roots of the giant trees turned into black, rotting smoke. The clear green lake became a stinky swamp covered in poisonous miasma. The beasts were also infected by Boss Emi's evil power, turning into ferocious-looking monsters. Their eyes were like tumors filled with blood vessels, killing everything in sight. Danny was surprised that she did not notice the abnormality here earlier. Nessa the Fleetfoot was the first to discover our tracks. That day, she was like a wind arrow that flew close to the ground, causing ripples on the lake and faint traces of wind on the grassland. I knew she had been here, Soren said. Didn't Nessa and Tokas just get married? Danny was puzzled. Tokas was sleeping, so she could only come out and wander around. That made sense. Boss Emi's battle plan was simple: one giant lamp of Villa in the north and the south, and they would split up. Danny spread out the dark net to cover the southern army led by Soren, and attack the giant lamp in the south first. When Villa rushed to the south, Mako would personally lead the main force to destroy the giant lamp in the north. At that time, Villa was ganging up on Soren, Danny, and the others, so Bosmi could go south and destroy the weak Omeran Island, which was located in the center of the middle continent and was Villa's nest. At this time, Danny and Soren led 300 flame demons and tens of thousands of terrifying monsters to the south of the southern giant lantern Ou Ermau. Danny used all her magic, and all of Arda's shadows became darker, longer, and more distorted. Because the light source was fixed, the shadows of all things were fixed. If there were moving shadows, Danny's disguise, they would be easily discovered. Well, Villa had already discovered Mako's northern fortress and was even preparing to declare war on him. Therefore, they only needed to hide their whereabouts and did not need to hide their existence. They followed the coastline, carefully avoiding any rivers and the sea itself. To avoid Womu's perception, they took a huge detour and came to the lamppost. However, they did not immediately take action. Instead, They dug a huge cave under the mountain range and prepared to break the foot of the lamppost. At the same time, he was waiting for Mako's orders to start the operation. The 300 flame demons waved their flaming whips and commanded the monsters that were tainted by Mako's evil power to dig the cave. Dani was bored, so she chatted with Soren. Soren was rational and intelligent. He had also seen the rehearsal of the world. Dani and the other gods from other worlds could not see or hear it. I remember that the Lord of Water, Womu, was Boss Emi's friend. They had a good relationship when they practiced the choir in the Hall of Eternity, Dani said curiously. Sigh, it was just as biased. In the rehearsal of the creation of the world, he showed Womu the beautiful scenery weaved by wind and water. For example, clouds, mist, rain, and dew. Therefore, Womu and Manwë formed an alliance. Soren sighed. Bosmi was betrayed. Didn't he take revenge on Womu? For example, using flames to dry the sea and ice to seal the water. Dani asked. The king couldn't do it. The depth of the sea made him afraid of Womu, Soren said in a low voice. Dani's expression was strange. Volda rejected him. He hated and feared her the most. At the beginning of the creation of the world, he tried to rope in Aroki, but Aroki rejected him. He hated and feared Aroki. During the first battle of the gods, Toka's laughter traumatized him. Now, with Womu. Who is Bosmi not afraid of? Actually, the king is still a little afraid of you. Soren glanced at her and said, only the ignorant are fearless. The king's fear will only make him stronger. It will not affect his courage and courage. Otherwise, what are we doing now? Dani was stunned. It seemed to make sense. Bosmi dared to steal Iru's secret fire, fight with Iru for the position in the movement, and challenge all the other Villa alone. He did not lack courage. He was afraid, but was he fearless? Dani was embarrassed. She pointed at the lamp above and said, Villa's lamp is a big fireball. It contains a powerful secret fire origin. I think Bosmi contributed a lot to it. Other than destruction and distortion, the king did not create anything. He wanted to occupy all the beautiful things, but he could not create anything beautiful. Soren emphasized first, then explained, when we first entered the first subspace, the whole universe was dark. Volda first created the ancient stars, but the light of the stars could not satisfy the needs of Yavanna's plants. Yavanna craved more light. She asked Aroki to split the earth and the hill, and took out 2 big fireballs from the depths of the earth. Then, Volda turned them into light. Finally, Manwë made the lamp a saint. Thus, the Vera giant lantern that we see now was born. Dani looked at the ground thoughtfully. When the world was first created, all the flames in the universe were collected and sealed by Villa. Then, they were buried under the ancient hill, and they could take one whenever they needed it. Soren shook his head. There was no need to collect them. It was like putting the secret fire in the center of the universe, which is where we are now, Ada. Vera built the world around the secret flame into what it is now. Did Bosmi say what we should do after we topple the lamppost and get rid of Vera? Dani asked. After destruction and destruction, of course, we will conquer and rule. We will rule this world, Soren said confidently. Dani was stupefied. After some time, a Maya with a face shining with holy light came into the cave. Her shadow was twisted and dark. She was a spy that Mako had placed on Omeran Island. Womu is in the outer sea. His arcana is exhausted. Toka's is asleep. Olami went hunting in the west again. He just left and won't be back anytime soon. Let's start the operation immediately, she said. Soren looked at Dani. Do you want to do it, or should I? I'll go ahead and ambush Villa. Pushing down Villa's lamp was equivalent to destroying the world. Dani really didn't want to do it. So, she manifested her Spider Queen Dani form. Endless darkness mixed with purple and green poisonous smoke spurted out from the cave at the foot of Allmau Mountain like a fountain. It was even higher than the lamp and spread out like an umbrella. It also looked like a giant mushroom cloud. The endless darkness instantly drowned the lamp. Half of the world fell into darkness. As the darkness and poisonous smoke flowed downwards, The trees and grass on the nearby mountains and plains all decayed and withered. All the beautiful rivers and lakes instantly turned into poisonous swamps with green bubbles. Hundreds of beasts roared in pain, their eyes bloodshot and oozing pus. Their teeth and claws became longer and sharper, and their bones even protruded malevolent bone spikes. Ada's spring turned into hell. Roar, roar, roar! Dany shouted, cheering for the Balrog and the monsters. Like the bravest general, she was the first to rush out of the cave and kill her way to the north. Long live Emperor Mako! Long live King Soren! Be loyal to the Emperor! Die for the Emperor! Charge! Dany Angorian's terrifying roar echoed through half of Middle-earth. The mountains were shaking. The earth was shaking. Lake Omeran, where Villa lived, had huge waves in the sound waves. Even Bosmi in the north could hear the spider demons roar. Angorian might be a little crazy and can't control her desires easily, but she never lacks loyalty and bravery. Bosmi lamented to fallen Maya beside him. Crack! It sounded like a bowstring breaking. It was crisp, but it suppressed Dany's roar and Villa's roar. The sky was falling. The pillar that supported Villa's giant lamp was pushed down by Soren. Even though the earth was covered by Dany's black smoke and poisonous gas, the people on the ground could still see a huge fireball falling down. It was Villa's giant lamp, Ou Urmau, Ada's son. Dany could even hear Ou Urmau's soul crying in despair. Beom tilde 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 tilde. The mountain of lamp pillars that was as tall as the sky collapsed. Middle-earth was like a biscuit that was snapped in half. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. In that instant, Villa, the Balrog and the demon army on the ground were like dust on the surface of a drum. Because of the drum's vibration, they floated in the air uncontrollably. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The huge distortion of gravity and the rain of stones that came like cannonballs instantly destroyed more than half of the tens of thousands of demons. The sky darkened. Without gravity and space, the Balrog fled in all directions like headless flies. Boom boom boom! The giant lamp finally fell. If Middle-earth was a symmetrical basketball court, then the giant lamp was a huge napalm bomb. In a few breaths' time, towering flames engulfed the entire Ada, which was also earth. Streams and lakes evaporated instantly. The sea boiled. Everything on the ground, including trees, beasts and mountains, was burning. Dany looked around blankly. Her underlings. Other than the Balrog that was struggling in the fire, the rest of the demons were all dead. The weakest of the demons was at least as strong as the Song of Ice and Fire demigod, and a demigod with above-average strength. Mako. Villa's angry roar was like the thunder that destroyed the world. All of Ada shook violently. Emperor Mako is here. Dany came back to her senses and quickly pulled aggro according to the plan. And so, tens of thousands of Villa and Maya fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down on her. Dany ran back. As she ran, she called out to the Balrog palace. Some of the Balrog obeyed and rushed over, but they were torn apart by Villa like tissue paper. Seeing this, the rest of the Balrog trembled and ran wildly. Fortunately, Dany was quite capable herself. She was still able to turn around and shoot spiderwebs behind her as she tried her best to escape with her spider legs. These were not ordinary spider webs. They could cover dozens of kilometers. The spider webs were as tough as the fascia of the gods. They were difficult to break free from. They were also poisonous and had paralyzing effects. More importantly, these spider webs were resistant to fire. Even the giant lamp's fire could not burn them. Many mayors were stuck to the net like ants. Only the powerful main god Vera was able to tear the net apart as if it were silk. Just as Dany approached the foot of Orqua's lamp post, boom, the second sound of the world collapsing came. Mako pushed down the giant lamp in the north. The world shattered. Chapter 1167. The world was like a pizza-shaped coal cake. It was broken into countless pieces, and each piece was still burning fiercely. Not to mention Middle-earth, even the home of the gods, Omeran Island, was reduced to ruins. The land was broken, the sea was burned dry, and everything withered in the fire. The entire world was a sea of fire. This was still not the most terrifying thing. The truly terrifying thing was the underground fire that Villa buried under the ancient hill. The seal and suppression were about to be broken. If in the next moment, the new universe Yaya was reduced to ashes in an apocalyptic explosion, Danny would not be surprised. If Villa did not interfere, the universe would definitely explode into the most dazzling fireworks. Villa was on the battlefield. Mako, ha 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 tilde Tokas finally woke up. He was still laughing, and his laughter was filled with flames of anger. He strode towards Danny. His wife Nissa was fast, but he was even faster. The broken earth trembled under his large feet. Mako. The divine King Manwë's voice was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire world. Manwë went to the north. Mako. Mako. All the villa were shouting Mako's name. At the same time, they were using their own powers to maintain the stability of Ada. Mako was in the same predicament as Danny. The army that he prepared to deal with Villa was destroyed in the apocalypse. Those who created fear were more easily intimidated by fear. At this moment, Manwë's howl, Tokas's roar, Vada, Auri, Olami, and Womu were all his targets of fear. Now, they were all roaring at him. Mako shuddered 3 times and ran away. Under the cover of the chaos and darkness, he quietly returned to the Utamo fortress in the north and hid in the deepest cave. Poor Danny was still pulling monsters for him. Mako the Great King's landing, no one dares to disobey. Mako the Great forcefully marrying Vada, who dares to oppose? Mako the Great Su. The wind arrow created a vacuum passage in the sea of flames. Before Danny could react, her lower abdomen was hit and her body was suspended in the air. Before she could adjust, the second, third, peng tilde there was only one sound because all the sounds of the attacks were connected together. The spider spirit Danny floated up and down. A white arrow centered around her, crisscrossing up and down, changing left and right. The afterimages left behind formed a ball of air arrows. Flying-haired Nissa, you live up to your name. Unfortunately, are you tickling me? To be honest, Danny didn't want to mock her. This time, she followed Mako to topple the lighthouse. She had an ulterior motive. She had already planned to topple the giant lamp. However, she was caught up by a small villa. After an evenly matched battle, she lost by 1 move. She shouted that she surrendered, and then, but Nissa was too much. Apart from the first few attacks that made her float in the air, she also kicked her in the head and face. The damage wasn't great, but it was extremely insulting. Danny was furious. Spider web domain. With a loud roar, darkness descended and even forced the nearby sea of fire to retreat. Dense layers of silver spider silk appeared one after another. Splat, a small worm stuck to it, and Danny regained her freedom. It was a petite girl with yellow hair tied into 2 big braids. She was 1.55 meters tall, with a round face, big round blue eyes, a round nose, and a round small mouth. She was wearing grass-colored boots, a short skirt, and a short shirt that exposed her navel. Angorian Nissa's face was red. She glared with her big angry eyes and was about to say something. Danny flew over and kicked her right in the nose. Nissa couldn't break through Danny's defense, but she herself was brittle. In just 1 blow, the round-faced girl was dizzy and had 2 streaks of blood under her flattened nose. Danny didn't give up. Her 2 feet, which were wearing long black high-heeled leather boots and 8 spider claws, were like a heavenly horse's meteor kick, creating afterimages of light. In the blink of an eye, Nissa's clothes were messy, her braids scattered, and her pretty and cute face was swollen like a pig's head. That's for hitting my face. Danny was very happy. Actually, she misunderstood. Nissa's strongest attacks didn't break through her defense. In order to increase the damage, she chose to attack her vital points. What was more vital than the head? Nissa. This anxious call came from Nissa's husband, the god of strength, Tokas. The ground rumbled under his feet, like a Mercedes-Benz driving up a wooden suspension bridge between cliffs. The bridge was rotten, and the car was in full gear. Angorian, you dare hurt my sister. One of the 8 main gods, the beast king Olami, was Nissa's brother. He rode the divine horse Nahol and came from the west with a group of divine beasts. Woo 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 Olami blew the horn of the hunt. Villa Roma, a natural treasure born in the creation of the world. The horn sounded like a red sun rising from the sky, and also like a bolt of lightning that split the clouds. The loud sound echoed in the broken land covered by the sea of fire, its sound suppressing any other sound in the world. Ah, it's Olami. His back so soon. Mako shrank in utter and shivered. Don't be afraid, King. Olami went to the south. Soren comforted his boss. Is Angorian dead? Mako quickly asked. No, he kidnapped Nissa the fleet-footed and is fighting with a few Villa. At this time, Arda's spring had ended. Evil and terror had become the main theme of the world. The demon kings could see further than usual. Soren purposely left an eye on the top of Anjaban's mountain to observe every change on the battlefield. A few Villa. A frontal battle? Mako was shocked. Yes. Olami's horn made Danny's mind go blank for a moment. Then, fear overtook her, as if she was a rabbit that was targeted by a hunter's arrow. While she was in a daze, Tokas the Laughing had already run over while laughing. He was like a champion. He stopped the other Villa and was about to wrestle with Danny. Wrestle? Danny was a little embarrassed. Tokas was the last Villa to enter Tier 1A. In the first divine battle after the creation of the world, Mako had the upper hand. Tokas helped Villa turn the situation around by himself. Tokas was not even one of the 8 main gods, but he was indeed powerful. Danny refused to wrestle with Tokas. She even tied his wife Nissa with spider silk and hung her on the spider web above her head. Soldier to soldier, general to general. Tokas, if you want to wrestle, go find my master, Mako. I only accept Maya's challenge. Olorin, Gandalf, are you willing to wrestle with me? Gandalf never lacked courage, not to mention that the Demon King had named him. But just as he stepped out with his mace, Manwë's voice came, there's no time to waste. Mako has escaped. Take down Angorian immediately. Repair Arda is more important. Danny's expression changed. She was about to curse and surrender, but Tokas roared. His angry laughter was like a real storm, dispersing the black fog that shrouded her body. Then, ha 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 ha. A fist as large as a mountain smashed towards Danny's head, accompanied by a loud laugh. The spiderwebs, poisonous thorns, black smoke, poisonous miasma, and other magical attacks along the way were all crushed like pebbles by a stone roller. Danny hurriedly raised her fists to meet the attack. Bam! The mountain was torn apart. Danny's body was like a meteor plowing a huge canyon 500 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and 20 kilometers deep on the burning land. Even in the Third Era, countless years later, the story of Angorian Canyon and Lake Tokas was still passed down among humans, dwarfs, half-humans, hobbits, orcs, and countless other creatures. Danny was not a pushover either. She sang the chorus of the Song of Power. Although his bones were broken and his spider legs were shattered, Tokas was also like a missile. He crashed to the foot of the mountain, creating a huge crater with a radius of dozens of kilometers, and the deepest part of the crater was 20 kilometers from the ground. But Villa was not alone. Angorian. Aeoli lifted a small mountain and threw it at the crater at the end of Angorian Canyon like a shot put. These Villa were too reckless. They did not care about the hostage in Danny's hands at all. Spider web domain, spider blade 1000/. Darkness covered the land. Even the flames were absorbed and disappeared. Endless white spider webs appeared in the dark void. The small mountain was like a meteor, smashing the spider webs one after another. When it came to Danny, the shadow of a giant spider appeared in the dark void. The 8 spider claws reflected silver cold light. Like 8 giant swords, they continuously slashed out hundreds and thousands of silver light rays. Boom! The blast of the explosion destroyed the mountain range, forming a plane of impact. Danny spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could repair her broken body, a black lightning zigzagged, avoiding the layers of spiderwebs, came to her side, and bit her ankle. It turned out to be a dog the size of a warhorse. Divine Hound. Danny flicked it away with a finger. She hurriedly shouted, God Manwë, all the merciful Villa, I surrender. I admit defeat. I am willing to accept Villa's judgment and final judgment. The appearance of the Divine Hound represented the arrival of the King of Beasts, Olami. Olami was not only the King of Beasts but also the god of hunting. If he secretly shot her with an arrow, she would not be able to dodge. Besides, she had planned to surrender from the beginning. As her surrender was heard, the battlefield quieted down. The murderous intent in all directions also immediately subsided. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. Villa was not Mako, especially Manwë. Manwë and Mako were brothers of the same origin. The two of them had similar thoughts and great powers. It was just that Manwë did not have any evil or negative personality in his heart. He represented complete righteousness, while Mako seemed to bear all the evil of the other Villa. Other than the fact that Manwë and Villa were pure and kind by nature, which made people easy to bully, the more important reason was the law set by the main god. A criminal who did not understand the law was not a good criminal. Before Danny committed the crime, she was completely familiar with Villa's law against the gods. There was only imprisonment, and the imprisonment period was very short. Of course, Danny was not a masochist. She had her own goals. Villa of the mighty people, I did not push down the lamppost. I am just Mako's mercenary. He twisted our thoughts and used us as slaves. I am innocent. Let Nissa go. Manwë's voice came from the wind. Danny did as she was told. She threw the scimitar out, and then said loudly, "The world is about to be destroyed by fire. I am willing to atone for my sins. My ability is especially suitable for calming the violent earth and the surging earth fire." Manwë was silent for a moment, and said, "If you fulfill your promise, I will pardon your sins." P.S. So, Danny opened her mouth wide and activated the devouring field. Like a huge black hole, she crazily swallowed the fire that covered the world. There was the fire of Villa's giant lamp, and the earth fire that burst out from the depths of the earth. They were all good things that contained the origin of secret fire. Chapter 1168. But, my lord, I still don't quite understand what Ilovita's children mean to the world and to Eru. Danny sincerely asked Bosmi for advice. Eru, hypocrite. Mako spat at his creator before explaining, Ilovita's children were conceived and created by Ilovita alone. They are contained in the grand symphony of creation and are contained in a syllable. One day, they will come to this world. They came with the third theme, and none of the syllables are in the first two themes. Anu has nothing to do with their appearance. They are completely Ilovita's children. They are completely different from us. In those children, you can see the complete projection of Ilovita's own mind. No wonder, Danny was shocked, and then she understood. No wonder these Ainu were either evil enough to make one's hair stand on end, or too innocent to hurt, or too righteous to know what sin was. None of the Anu were complete people. They were the creators and managers of the world, the program that ensured the world's proper functioning. Ilovita's children were the true masters of the world. Wait, that's not right. The Anu were not ignorant of this situation. On the contrary, they were fully aware that they were programmed people. Danny was confused. What is Eru trying to do? She asked, Bosmi, what is Eru trying to do by raising weak elves and humans? No matter how many shortcomings Bosmi had, he had one advantage that no one could compare to, his profound knowledge. Mako was the most capable of Inu's men. This ability was not limited to combat power, but also creativity and knowledge. For example, Master of the Earth and his wife, Goddess of Life Yavanna, had the ability to create things like Nua. God King Manwë did not have this ability, neither did God Queen Volda. The other Anu did not have this ability, but Mako did. His ability to create things was on par with Master of the Earth. This, in the grand symphony of creation, only Mako and Eru sang to the end. As the old saying went, Mako had some of the abilities and talents that Anu had. In theory, he was the god king who ruled over all the gods. Unfortunately, his mind was filled with evil, and his wisdom and abilities were not used on the right path. Mako glared at Danny and said, "Did I say all that for nothing?" Ilovita's children were a complete reflection of her own mind. Isn't the growth and maturity of Ilovita's children the same as the growth and maturity of her mind? Danny felt as if she had been struck by the morning bell and the evening drum. Her heart was suddenly enlightened. "Boss, you're so knowledgeable." She sighed. "Angorian, the only people in Utamon who can understand me are you and Soren." Mako laughed proudly. After laughing for a while, he said excitedly, We, Anu, are all incomplete creations. Do you know what Villa is? Villa's original intention was to maintain the power of the universe. But by observing Ilovita's children and intervening in their uncertain fates, Inu was able to learn some of Ilovita's wisdom. This wisdom was originally given to us by the One. Dani sighed in her heart. The One is not stingy. You are essentially no different from Ilovita's children. Your maturity and evolution can give the One. The wisdom learned by oneself is the true wisdom. Therefore, the One let you be as pure as a piece of white paper, or black paper. Mako started to dance, desire and greed condensed on his face. If I can follow my own thoughts and control the fates of Ilovita's children, then, not only will the villa on Amen become the vassal of my fate, even the One. Ha 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 ha, this is the big picture. There are thousands of villa in Amen, what's the use of killing one or two? My king, what's the meaning of the fourth and fifth themes? Dani asked. The smile on Mako's face disappeared, and he said with a gloomy expression, the One cheated. It was at a disadvantage in the duet with me, so it sang the fourth theme in an instant, not giving me a fair chance at all. Dani's mouth twitched. You're too noisy. You want to destroy the whole movement with pure and useless noise. The One kicked you out to prevent the creation of the world from failing. What about the fifth theme? Dani asked again. Soren interrupted. The fifth theme has to be composed by all Ilovita's children and Inu after the world ends. Mako waved his hand tiredly and said, all right, now that you understand the true meaning of evil, you can go and carry out the mission. In the recent years, Bosmi had turned thousands of fallen Mu who followed him into intelligent Balrogs. Other than that, he also frequently used secret flames that were infused with his own will to distort the divine beasts of Europa and create countless powerful demons. Therefore, Mako's power was much weaker than before. Exhaustion began to find him. But Bosmi himself enjoyed the feeling of exhaustion. He had never been tired before, and he did not know that sleep could be so sweet. The ardor spring of the giant lamp era had ended, and now it was Mako's dark age. Other than a few dim stars from outer space, there was no light in the world anymore. The once thriving forest fell into a deep sleep, and all growth stopped. These plants should have withered in the darkness, but Yavanna protected them and let them sleep in the dark. When the new era of light came, they would sprout and grow again. However, there would no longer be a truly towering tree that was taller than a mountain range. Dani wandered the Darkland for many years with a group of Balrogs, but she never found Ilovita's first children. But she often met the Beast King Europa. The rest of the Vela were in the Blessed Land, where Gol rode Nahol with a pack of dogs through the dark woods. The divine horse Nahol was like a bolt of silver lightning in the deep darkness, and the sleeping earth trembled violently under its golden hooves. Any monster that entered Europa's sight could not escape the fate of being killed by his spears and arrows. Once, Dani brought her flame demon lackeys and demon servants to wander around the edge of the central forest with great fanfare. The Olame is coming. Blow the great horn, Villaroma. The sound of the horn echoed in the mountains, and the demons under her command fled. Dani lost face and was ready to take revenge. But the land was slowly recovering, and she did not dare to start a divine war. Dani used a trick to separate Europa from his dogs, and captured 10 divine hounds with spider webs. She gave 5 divine hounds to Mako. Mako had been longing for Europa's dogs for a long time, and immediately began a bloody and cruel blood witchcraft experiment. He tortured them all to death, and then combined the evil spirits of the 5 divine hounds into a fierce and evil spirit. Finally, he created a wolf's body for the evil spirit, and when the evil spirit entered the wolf's body, the ancestor of the demon wolves, Duogaruyan, was born. From the bottom of her heart, it was a cruel thing to see the dog being tortured. The dog could even speak and understand human language, and had the same wisdom as humans. But it was a taboo to forget one's own position. She was an evil god, a great demon king, and had to do things according to the demon's position, or she would lose her destiny and the meaning of existence in the world. It was the same reason that Dani forced Lalo to choose the chaotic evil side. If Lalo followed his heart and became a good bad guy who followed the evil order, he would be useless to the world and Dani. What was the point of keeping a useless thing? Dani was facing the same choice now. She could enter Yaya because she had the characteristics that met the needs of this world, which was destiny. Destiny asked her to be an evil person, a bad person, and she could at most be chaotic and neutral, but she could never be good. What do you think? Isn't my Duoguruyan awesome? Mako asked proudly as he pointed at the ferocious giant wolf with bluish-black fur. Danny shook her head and sighed. His Majesty's evil is too direct and violent, and lacks some beauty and artistry. Bosmi pulled a long face. Tell me your opinion. And so, Danny began her performance. She first tortured her 5 dogs until one of them chose to submit to her. Then, she placed the dog with the strongest will in another cage, and used blood witchcraft to twist the remaining 3 dogs into a 3-headed dog the size of a calf. 3 heads is art. Bosmi said with disdain. My king, your evil spirit is like 5 lumps of mud rolled into a ball, and is one. My 3-headed dog is a tree trunk with 3 heads, and each head has its own thoughts. Danny proudly patted the heads of the 3 dogs. This is cunning, this is gluttony, and this is jealousy. The food that one head eats can only satisfy itself, and the more satisfied it is, the hungrier the other 2 heads will be, so. Hey, my king, who do you think is better? Cunning, greed, or jealousy? Danny's gloomy and cunning voice echoed in the dark underground cave. The fire demons and demons who heard her laughter could not help but shiver. She had the aura of a great demon king. Not bad, interesting. Jealousy flashed in Mako's eyes. He was jealous of Danny's talent in evil. Soren frowned. The 3 heads will definitely fight often, and sooner or later it will ruin the big plan that Master has arranged for it. It's just a dog. It has already completed the biggest mission in its life by proving the path of evil. What else can it do? Mako did not think so. My king is wise. Danny praised. What do you plan to do with the other 2 dogs? Mako asked with great interest. Danny smiled proudly and pointed at the most stubborn dog. This divine dog is called Juan. It is brave, loyal, and has outstanding abilities. It was also the first to rush out of the spider web maze last time, and it even dared to bite my foot, the time it pushed down the giant lamp. Woo woo. The divine dog Juan bared its teeth and glared in the cage. This dog must be severely tortured. When loyalty turns into betrayal, when bravery turns into cowardice, you will experience the most wonderful feeling in the world. Mako laughed. Danny shook her head. Not only will I not torture it, but I will also reward it for its loyalty and courage. Ah! Mako was stunned, Soren was stunned, and Juan's dog face was also blank. Danny opened the cage and touched Juan's head with her right hand. She said with a vicious voice like a curse, Juan, I grant you rich compassion and passionate love. You will experience the most wonderful feeling in the world, love. You will fall in love with a woman who has the most beautiful face, the purest heart, and the noblest birth. For the love in your heart, you will be willing to do anything. At the same time, the more you love her, the stronger you will be. Your strength will grow with the love in your heart. You want to possess her, but your will is blessed by me. You will never do wrong. You will always be a good dog, brave, faithful, noble as Manwë. You will not betray her, though she will always love another man, brave, faithful, and as noble as yourself. You are a dog, a simp. A simp is not human. This is the difference between you and him. Chapter 1169. This was the beginning of the creation of the world. Many things had divinity, including spring water and the most ordinary light. If a mortal could bathe in the light of Villa's giant lamp and do nothing, they could live for thousands of years without any illness or disaster. If Danny kept some of the water from Lake Omeron, the center of the world, where Villa lived, it could be passed down to later generations as the holy water that could revive the dead. Therefore, the dogs of Olome were not ordinary dogs. In the Eldritch world, they were probably like the golden deities of the Jia sect. As the first batch of divine beasts created by Olome after the creation of the world, they were filled with holy light. They were almost inferior to Maya. The souls of the dogs were pure and kind, like a clear spring that had not been touched by the world. They did not have any impure desires that belonged to mortals. Naturally, their love was purely for beautiful things. It was very different from the love of desire that Danny gave to Juan. The love of a baby for a big-breasted beauty was completely different from the love of an adult male for her breasts. Juan was not the first dog to be born with mortal desires. Previously, when Mako created Shuajiu Luin, he was also tainted with endless greed and evil desires. Danny learned from Mako's method and created the three-headed dog, which was also filled with desires. However, only Juan's love was one of the most beautiful qualities of a human. It was a blessing. It had the ability to love a person. How is this evil? Mako's expression was gloomy. He hated all beautiful things, including love. Boss me, compared to deprivation, giving is the greatest punishment. If he has never received it, how can he feel the pain of losing it? He has been in hell his whole life. The punishment of hell is not evil to him, Danny said faintly. Hiss. Mako took a deep breath and said in shock, that seems to make sense. He could not help but feel jealous. He was jealous that Danny's artistic evil could make him feel emotional. After Danny threw Juan out of Utamo, Mako pointed at the dog that surrendered in the torture and asked, how do we deal with it? I will give it the deepest jealousy and endless emptiness. Only the satisfaction that Juan experienced can satisfy it, but it will never experience what Juan experienced. Therefore, it could only bark madly in its mad jealousy and maddening emptiness. Also, I'll let the flame demon whip it every few days. Mako was stunned and murmured, you are so evil. Your Majesty has taught me well. Soren couldn't hold it in any longer. What's the point? What's the point of evil that has no practical use? Before Danny could say anything, Mako scolded angrily, evil with practical purposes is just a conspiracy, not pure evil. Soren, you disappoint me. You were much more intelligent than Angorian when we were in the Hall of Eternity. Soren was embarrassed, angry, and resentful. When Danny brought the dog to the south to complete the quest, Soren said to Mako, my king, Angorian's learning ability is too strong. Not only did he learn how to create new evil creatures from you, even the evil itself seems to have surpassed you. Bam! Before he could finish his sentence, Mako's huge black fist, which was like a battering ram, landed on Sauron's equally black face. I am the Dark Demon King. Who can be more evil than me? Mako roared. Sauron was smashed to the ground. His mind was in a mess. It took him a long time to recover and said, my lord, I was wrong. But Angorian's talent is really outstanding. We have to guard against him. How? Mako's eyes flashed. Let him stay away from you. He has been learning from you and imitating you. Give him a patrol mission. Don't let him go back to Utamo, Soren said. Oh, okay. Therefore, in the next few hundred years, Danny and the dog could be seen wandering around in the dark Middle-earth. Her two big dogs also gave birth to a group of small dogs. Because Olamis also often brought the dog to hunt monsters on the continent, when the two met, there would be a small dog fight. One day, after her monsters fought with Olamis' divine beasts, Danny met the god of earth, Auri. Stop fighting. Every time you fight, the earth of Arda groans in pain. Auri sighed as he repaired the damage on the mountains and plains. It's always Olamis who started it. I'm just defending myself, Danny said. When Villa and Maya chose their human form, they intentionally imitated the elves. However, they were taller and more majestic than the elves. For example, Auri was now a 4-meter-tall, burly elf. Auri looked at Danny and thought, if you were not defending yourself, I would have helped Olamis beat you up. Mako's territory is in the north. You've crossed the line, he said in a low voice. King Mako said that the whole universe is his. He won't be happy for long, Auri said coldly. That's right. Danny's heart skipped a beat. Mako cared so much about Ilovita's children. Villa would not be as stupid as Mako. They would never allow Mako to control the fate of the newborn. She waved the dog and the monsters away, then approached Auri and whispered, Brother Auri, I have to confess something to you. I'm looking for the traces of Ilovita's first children. Don't you dare. Auri raised his big fist and roared at Danny. I don't dare, Danny said quickly. Auri was stunned. What do you want to do? Mako forced me to find the elves. He wants to twist the elves into his evil creation before Villa does. But I can't bear it. Those are Ilovita's children. What should I do? Danny's expression was very sincere. How dare you, Mako? He can't wait for the birth of his first children. Villa will not let him go. Auri was so angry that his face turned red. Then, he said in a low voice, Angorian, if you don't want to do evil, then leave Mako and stay far away from Utamo. I swear, it won't hurt you. Danny understood. The day the elves were born was the day of Mako's bad luck. There are only Villa and Mako in the world. Villa doesn't want to accept me. The loneliness is too scary. I can only go to Mako. Danny sighed. Auri frowned and thought for a moment, then sighed. I've said what I should say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Why don't you let me follow you in the days before the elves are born? I can help you heal the wounds of the earth. I can also heal the wounds of the sky and the sea. Danny said. Auri was a little confused. He did not know if he should agree to the evil god's request. I'm also very proficient in creation. We can exchange techniques. When you return to our men, we'll separate. When you come to Middle-earth, come find me. How about that? Danny said. All right. Auri thought of Danny's extraordinary forging skills during the choir and reluctantly agreed. Every Anu was the manifestation of Iravita's thoughts. If Iravita's children reflected part of Iravita's mind, then Anu represented Iravita's ability. Danny hated that she could not learn from every Anu. Then, she dismissed her subordinates, put on the black miasma cloak, and only communicated with Auri. Auri was a very hard-working Villa. He loved his creations and enjoyed the process of creation. Once the wounds of the earth were healed, he began to work. Danny witnessed how he created the majestic earth and mountains. She also saw him create the most delicate and exquisite gems. She saw him create everything in the world except for life. That kind of creativity broke Danny's misconception that the fire must create life. The first flame created everything. Life was only a small part of everything. During this time, she also met Auri's wife, Yavanna, a few times. She was depressed by the plants that could not grow in the dark forest. Why don't you create life? With your ability, it should be easy to create humans, right? One day, Danny asked Auri. I want to, but... Auri was very conflicted. When Danny suggested creating humans, his desire and impulse were almost written on his face. I know creating humans is Iravita's power, but you can create other kinds of humans. Just like Yavanna's garden, there are other plants besides the two holy trees. Auri was tempted. He made Danny swear that she would not tell the other Villa about his actions of creating humans, let alone Mako. Danny swore a holy oath, not only will I help you keep the secret, but I will also not actively harm your creations in the future. Auri was overjoyed. He took her to a cave deep in the mountains of Middle-earth. For the first time, he fully unleashed his talent of creation. He was fully focused and immersed in endless hope and joy. Danny was also overjoyed when she saw his handiwork. She was even tempted. Due to the harsh living environment, Auri created 7 dwarfs with strong bodies and strong wills. They were also the ancestors of the dwarfs. Before the last dwarf was completed, Danny, who had absorbed countless knowledge and inspiration from Auri's creation process, finally could not help but say, Auri, I also want to add some glory to your creation. Let me create a dwarf cousin. Auri was now in a daze. He agreed without thinking. Danny used the soil and rocks left by Auri to create a half-human. When she sculpted the half-human face, she subconsciously thought of Tyrion. Thus, she gave the half-human Tyrion's original deformed appearance, body, and a long deformed penis. She even subconsciously gave it a life mark similar to Tyrion's. Oh no! Auri turned around and saw the half-human Tyrion. He could not help but hold his head and wail, Angorian, must you project the evil in your heart on an innocent creation? Evil on the outside, but very kind on the inside. Danny said. Auri stared at her half-human for a long time. His gaze passed through the surface of her body and into the deepest core of the soil. He nodded and exclaimed, what a deformed little thing. His alertness and sincerity even surpass my dwarf, but he's so ugly. This is my gift to you in return for teaching me knowledge. Danny smiled. Is that so? Auri was too universal. He liked all creations related to him. Thus, he accepted Danny's gift and slightly adjusted the half-human appearance. Middle-earth is too dangerous. His deformed legs will seriously drag him down when he's in danger, he said. He tried to thicken the half-human's legs and cut off a section of his penis. But after the modification, Auri felt that the half-human had become uncoordinated. At first, he thought that it was a problem with the length of his penis. He increased and decreased it bit by bit. In the end, his penis was still as long as before, but like a bamboo pole, it had many bamboo joints. The calves were also deformed. He only widened and thickened the pair of large feet. I was too arrogant before. Although his deformed, his very natural. My modifications were as superfluous as drawing legs on a snake. He apologized to Danny. Just as Auri was done and began to teach the dwarf and half-human language, Iluvita descended. Chapter 1170. After entering level 1, Danny heard Iluvita's voice for the first time. Both she and Aori were dumbfounded. Such a quick reaction. So intense. They were only creating a subhuman. Iluvita's stern voice rang in their ears. Why are you doing such a thing? You clearly know that this action has exceeded your authority and the limits of your power. Ungorian, perhaps I shouldn't have let you enter level 1. Your creation has tainted at this point. Iluvita suddenly saw the different future that the half-human would bring. She paused for a moment and softened her tone. Although the half-human isn't completely useless, you have violated my prohibition. Danny said, Iluvita, I know that I don't have the right to create things, but this isn't a real human. It's a subhuman, just like Willino's twin holy trees also need other plants and flowers to accompany them. Creating half-human is the power of the master, Iluvita said. Danny said sincerely, I don't want any power. In fact, I was just impulsive. After creating the half-human, I gave him to Villa's main god Arcane. It's like I was wandering around Yavanna's garden and accidentally picked up a red apple. I immediately gave it back to Yavanna. From the moment the half-human was born, his fate was no longer in my hands. His words were too clear. Iluvita replied with a soft hum before turning her stern tone to the terrified Orlai. Aori, your existence and talents are all bestowed by me. The life you created with your blood and sweat will be limited by the essence of your existence. Compared to my children who are about to be born, your creation is so crude and unnecessary. Aori said with a sobbing tone, I don't want any power of the master. I just saw that Ada was too empty and couldn't help but want to imitate you, just like a child imitating his father. What can I do so that you won't be angry? Just like a child to his father. Should I give these little things to you? I am your creation, and they are the finished products of the hands of your creation. You may judge them as you will. Or should I destroy the things I created based on my conjectures? After saying this hurriedly, Aori picked up a large iron hammer and was about to smash all the dwarfs. When the dwarfs saw this, they were so frightened that they hugged each other and trembled. The half-man was also shrouded by the shadow of the hammer. Unlike his 7 cousins, he did not show any fear. Instead, he stood up and shouted, Mercy, Father God of creation. Oh, take pity on the omnipotent great Lord Iluvita. I have already given birth to spirituality. I can't help but want to beg for mercy. Now that I had followed my instinct and begged for mercy once, it was time to let reason prevail over instinct. Because I understand that our birth was not part of the great ruler's plan. Seeing Father God being reprimanded, I couldn't bear it. For the sake of Father, and for the sake of the Almighty Sovereign's unborn children, my 7 cousins and I are willing to end our lives. This way, all sins will be attributed to me. This way, the Father will not have to bear the pain and self-blame of killing his own children. This way, the great ruler's plan will not be disturbed. The 7 dwarfs stared blankly at their cousin. It was hard to imagine that he could talk so much. Aoli was also stunned. Then, with a clang, he threw away the hammer, covered his face and wailed, I can't do it. Just as the half-man pulled his 7 cousins and hit his iron-like head against the rock, intending to kill himself by hitting the wall, Iluvita spoke. She was also stunned for a moment. She said to Aoli, the half-man is right. They have given birth to spirituality, and the creation is a foregone conclusion. I am willing to accept the creatures you offer, but they will be independent lives in the future. They will not be afraid of your attacks and censure, nor will they listen to any of your orders. These words were straightforward enough. Since you have given the dwarfs and the half-man to me, they have nothing to do with you. Danny wasn't sure if Ilovita was being petty, or if its arrangement in the third and fourth themes of the creation movement really couldn't be disrupted at will. Aoli's thoughts were very simple. He thanked Ilovita again and again. May Ilovita bless my works and improve them. He only cared about the future of the creation. He didn't care about sovereignty at all. Ilovita said, I will give them space to live, but I will not make any changes to them. My focus has always been on the children I have conceived for myself. As Ungorian said, your creation is like a green leaf to a flower, just an embellishment for my children. You bury the dwarfs and the half-man in the dark rock ground until the first child wakes up in Arda. They can't be born. After saying these words, Ilovita left. Aoli gave Danny a happy smile. Ilovita is really merciful. I'm so happy. Danny nodded absent-mindedly. She was still thinking about what Ilovita had done. Oh! A cry of surprise woke her up from her thoughts. Aoli was shouting. He held the 3 dwarfs in his left hand and covered his crotch with his right hand. He looked a little confused. What are you doing? The half-man held a simple bow and arrow woven from branches and bark in his hand and gestured to Aoli. I'm shooting you. You just wanted to beat us to death. I'm your father. How can you shoot your father with a bow and arrow? Aoli said excitedly. The dwarfs loudly advised the half-man brother not to go against his father. You're just my adoptive father, the half-man said. Aoli heard this and was very hurt and sad. Danny smiled awkwardly. This is all Ilovita's arrangement. In fact, the half-man is very much like you. He perfectly inherited your creative talent. That's why he was able to invent the bow and arrow so quickly. Aoli's sadness turned into joy and he laughed. He held the 7 dwarfs and the half-man in his hands as if they were treasures and strode out of the cave. He placed them in different places and let them sleep before returning to Armen continent. Later, Danny met Aoli a few more times. He said to her, Yavanna had a premonition that the dwarfs would destroy the forest. She asked Manwë for a gift and also got the chance to create life. After the birth of Ilovita's first child, the shepherd of 100 trees will appear. He also asked her not to hurt the Ents who looked like big trees in the future. Danny agreed. After many years, Danny was cultivating in the forest with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she felt the sky brighten a little. She leaped onto a tree branch and looked up. She saw a star rising from the blessed land in the west and flying into the sky. It was a spectacular scene. It was as if a rocket had been launched from the divine land. The sky rumbled, and the dark land was lit up. The monsters in the forest ran away in fear. Not only were there new stars in the sky, but the ancient stars were also approaching Arda and arranged into constellations. They were like bright lights in the night. Although they could not completely illuminate the world, they drove away most of the darkness and lit up the path ahead. It was also at this time that Danny received Mako's summons again. Villa is going to attack me. Mako's face was gloomy. Danny wasn't the only one in Uttermore's underground fortress. Vanguard Sauron, Flame Fiend leader Gusmog, Demon Wolf Duogluyen, Wolf of Envy Enwë, Vampire Selinwazi, and other demons were there as well. There's news from Velino? Danny was surprised. Bosmi still had spies in Armen at this time. Mako glanced at her with a strange expression and said, Zoro, explain the situation to her. Yavanna and Olami are villas who travel between Armen and Middle-earth most often. Because of their attachment to Middle-earth, they often encourage Villa to attack us. Now, Yavanna has finally convinced Manwë. Sauron pointed to the sky in the north. Do you see the 7 shining stars in the shape of a scythe? It's Villa's scythe. Volder used it to declare war on us. I thought it was a spoon, Danny complained. Volder harvests our malice in the starlight. Didn't you feel it? Mako said coldly. When did Volder not have any malice towards us? Any light created by Villa can harm us in the darkness, Danny said. The demons were deeply touched and nodded in agreement. Mako was silent. It's different this time. Volder's ascension is a general mobilization before the war. The moment Ilovita's first children appear is the day they attack Utamo, Soren said in a low voice. My king, did you summon us this time to mobilize for the war as well? Danny asked. What have you been doing for the past few hundred years? Even the demons and dogs were chased back to Utamo by you, Mako said angrily. My king, it's not my fault. Your order is to find the first children, but they haven't been born yet. I can't make something out of nothing, right? Danny said. Ilovita's children's fates are not even interfered with. Villa and we don't even know where they will be born. Arda is so vast and the terrain is so complicated. If you don't search hard, how do you know they haven't appeared? I asked Aroki. He told me clearly that the first children won't appear in the next few hundred years. Because he couldn't wait, he even created dwarfs, Danny argued. You have a good relationship with Villa. She even told you such a secret, Mako said coldly. I still make friends and do bad things. I do whatever I want and have no scruples. That's the nature of the Demon King, Danny said proudly. Boss Emi's face was cold, and he stared at her unkindly. Soren coughed softly and said, Volder is carrying out the biggest project in history. Every time she creates a big star and rises into the sky, the darkness that shrouds Arda dissipates a little. She won't stop. We can't sit still and wait for death. In addition to reorganizing the military, we have to increase the search for the first children. Speaking of this, Soren opened his right hand and handed Danny an iron box the size of a rice cooker. The surface of the iron box was dark and full of rivets. It had a rough and heavy texture. Danny took it curiously, unlocked it and opened the lid. Whoosh! Along with the sound of flowing spring water, endless silver light gushed out from the iron box. In an instant, the thick darkness and sticky evil aura in the Empire of the Dark were swept away by the soft and holy light. The weaker vampires and werewolves turned into ashes in the silver light without any resistance. The Balrog and powerful demons also covered their faces and retreated. This is Volder's holy light. The Demon King screamed in horror. TSK, TSK, TSK. Danny's hands and her face that was facing the box started smoking and burning in the silver light. Her face was charred black. Soren and Mako also couldn't stand the burning of the silver light, and their skin was burnt. No, this is not Volder's light. It's Yavanna's. Danny hesitated. It doesn't seem to be the light of life. There are some other, great elements that surpass Villa's power. Chapter 1171. After we destroyed the giant lamp, not only did Villa create a new light source in our men, she also created the incredible twin holy trees. It was the creation of the second theme. It was more majestic, more sacred, and more detestable than the giant lamp in the first theme. Mako gritted his teeth, smoke coming out of his nostrils. Soren continued, that day, Yavanna sat on the green hill and sang the song that gave birth to all things in the world. She was the mother of all things, the master of all life. During the era of the giant lamp, she was still a little restrained and did not even sing about flowers and fruits. This time, she sang the praises of all life. Thus, 2 slender sprouts broke out of the ground on the green hill. At that moment, the earth was silent, and only the sound of spore growth and Yavanna's singing could be heard. At that moment, all of Villa leaned over to listen to Yavanna's singing and secretly gave their blessings to the tree sprouts. At that moment, Nina shed tears in deep thought, moistening the soil under her feet. In the song and tears, with Villa's silent blessings, the twin holy trees grew strong and brought unprecedented glory to Velino. This is the light of life created by Yavanna and Nina, Danny murmured. The twin holy trees, 1 female and 1 male, 1 gold and 1 silver. The 2 trees alternately bloomed. When the flowers bloomed, light shone everywhere. When the flowers closed, the light dimmed. Each flowering of the twin holy trees represented 12 hours a day. When the silver male tree's leaves fluttered, silver dew would fall. When the golden female tree's flowers swayed, golden rain would fall. Soren pointed at the closed iron box. There was a bottle of dew from the male tree inside. Volder used a large wooden bucket to collect the dew from the twin holy trees and used the silver dew from the male tree to create one big star after another. Danny's heart skipped a beat. The king asked the spy to steal Volder's dew so that I could create a star too? Among all of us, only you have sung the song of the Bane Star. The king hoped that you would bless us with the Bane Star and curse other living beings, bringing unavoidable misfortune to Villa, Soren said. Danny's face contorted. It's one thing for humans to have bad luck, but Villa, how is that possible? Don't worry, all of us will bless your star. Think about it, the Demon King here is the representative of all the evil in the world. Doesn't our curse represent the limit of the curse? I'm certain that Villa won't be able to escape the light of the Star of Calamity as long as we bestow it with origin power, Mirku said. Boss, as I recall, you used to be the chief sovereign of Starlight as well, Danny said. She was not talking nonsense. In terms of talent alone, Mirku was simply favored by the heavens. He had some of all the talents that Villa had. In his early years, when he was still practicing songs in the Eternal Hall, Mirku could sing the Song of Light. However, Song of Light alone was unable to completely dominate the Light of Light because Volder had the Light of Stars. Therefore, Mirku courted Volder, hoping to open the husband and wife of Light store with her and achieve a monopoly of light. It was important to note that Bosmi monopolized light not to expand the light business, but to better spread the darkness. It was like a large company buying a small coffee plantation, not to start a new business, but to sell and scrap it. On one hand, it reduced competition, and on the other hand, it fought for the right to set the industry standards. Therefore, when Volder rejected him, Mirku gave up on light and pursued fire. Even if Bosmi gave up on light, no one other than Volder had a better understanding of light than him. In theory, Bosmi could complete the star upgrade independently. Mirku looked hesitant. Seeing Danny and the other demons looking at him, Mirku made up his mind and told the truth. Sigh, as I go deeper into the darkness and become more evil, the power that once belonged to me is gradually disappearing. He sighed. Your Majesty, is it because you gave away too much of your secret fire? Danny asked in surprise. Mirku had countless flaws, but he also had many good points. For example, he was knowledgeable and generous. He was never stingy with his secret fire. Distorted demons, fire demons, monsters. The many demon kings of Utamo had all received a part of Boss Mi's secret fire. Maybe part of the reason. Bosmi frowned. He did not want to talk about his weakening. It was as if as long as no one talked about it, his power would not fade. Angorian, immediately, forge the Bane Star. I can't stand Vera swaggering over my head, Bosmi ordered. Since the birth of Angorian, the Eye of Angorian had always been the most famous star until the end. It was not the first star in the sky, and it did not have the most dazzling radiance. It rarely appeared, and some people had never seen it in their entire lives. However, all the intelligent beings in the world knew about it. May the Eye of Angorian never see you. This was the most commonly used and beautiful blessing of the elves. The Eye of Angorian will follow you forever. This was the most vicious curse of the elves. As soon as this was said, everyone's face turned pale and their legs trembled. Later, when humans, dwarfs, and half-humans were born, they immediately used the blessings and curses of the elves. The most lamentable fate in the world, Nordo's tragic fate, and the most irreversible curse, Mandu's curse, were both spoken by the Eye of Angorian from the mouth of the ancient elf king and Vera, and then followed all the way. The Eye of Angorian was not only the witness and guide of disasters and tragedies, but also a part of fate. It was not big, but it was not small either. It was considered average among the stars created by Volder. Because its creator was the demon king Angorian, and it was still at the peak of the dark power, it was deeply blessed by Mirku and the other demon lords. Of course, it did not radiate holy silver or silver blue light. It was red, like a ball of thick blood that could not be dissolved. It was also black, like a ball of cow dung that was roasted on fire, and black smoke billowed out. Not only was it emitting black smoke, but there were also black lines and small grey dots that swam like tadpoles on the surface of the star. It was like an evil eye. Mangekyo Sheringen. It was the most naughty child, and also the worst troublemaker. It always liked to quietly approach Volda's constellation, use black smoke to cover some stars, and change the star atlas into another appearance. For example, after Danny spent hundreds of years injecting a large amount of Earth fire origin and lifting it into the starry sky, it slipped to the north and entered Villa's scythe. The black smoke obscured the stars, making the sharp scythe look like a middle finger. It was said that even Angorian himself could not determine the direction of the Eye of Angorian and the meaning it represented when it appeared, because it had received the blessings of all the demon lords. In the dark heyday, the demon lords had not yet withered, and later, all the ancestors of the monsters were in the ranks of blessing. Later, all the evil creatures could gain strength from its mournful evil light. Countless years later, countless bards recorded similar content in their own works. It opened its eyes, and Volda's stars avoided it in fear. The village at the foot of the mountain was bathed in a mournful blood mist. The vampire bats flapped their wings and flew out of the deep caves, chirping happily. The werewolves walked out of the dense forest, stretched their limbs, and howled at the blood stars. The farmers hugged their children, shivering under the quilt, praying to the almighty gods to drive away Angorian's gaze, but the gods could only sigh helplessly in return. The first time the Eye of Angorian worked was 100 years later, pointing the evil in the direction of Ilavita's first children. The elves would always remember the scene they saw and the tragedy that happened on that day. In the age of the giant lamp, the gods lived on Omeron Island in the center of Lake Cuvian. It was not the height of the mountain, but the presence of the gods made it spiritual. Because of the divine aura of Villa, the lake became the birthplace of the first children. Of course, under the catastrophe of the giant lamp, everything was destroyed. Lake Cuvian and Omeron Island had long been destroyed. Even, part of the lake that was once in the center of the continent was twisted to the northeast, encountering the mountain where the giant lamppost was. In short, when Volda, who released a star every few days, created the blue fireball known as Lucian, the elves woke up on the shore of Lake Cuvian. They wandered around curiously, making sounds, and naming everything they saw. At that time, they were as pure as angels. Because the first thing their eyes saw was the stars in the sky. They loved starlight forever, and revered Volda far more than any other villa. It was not until they saw the Eye of Angorian that they felt endless fear of starlight for the first time. That day, the elves were carefree. They sat on the grass and sang to the stars in the sky. Their joyful song spread far and wide. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and so did the singing. They stared blankly at the sky, bewildered and frightened. This was because a blood-red star had jumped and flashed above their heads, sprinkling an ominous blood-red light that caused people to fear. The black smoke it emitted even covered the other stars. Rumble monster knights riding terrifying warhorses appeared. Balrogs waved flame whips and laughed. Demons and ghosts were like a tsunami, drowning them. The elves had never seen such a terrifying scene. They all screamed in horror and ran wildly. When the catastrophe was over, the elves who returned to their homes cried for the first time, crying the names of their loved ones. In the decades that followed, there were often horror nights imitating Olamis. They wandered around with monsters, hunting and eating all the elves they came across. Yes, Mako asked the demons to imitate Olamis. In this way, if any elves encountered the real Olamis, they would stay far away. In Uttermore, Danny saw the most evil and cruel thing. Mako himself was tormenting the pure and holy elves with everything that had ever existed, had never existed, had never existed, had never been imagined, and had never been imagined by a normal human being. He made them suffer, waited for them to succumb to the pain, and ordered them to do things that were contrary to human morality countless times. The fallen elves killed and devoured their own brothers, and gave birth to monsters cursed by the gods with their sisters, children, and parents. At some point, the ugliest and most evil monsters were born among the slaves. They were half-orcs. They were full of mockery and jealousy of the free elves, and became Mako's cheap cannon fodder. Danny felt her scalp tingle and goosebumps rise all over her body. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. She never dared to imagine that evil could be so evil. The ultimate evil, without any art or imagination. Then, she betrayed Mako. Betrayal is also a kind of evil. Demon Lord Danny thought to herself and felt more at ease. Chapter 1172. Aoki, Aoki. Dani wore a black miasma cloak and stood by the sea. She called out softly to Amen Island on the other side of the West Sea. Splash. Silver water splashed. Another villa's voice sounded from the depths of the sea in front of her. Are you the star of calamity, Angorian? Dani recalled for a moment before confirming the identity of the person opposite her. It was the water lord, Womu. There was more than one water god in the world. It did not mean that the god of the sea was the main god, Womu. In fact, Womu often stayed in the outer sea. The inland sea near the continent and the rivers and lakes in the continent were controlled by his gods. I thought it was that bastard Uzi. Why are you in the inland sea, Womu? Dani did not lift her cloak. After all, she was preparing to be a traitor. As for Uzi, he was the storm god, a Maya under Womu. He was the ruler of the coast of the continent. Dani did not like Uzi. Other than the fact that he had imitated Bosmi and stolen her Song of Storms, he had also said many bad things about her to Mako. Well, in the early years, Uzi was also Boss Mi's little brother. Aoki later found him a wife and used pillow talk to persuade him to repent. Uzi is not here. I just happened to hear your call. Why are you looking for Aoki? Because he created the dwarfs and half-humans with you, he was locked up in Amen Island by Manwë to reflect on his mistakes, Womu said. I have a big secret. I can't let that fallen Maya know. Uzi has turned over a new leaf, Womu said. If I say I'm a good person, would you believe me? Womu was silent. Forget it. Swear to keep my secret, and I'll tell you a big piece of news. Oaths are not to be taken lightly, Womu said. Dani thought for a moment. Womu had always been a loner in the villa. He was not a big talker. She said, Ilovita's first children have appeared. What? You're not lying to me. Where are they? Womu asked anxiously. Can you swear now? I'm betraying Mako, Dani said slowly. Womu immediately swore a sacred oath. They've been here for decades. If it weren't for the fact that Lake Cuvane used to be the residence of the Vera Empire, and that you'd be alerted if you destroyed it without permission, Mako would have taken them all to Utamo. The first child was born at Lake Cuvane. Womu was stunned for a moment before he said excitedly, yes, it should be there. Cuvane, which means water of awakening. Why didn't we think of it before? Had the firstborn been at Cuvane, and not wandered about? Why haven't Olami and his hunting dogs found any trace of them after so many years? Dani said, Ilovita's first children are not ordinary people either. They are all tall and full of strength. They are both excellent warriors, hunters, and great sorcerers. When they work together, they can even fight against a small army of fire demons of Mako. As a result, many people fled Lake Cuvane. But Mako was very cunning. He asked his subordinates to pretend to be running knights like Olami, and even disguised their faces with the light of Amen. When they led the wolf demons to patrol around, ordinary people couldn't tell if they were villa or demons. Mako also chose some of the captured elves to release, and spread rumors among the elves that the night is long, and there are dangers everywhere. In this way, the firstborn children were completely unaware of the existence of villa. When they heard Olami's horn and the rumbling of running, they thought that the demons had come to capture them, and they all ran away to hide. Too vicious. Mako's heart is completely black. Womu was furious, and the sea was rolling up. Dani was a little embarrassed. She had participated in a large part of this vicious plan. She quickly changed the topic and said, let Olami go to Lake Cuvane and pretend that he wandered there by accident. In this way, Mako won't suspect me. Womu pondered for a moment and asked, where is Lake Cuvane? Aren't you the master of water? Dani asked strangely. The master of water only has a pair of eyes and a pair of ears. There are so many lakes in the world. How long will it take for me to find them by myself? You also said that Mako's evil claws have reached out to the firstborn children. There is no time to waste. Dani marked the location for him and was ready to leave. Womu hesitated for a moment and stopped her. He warned her, you'd better not go back to Utamo during this time. Hearing this, Dani wanted to go back to Utamo even more. Otherwise, She would not be able to clear herself of suspicion. Of course, she had betrayed Bosmi, so she would not lose her mind and fight Villa for him. She used her outstanding achievements as an excuse to ask Mako for the same right as Soren to establish a mansion and live in 8 places. Well, Soren had his own fortress, Angband, in the northwest. Mako only wanted to borrow her power and did not want to see her every day. As long as she was in Utamo, she especially liked to follow him and learn all kinds of evil skills. However, Angband was not just a demon king's cave. It had a very important strategic position, to defend against Villa, who came ashore from the sea in the west. "Why don't you go to the west and help me monitor our men?" Mako asked. "My king, I don't want to be too far away from you." Danny reached out and pointed to the east of Utamo. It was very close to Mako's nest, but it was further east than Utamo. Villa came from the west. "You also noticed our men's movement and want to hide behind me?" Mako's face was gloomy. Damn, it had been thousands of years. Villa still did not get rid of all the spies. "My king, this place is only 100 kilometers away from Utamo. If Villa really attacked, the range of the gods' battlefield would be more than 100 kilometers. How can I avoid it?" Danny complained. Well, that makes sense. Just as Danny was urging the demons to help her build the underground city, Olami finally found the elves and went back to announce the news. After that, he lived by Lake Kuvenin and hunted Mako's minions who came close. As the war was about to start, Mako began to withdraw his forces. He dug deep holes and tried to hide as deep as possible. At the same time, he summoned Danny and the other demon kings to Utamo to protect him. He also wanted Danny to be the world's generalissimo and lead 3,000 flame demons and 100,000 demons to wait for Villa's army in the northwest. No matter who wins or loses, such a powerful force will definitely cause a catastrophe that will surpass the War of the Giant Lamp. In fact, the Earth hasn't recovered from the last war yet. Mako was very excited. However, Danny had long been prepared. She rarely formed factions. When she guessed that the war was about to start, she purposely caused trouble in front of the fallen Maya. Hearing Mako's appointment, Danny was overjoyed and looked down on the demons. Soren and the fallen Maya looked at each other and stepped forward to persuade Mako, "Angorian is not useful. He can't control the generals." They were one of the generals. With so many people objecting, Mako had to be careful. Therefore, the general became the leader of the flame demons, Gusmog. Before he became a flame demon, he and Soren were known as the civil and martial heroes under boss Mi. Soren's wisdom, and Gusmog's bravery were famous among Anu. From the first battle of splitting open the sky to the War of the Giant Lamp and the current War of the Elves, Bosmi had never made a mistake in his strategy. The Battle of the Giant Lamp had almost gone according to his plan. There were only 2 points that he had not taken into account. Firstly, the flame demon was far inferior to Vera. Secondly, his courage and strength were far inferior to his ambition and evil. This time was the same. Only Mako had a strategy. Villa was like a group of boorish men and gangsters fighting on the streets. Mako accurately predicted where Villa would land. Before she could gain a foothold, 100,000 demons and 3,000 flame demons waited for her to be exhausted and surrounded her. If it was a human against a human, Mako would definitely win. However, Villa was unique. Angorian Bloodstar silently came to the north, above Mako's head. Ha 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 ha. Tokas laughed loudly. He smashed the coast with a punch, turning the continent into a bay. Encirclement, gathering, demons and ghosts were all sent flying in all directions. Gusmog was much stronger than Danny in one aspect. The demons and flame demons under his command were defeated at the first clash. It was not that he was better at commanding than Danny, but the officers in the army were all corrupted mayors. They were not convinced by Danny, but they obeyed Gusmog wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, Villa was too strong. They had the advantage in terms of quantity and quality. With lightning speed, they destroyed 100,000 demons and 3,000 flame demons. However, Utamo was Mako's nest after all. It held on for a long time. Both sides engaged in a brutal battle in front of the gate of the Iron Mountain Fortress. The dead mayors and flame demons could be piled up into a small hill. As expected, The ground was torn apart again. Mountains collapsed and rivers changed their course. The entire north was filled with darkness, fire, lightning, and the angry roars of the gods. It did not disperse for a long time. Danny was right. The battlefield of the gods was more than 100 kilometers. Even the mountains thousands of kilometers away were turned into deserts. However, she just hid underground and did not go out. King Angorian, the gate is about to fall. King Mako is calling for you. The vampire messenger screamed. Where's King Soren? Danny asked. Still in Angband. Where's your vampire ancestor? Danny asked again. Nowhere to be found. Where's King Mako? Danny asked again. He's hiding in the depths of the cave like you. Danny spread her hands. These kings don't dare to go out. I'm scared too. After saying that, she gave the dog a look. Awu, the second-generation dog, pounced and bit the messenger to death. The battlefield was too chaotic and dangerous. She did not receive Boss Mi's order. Mako, ha ha ha. Tokaza's laughter could be heard even 100 kilometers away and dozens of kilometers underground. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from Utamo in the west. It was more terrifying than a magnitude 10 earthquake. In fact, the battle that took place there was far more terrifying than any natural disaster of any level. Mako's cave was deep and wide. Villa was like a lecherous man. She lifted the quilt-like ground layer by layer until the sun shone on the shivering little wife Mako at the bottom. In order to dig out Mako, the rocks that Villa threw aside were piled up into the largest mountain range in the north. The river that used it as the source became one of the largest rivers in Middle-earth. Mako, your end is here. Ha ha ha. Tokas waved the other Villa away and started wrestling with Mako while laughing. Mako was no match for him. He fell face first onto the ground many times. The other Villa laughed at him from the side. In the end, Mako surrendered in humiliation under Tokaza's fist. Villa used the giant iron chain Angenor made with mysterious energy to tie up Mako's hands and feet. She blindfolded him and brought him back to Velena. Chapter 1173. After defeating Mako, the Villa did not want to give up. They were going to search for Danny and Soren. They were too famous. When Mako was being punched by Toka's iron fist, he even shouted Danny's name to the east. The Lord of Water, Womu, volunteered to go to the east to look for Danny. He was going to throw the match. In fact, he did not need to throw the match. Seeing that Villa was going to tear the earth apart layer by layer for Mako, she shivered and ran away. She did not even bring her dog with her. She put on the black miasma cloak and ran away quietly. Like her, Angband's Soren also ran away quietly. Soren was proficient in the 72 transformations. He could transform into any demon, ghost, human, or elf. He turned into a vampire bat and mingled with the vampires as he fled to the south. After that, Villa's main force escorted Bosmi away from Middle-earth. Danny secretly returned to the Iron Mountain range in the north. Well, at this time, 90% of the Iron Mountain that traversed the entire northern continent had been destroyed. Half of it had become a scorched wasteland. Hey, Aori, Nina. Danny greeted Villa, who was repairing the earth. Do you need help? In this battle, Middle-earth changed the map again. More than half of the north was in ruins. The rising smoke formed a thick layer of clouds, covering all the stars in the sky. Only the eye of Angorian cast a bleak blood color on the broken land in the north. Wherever there was disaster, there would be the eye of Angorian. It was a sign and a manifestation. How dare you come? Aori looked left and right. There were only Yavanna, Nina, and the other god of engineers who repaired the earth. The hot-tempered gods of war like Tokas and Olami were not there. I didn't do anything bad. Why can't I come? As Danny spoke, she opened her mouth as if she was familiar with the place. She lay down on the ground and sucked in the fire that was spewing out of the ground. Mako has confessed to all your crimes in the trial circle. He said that you asked the Terror Knight to play the role of Eurom. Crybaby. Nina's eyes were brimming with tears. She complained indignantly and wept sorrowfully. The tears that fell on the ground healed the crack and restored the vitality of the earth. Danny knew about the sentencing circle. The villa members formed a circle to judge the prisoners in the circle. Sometimes, they would also discuss and make decisions about major events. For example, the decision to attack Mako was made by Yavanna standing in the judgment circle and Villa voting. Danny scoffed at Nina's accusation. I've advised Mako to make peace with Villa so that everyone can run Middle-earth well. Now, I want to persuade Mako to eat shit. Will he listen to me? Don't try to quibble. Every word and action will bear fruit. What kind of fruit it bears will be the responsibility of the person who planted it. Yavanna's temperament was quiet and noble, like a snow rose on a lonely peak. I agree with you very much. Danny nodded. Mako asked and I gave the answer. He chose and did something evil. Of course, I'm guilty. But the crime of persuasion is like a pebble on a hill compared to the crime of carrying it out. This crime doesn't even deserve my identity as the Demon King. The land that I'm repairing now was destroyed by Villa. I didn't even participate in the battle. Yavanna, tell me, who is more guilty? Quibble. Yavanna's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, but she couldn't refute. Humph, you said that I'm quibbling. I also said that Villa is useless. It's your responsibility to take care of Ilovita's children. But they've been born for decades and you don't know anything. That's because of your conspiracy. Nina cried sadly. So, isn't stupidity a crime? Danny mocked. Nissa and Yavanna turned around and quickly left the barely healed land. The big Aori looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, after the birth of the first children, the dwarfs and half-humans are about to wake up. You should pay more attention. In the previous battle, many demons scattered to Middle-earth. It's very dangerous. That's your responsibility. I've already given you the half-humans. Danny shook her head and refused. Then, she asked curiously, how's Mako now? We dragged him back to Velino and brought him to the sentencing circle. He knelt down in front of Manwë, kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. So useless. Danny was angry. Boss Me was so embarrassing. She was also embarrassed. Aori looked at her deeply and said, the more you spread fear, the weaker you are. Danny shrugged. And then? Of course, we won't forgive him so easily. Mako is now in Mandu's prison. Villa was not sentenced to death. Danny had expected this result. How long? She asked. Not more than 1,000 years. Only 1,000 years. Danny felt like committing a crime. The real sentence is that the damage caused by Mako has to be repaired before he can be free. I estimate that the land needs 1,000 years of rest, Aori explained. Danny sighed and asked, if you caught me earlier, how long would you have to keep me here? You didn't seem to have caused much damage to the world. You even helped us repair the damage to the land. Aori thought for a moment and said, maybe, we'll keep you in our men. You can move freely on the island, but not anywhere else. Then, let's go, Danny said. Where to? Aori was puzzled. To our men. I've always wanted to see the scenery of Velino, but Volda stopped me, Danny said. Aori shook his head. No, you're not Inu. You can't live with us. Just like the wild cows and horses on the grassland. Although they don't eat each other, they don't live together. Is there something wrong with your brains? I did good things, but I didn't get anything in return. I did bad things, but I'm sentenced to a blessed land to enjoy life. Danny said in disbelief. You don't understand. No one can avoid making mistakes forever. We'll allow you to correct your first mistake, but if you do it a second time, the punishment will be severe, Aori said seriously. How severe? Danny asked curiously. Perhaps 10,000 years in prison. Perhaps you won't be free for the rest of your life, Aori said in a low voice. Danny said strangely, you've never thought of the death penalty. Aori seemed to have heard something extremely terrifying. He waved his hand in horror and said, murder is the world's greatest sin. In the previous war, you killed hundreds and thousands of Balrogs, Danny said. Death on the battlefield is not considered murder. Olami killed a lot of monsters, Danny said. For the beast hunter Olami, the hunting ground is his battlefield. Aori thought for a moment and said, Angorian, don't confuse Villa's sentence with the actions of a single Villa. When necessary, I will also follow the fate that has been arranged and take away the lives of living things. But the sentence is sacred. It represents the will of all Villa to uphold justice and fairness. You Villa have an interesting way of thinking, Danny said with a smile. Tell me, why take away a criminal's life? Since he's been brought to the circle of judgment, he can no longer do evil, Aori said. There will always be a time when the imprisonment is over. The death penalty can completely end the possibility of him committing evil again. Aori smiled. Don't think of Villa as stupid. We also know that it's hard to change one's nature. Didn't we say before? The first time, and even the second time, we'll give the criminal a chance to change. But if he doesn't change, he'll be locked up in Mandos's prison forever, or exiled to the void. Either can achieve the effect of the death penalty. Since we can achieve the same effect without killing him, then killing him will be a murder that manifests evil desires. What if he escapes? Danny said. It's impossible to escape. Any living being, be it Villa, Ilovita's children, or an Escod like you, once locked up in Mandos's prison, they will never be able to escape, Aori said firmly. Danny's heart was itching, and she suddenly wanted to try Mandux's cell. Mandos was the god of souls and death. His prison must be unique. At least, Mako would not be able to escape. Aori, thank you for telling me so much. Now that I've completely understood Villa's bottom line and way of thinking, I'll be able to do things more easily in the future. Since Mako would be released from prison one day, Danny temporarily gave up on the idea of being the boss. Once the boss for a day, always the boss. In Anjaban Fortress, the Demon Kings gathered to discuss the distribution of power in the post-Mako era. Danny pointed at the empty throne, her face full of righteousness. Other than King Mako, whoever dares to touch this seat will be killed by me first. Escod and Flame Devil had no right to speak. Fallen Mew looked at each other. This is my throne. Soren protested weakly. Anjaban was in the northwest, Soren's base. The destroyed Utamo was Mako's nest. Danny stared at him and said, Utamo is destroyed, and my cave of coiling silk has collapsed. Only Anjaban is extremely sturdy and undamaged. The best thing goes to the king. Do you object? Angorian, I think you're the strongest. You can replace him, Sagrador said. Danny could not tell if he was sincere or if he was plotting something. The two of them had different temperaments, and they did not talk much in recent years. However, she did not even bother to guess. She walked over and slapped the old goblin dozens of meters away. Like a mold, he was imprinted on the wall of the cave. Even if you're my best friend, you can't say such disgraceful things. Danny's face was filled with anger and pain. Drag Sagrador down and lock him in the lowest level of the prison. Wait for the king to come back and deal with him personally. Speaking of this, her voice became slightly hoarse. Sagrador, don't worry. I'll work hard to earn merits and plead with the king for you. Sagrador stared at her as if he had seen a ghost. He was taken away by the two flame devils. At this point, even Soren could not doubt her loyalty to Boss Mi. She was the strongest and the strongest. Her loyalty to Mako completely dispelled the other Demon King's thoughts. The scattered hearts of the people gathered together reluctantly. What are we going to do next? Soren asked. First, build a statue of the king and place it on the throne to accept your worship every day. Second, due to the fact that the king cannot rule over us, we have to choose a Demon King Crown Prince. Finally, the Demon King Crown Prince will lead us to rescue the king. Angorian, your ambition is exposed. An Escod wants to be the Demon King Crown Prince, the Flame Devil King Goosmog said agitatedly. Soren also narrowed his eyes. Activating her spiderweb domain, the Balrog was wrapped up like a dumpling with a whoosh. Danny picked up his flaming whip, ignoring the hostile demon kings that were slowly approaching, and whipped Goosmog a few dozen times. She even cursed, you good for nothing. You couldn't even stop Villa's army for an hour. Less than half of the 3,000 flame devils are left, and they all escaped to the southern continent. You refused to save Utamo. If I didn't call for this meeting, you would still be the king in the Eastern Valley. You didn't save the king either, a fallen Maya said. The battle was too intense. It even collapsed my silk cave. My subordinates and dogs are all buried underground. They're all dead, and I barely made it out alive. I was all alone, and it took me a lot of effort to dig out a tunnel. Dany's eyes were like lightning, and her voice was loud. Her stern expression made the demons who had the ability but did not save the king feel ashamed. Chapter 1174. Amidst the silence, Soren sighed. I agree that Angorian should be the demon king's crown prince. The flame devil and the fallen Maya remained silent. Dany shook her head. I'm not the crown prince. Soren, you're the true heir to the throne. Soren was stunned. He couldn't believe it. The demons looked at each other. They didn't expect her to be the crown prince after all this trouble. King, long live Mako. Long live demon king Soren. Dany raised her hand and shouted. The demons were stunned and mumbled, King Mako of long live, Prince Soren of long live demon king. King, long live Mako. Long live demon king Soren. Gradually, the whole Anjaban shouted. This. Soren was so excited that he trembled. Angorian, thank you. I won't let you down. He quickly climbed onto the crown prince's throne that Dany had just made and placed under the statue of King Mako. Today is a great day to remember. I'm going to hold a banquet here. Enjoy the elves in the dungeon to your heart's content, even if you want to tear them apart and eat them. Oak, orc, bring out the blood-fat honey wine. Demon kings, let's get drunk today. The joy of becoming the crown prince made Soren feel a little dizzy. Demon king, there's something more important. We can celebrate after we're done, Dany said. What is it? Soren smiled. Save King Mako, Dany said in a low voice. Soren sighed. For the first time, he hated the fact that Villa didn't give him a death sentence. How? He was still smiling, but it was a little forced. To be honest, he didn't want to betray the Demon King. He believed in Mako more than anyone else. However, he had just become the crown prince and didn't even have time to enjoy it. Prison break. Dany said a word that terrified the crown prince. You're crazy. That's Mandu's prison. Apart from Mandus himself, no one could open it, let alone destroy it. Besides, Armen Island is filled with Villa. How are we going to get in? Soren woke up from his dream of becoming the crown prince. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Soren smirked. Angorian, you're the best at hiding. Why don't you give it a try? I've already tried a few times. As an S-god, his aura is naturally incompatible with Villa's light in the Armen continent, and I'm discovered the moment I get close. It's different for you, Crown Prince. You're born with Inu, and you haven't fallen too far, so it shouldn't be hard for you to sneak in. Dany said. Do you want me to die? If I die, you can become the Crown Prince, right? Soren's heart was filled with hatred, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Under Dany's constant urging, the Crown Prince had no choice but to lead a group of fallen Villa to the sea in the west. Dany had instigated Soren to break into the prison, not because she missed Bosme, nor because she wanted to kill Soren. She had always remembered her purpose in coming to Yer, to learn the mysteries of the First Flame. This prison break was to verify two things. First, she wanted to find out the secret of Armen's light. Second, she wanted to know more about Mandus, the most mysterious of Villa. Armen's light was also known as Villa's holy light. Villa's face and body gave off a holy aura, which could even be seen with the naked eye. However, once Mako and Mu fell, Armen's light would disappear, and they would be covered in a thick shadow, evil, and terrifying aura. Inu's essence was the secret flame. The change in their form and aura was a mutation of the secret flame. So, was it possible that the two different auras of Mako and Villa represented the difference between good and evil of the secret flame? What would happen if the two merged into one and changed freely? Dany had tried it herself. The evil aura she gave off couldn't imitate the real Armen's light. Soren wouldn't take the risk himself, but he allowed Dany to modify and disguise the fallen Mu. After countless experiments, she really managed to reignite the brilliance that they once possessed. Have they fallen? Soren was bewildered when he saw the holy Armen on Bright Mu's face. We seem to. One of the Bright Mu frowned and murmured, what have we been doing with Mako all these years? Have they really fallen into the Bright Mu? Soren was frightened. Danny flicked a finger and a wisp of black smoke shot into the bright Mew's forehead like an arrow. I. The light on Maya's body was quickly replaced by darkness. By Mako, what did I just say? What's going on? Soren was confused. This guy hasn't really fallen. His mind has only been twisted by Boss Mi's power, similar to Escod's. I devoured the evil power in his soul and he recovered. When I returned the evil power to him, he fell again. Danny's eyes lit up as she stared at Soren. Your Royal Highness, you're different from him. You've fallen from the bottom of your heart. How about you open your heart and let me examine you? How dare you? Are you trying to peek into my heart and twist my mind? Soren was furious. Danny shrugged and went back to studying the other fallen Mew. After studying hundreds and thousands of Mew, she still didn't understand the evolution of the secret flame. She didn't know what she could get out of it. However, her efforts weren't in vain. She successfully made 200 fallen Mew emit the real Amen's light. The jailbreaking warriors were divided into 4 groups and sneaked into Amen from 4 different directions. They had really deceived Volda, who was at the peak of Oyu Yoluor's snowy mountain. 3 teams had even successfully met up outside Mandu's prison. The internal defenses of Velena were very lax, or rather, Vela and Maya were idling their days. Blade said excitedly, "There's a traitor among us. Willina is covered by Villa's light. It doesn't die or wither. Even the flowers and plants are green all year round. After we entered, Villa's light drilled into our bodies, minds, and souls. Then, we couldn't help but want to get closer to Mandu's. I resisted the terrible desire for depravity, but not everyone can resist it. Just as we were hacking at Mandu's iron gate with our axes, the traitor told Villa about this great rescue mission. Of the 200 fallen Mew, only 30 came back. Other than a dozen traitors who were tainted by Villa's light, the rest were locked up in Mandu's prison and became roommates with Mako. You said they wouldn't have any problems. This is your mistake. We lost more than 100 strong Mew, Soren complained. Danny said unhappily, I told you to choose the warriors with the strongest will. What did you choose? There were only 200 people, and there were a dozen traitors. There's something wrong with your holy light. If their wills were as strong as this blade warrior, the king would have already regained his freedom, Danny said. No. Blade shook his head. There were more than 100 of us. We used all our strength to hack at the gate, but the axes cracked. We didn't even leave a scratch on the iron gate. Soren glanced at her. There was relief in his eyes, but also a hint of mockery. Danny sighed and said, at least, we sent the king a message of never giving up. Time passed, and 1,000 years passed. In the past 1,000 years, the once quiet land had become a little more noisy. Overall, Middle-earth did not become too prosperous because of the arrival of the elves and dwarfs. 90% of the land was still barren. It was far from the golden age Danny had hoped for. The main reason was the migration of the elves. Ilovita actually only had 2 children. The first was an elf, and the second was a human. As for the dwarfs and halflings, they were adopted children picked up from the garbage. The elves originated from Lake Cuvian in the northeast. In the beginning, they were not divided into races or kingdoms. Olami brought 3 elven messengers, Ingwe of the Fanya, Fenway of the Nodo, and Elway of the Teleri to Velena. They were called the Sanwei, the head of the family with the word Wei. After seeing the 2 holy trees and villa, the Sanwei was deeply impressed and decided to bring his family to Amen. Thus, the elves who came to Amen and bathed in the holy light of the 2 holy trees were called light elves, while the elves who did not want to move to Amen and stayed in Middle-earth were called dark elves. Actually, they were not dark or evil at all. It was just that they had not seen the light of the 2 holy trees. The 3 most famous elven tribes, the Fanya, Nodo, and Teleri, each had their own unique characteristics. The Fanya were honest and loyal, and had always been Manway's servants. The Nodo were smart and energetic, representing the glory of the elves, like the Germans in World War I. The Teleri were clingy, slow, and lazy, like the Italians. The Fanya did not leave their own story in history, so they could be ignored. The Nodo were the essence of the elves, and had lived in Amen for 1,000 years. The Teleri people were undisciplined. They had been on the road to Amen for decades, and many of their people had fallen behind. They had become glimmering elves that were between light and darkness. They wanted to go to Amen, but they gave up halfway. Even the king of the Teleri, Elwë, one of the 3 elves, was abducted by a female demon on the way. Actually, she was a fairy, the most beautiful Maya, Melian. Just from her name, one could tell how beautiful she was. Melian was the sister of the goddess of life, Yavanna, and could be considered Aoli's sister-in-law. She loved singing. Once, she went to the forest of Middle-earth to sing. Elwë was leading the Italians through an extremely difficult migration. His 2 old friends had already led their people to Amen. When he heard singing in the forest, he ran over to take a look. When he saw the tall and beautiful Maya, he was mesmerized. He could not help but walk over and hold Melian's hand. The 2 of them looked at each other for a few decades. That's right, the 2 of them held hands and looked at each other in the forest. In the past few decades, Elwë absorbed part of Melian's power, allowing himself to grow taller. Maya and Villa were both very tall. When he was tall enough to match Melian's figure, he had already become the tallest elf in the world. Melian became the only Inu who had mated with a mortal. Although the elves of the Wei generation were not ordinary at all. In the past 1,000 years, Dani had nothing to do. She cultivated while instructing her followers to dig the cave of coiling silk, a cave that spread all over Middle-earth. She lured a large number of dark elves to become true dark elves. They lived in the underworld, had slightly dark skin, were lustful and vicious, and worshipped the Spider Queen as their god. Just as she was enjoying herself, Bosmi sent a letter. Chapter 1175. On the stage, an elf singer with a mohawk and a leather jacket was holding a microphone and singing at the top of his lungs. Behind him was a drummer wearing sunglasses, a guitarist with a huge golden ring on his nostrils, a harmonica, a harp, and other musical instruments. They were all dressed in non-mainstream outfits. Below the stage was a dance floor the size of a football field. Elf men and women were scantily clad or naked. They held wine glasses and swayed their hips to the music. Above them, there were also colorful lampposts sweeping back and forth. The atmosphere was very lively. On the stage, Dani looked at the stunned Soren with a smile. "Do you want to go down and play?" "No, we have more important things to do." Soren looked away and sighed. "This is the real demon's den, a paradise of depravity. I'm impressed." Dani smiled and asked, "What's the situation with the king?" Manwë thought that the king had recovered and was completely free from evil. Nina forgave him first. Thus, the king became a free man. Although Vera did not allow him to leave Amen continent, with his ability, he could easily escape back here. Then why didn't the king come back? Soren sighed. He saw how beautiful and happy the elves of Valinor were, so he was unhappy. He wanted to destroy everything that was harmonious and perfect. That was very boss-me. Dani nodded in understanding. "What plans does the boss have for us?" "The king removed my position as the Demon King's crown prince. He said that he was free and didn't need a crown prince," Soren said gloomily. "Don't worry. With the boss personality, he'll have to go back sooner or later," Dani comforted him. Soren didn't say anything. He only said, "He wants you to be prepared and be on standby in Angband. It's up to you to destroy the glory of the twin holy trees and Villa." This. Dani hesitated. She wasn't surprised that Mako wanted to destroy the twin holy trees. However, the significance of the twin holy trees was too extraordinary. Because of its extraordinary nature, if she could devour it, she would gain great benefits. The Villa giant lamp was the creation of Auri and Villa. The twin holy trees were jointly created by Yavanna, the goddess of life, and Nina, the goddess of compassion. They were also blessed by all of Villa. In Villa's giant lamp, not only had Dani obtained enough power to create 10 Song of Ice and Fire worlds, but she had also grasped the secrets of light creation. If he could devour the twin holy trees, that massive amount of power. A bottle of dew could create a star. The stars in the sky were all created by Volder using the dew from the twin holy trees. Besides the power, the life profound contained in it was even more precious. "Are you afraid?" Sauron's eyes flashed with ridicule. Aren't you afraid? Dany rolled her eyes at him. Then, I'll help you reject the king? Sauron asked. No. Although I'm scared to death, I'm willing to die for my king. Dany looked as if she was unafraid of death. If that's the case, then follow me back to Angband. It's the closest place to our men. Sauron stood up and prepared to leave. Wait, there's no rush. Let's drink while we talk about our men. Dany stopped him. I don't know much about Velena. Sauron sat back down. Just tell me what you know. Sauron thought for a while and said, Villa is still the same. Manwë and Volder live in the palace at the peak of Mount Luoyu. Womu spends most of his time in the Outer Rim Sea. Auri, on the other hand, often hangs out with the elves of Nodo. He even taught Prince Nodo how to create the most beautiful gem in the world, the Silmarillion. As soon as the word Silmarillion entered her ears, countless images flashed through Dany's mind, foreshadowing the future. She looked at Sauron, and Sauron looked back at her. Both of them seemed to have understood something from each other's eyes. You felt it too? Sauron asked. The Silmarillion stirred up a huge whirlpool of fate. Dany sighed. That's why the king must have them. Fino used the eternal light of the twin holy trees and an unknown substance that was unique in the world to create 3 Silmarillion. Even Auri admitted that he couldn't replicate this work. Villa gave them all her blessings, and Volder made them holy. Any unclean hands that touched them would be burnt and withered. Manduz prophesied that the fate of the entire Arda would be closely tied to these gems. That Prince Fino, what's his background? To be able to create such a great treasure with the hands of a mortal. Dany was shocked. Fino is not a mortal. Think about the meaning of Fino in the High Elves' language. Sauron reminded her. Countless years later, even the most intelligent human scholar would find it difficult to master the High Elves' language of our men. However, powerful beings like Dany and Sauron only needed to hear their voices to be able to understand and speak their language. Fino, the soul of flame. Dany murmured. Sauron nodded. In order to give birth to him, his mother paid the price of eternal life and slept forever in Manduz Hall. Death's kingdom materialized into a physical house in Amen. Nina's elegy can heal the earth and restore vitality to the dead land, but it still can't help her clear her exhaustion. She used up all her fire of life for him. The fire in Fino's soul is most likely the origin of Secret Flame, the only first fire among Iluvatar's children. Therefore, he must be shouldering some kind of destiny. I'm afraid he won't live for long, Dany said. The elves should have an eternal life, but destiny will always be fulfilled. What about the Fanya elves and the Teleri elves? She asked again. The Fanya elves are loyal servants of Manduz and have completely lost the spirituality that the Creator gave them. The abilities of the Teleri elves are inferior, and the king doesn't care about them at all. The king's energy is mainly focused on the Nodo elves. He pretends to be a knowledgeable person and teaches them more advanced knowledge and forging skills. He also works hard to be close friends with Fino. At the same time, he also spreads his own thoughts. I think it won't be long before we hear the news that the Nodo elves are finished. Sauron said. Indeed, within a few years, Dany heard that Prince Fina of the Norda had been exiled and was not allowed to return to the city of Tirion, the capital city built by the Norda elves on the continent of Amen, for 12 years. Villa was still so kind. Fino slandered Villa and even wanted to cut his half-brother with a sword. That was why he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. However, at the same time, the news that Mako was finished came. Mako secretly instigated the German elves. Nodo elves Manduz is putting you under house arrest so that when the humans come, they can replace you and become the masters of Middle-earth. Because you elves are immortal and difficult to rule, humans have short lifespans and weak strength, so they are very easy to manage. The German elves and Fino believed it. Mako also instigated Fino. Your 2 half-brothers not only want to take away your father's love for you, but also take away your throne and your subjects. Fino believed it again. It had to be said that Boss Mi's ability to fight tough battles was not good, but he was very good at bewitching people. He even led hundreds of Lightmew to fall. Including the traitor who was sent to Amen by Dany to break out of prison. On this day, Danny was discussing the problem of sorcery cultivation with Soren when a rumbling sound suddenly came from the west. A familiar evil aura spread over. The king is back. Soren was pleasantly surprised and disappointed. He was really happy about Boss Emi's return, but he was also disappointed about losing the title of Crown Prince. Mako was like a dark cloud surrounded by lightning. His anger and embarrassment turned into clouds within 100 miles. Keep a low profile, King. Amen is just next door. Danny shouted from afar. I'm not scared of it. Mako roared. Ha ha ha, Mako, I see you. You have to be responsible for your evil deeds. Tokas, who was laughing loudly, strode over from the west. He was laughing angrily. Whoosh. Boss Me instantly took off his elegant and handsome elf body and turned into a breeze invisible to the naked eye, disappearing in front of the gate of Anjaban. Danny was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly drilled into the underground cave. Tokas circled above Anjaban and did not find Mako's aura before returning to Amen. Anjaban is so close to Amen. It's not safe. Danny said to Soren. Sigh, for Villa, what's the difference between being thousands of miles away and being next door? It's better to be close to Amen and monitor the situation there. As long as the cave is deep enough, Villa won't dare to open up the ground. Soren said helplessly. Not long after, a messenger came to Anjaban and asked Danny to go to the southern coast. It was Mako's messenger. He did not dare to go back to Anjaban himself. Avita in the south had the thickest darkness in the world. It was the nest of the original owner, Angolian. There, Danny met Mako. Boss Me changed into Tyrant Utamo's coat again, which made him look like a terrifying demon king. Angolian, you're the only demon king who wanted to save me. Although breaking out of prison was stupid, your loyalty moved me. Boss Me sighed. Boss, you'll always be my boss. I'll do anything for you, Danny said excitedly. Very good. Let's go and destroy the 2 holy trees. Boss Me nodded with satisfaction. With Volda and Ouu and Luoshua, I can't get close to Amen. Danny said. Don't worry. I've figured out the defense of Amen in the past few hundred years. Mako promised. Danny was skeptical, but she followed his request and covered both of them with the black miasma cloak. Mako led her around the sea and came to the west of the island of Amen. Amen was a continent, and Velena was a city built by Villa. The light of the 2 holy trees could cover Velena, but it could not cover the whole of Amen. Therefore, the west of Amen was the darkest, and the tall mountains added a thick layer of shadow to it. Yes, there was a tall mountain range on all sides of Amen, like the walls of a castle. Volda usually stayed on the wall in the east, because the east was facing Middle-earth, and the west was surrounded by the outer sea. There was no one there. To avoid being discovered by the patrolling Villa, they did not dare to fly. Like mortals, they climbed up the secret cliff that Mako was looking for. The wall of the mountain range was built by Villa. The cliff was steep and smooth. Danny used her spider claws to climb to the top of the mountain. She then put down her spider silk and pulled Boss Me up. Walking down from the top of the mountain, they came to the forest of beasts in Olome. If they went south, they would see the shining fields of Yavanna, where Villa's golden wheat fields were. Villa did not need to eat, but they could enjoy wine and fruits. Hee, it's harvest season now. Villa and the elves are all having a feast in Manway's palace in the east. The elves and Villa's cities are empty. Mako was so excited that his body could not stop shaking. Danny was also excited. She finally saw the light of the 2 holy trees. Chapter 1176. In Valina, there were 2 important cities, Vilma City, where Villa lived, and Tyrian City, which was built by Nodo elves. There were 3 branches of elves that entered the Amen continent. They were the Loyal Elves, Fanya tribe, the German Elves, Nodo tribe, and the Italian Elves, Teleri tribe. The 3 tribes all had residences in Amen. The Fanya tribe were loyal servants of the Vera and lived together with the Vera in the city of Wilma. Tyrian of the Nolda tribe lived on a hill near Wilma. The 2 tribes were not far from each other. The Teleri tribe loved the sea and built the port city of Okarondi. When Villa moved to the Amen continent, to defend against Mako's attacks, She built a wall along the coastline of the Armen continent, a towering mountain range. Vilma and Tyrion lived within the wall of the mountain range, while the Teleri tribe's port city was outside the mountain range. On the highest peak of the mountain range between the two was Manwil's palace. The other villa elves often lived in Vilma City on the plains. Manwil and Volda had the mission of monitoring the eastern Middle-earth and lived on a mountain called Oyo Luoshua. Today was the harvest festival. Nodo elves, Fanya elves, and all villa elves went to Oyo Luoshua's palace. Vilma City was empty, and there was no one on the streets of Tyrion City. Dany and Mako came to the outskirts of Vilma City. In the city, there were golden domes, silver floors, bright bronze corridors, sacred bells, and, standing on the city wall, one could see the European forest outside the city, Mandu's Hall, Nina's Hall, Lorien's Hall in the Dreamworld, and so on. All the sacred places were here, including the Golden Villa's Ring of Judgment outside the West Gate, and the gold and silver holy trees on the green hill beside the Ring of Judgment. The silver male Telperion had dark green leaves on one side and silver light on the other side. When the leaves fluttered, silver dewdrops fell. The golden female Laurelin had tender green leaves and golden edges. Its flowers were like strings of golden flames, and as they swayed, golden rain sprinkled down. The water droplets from the two holy trees were collected by Volda in huge buckets. Bright wells could be seen everywhere in Velena. At this time, the soft light of the two holy trees intertwined, and the quiet Wilma city was filled with silver and golden radiance, sacred and beautiful to the extreme. Gulp. Dany swallowed her saliva and looked at the twin trees with infatuation. She murmured softly, "So this is the twin sacred trees. There is actually such a beautiful thing in the world. I can't bear to destroy it." Mako was also dazzled. He wished that he could swallow them all. In the distance, the cheerful singing of Villa, Maya, and elves could be heard from the mountain peaks of Ouu and Luoshue. If one looked closely, they could see countless gods and elves in splendid attire dancing happily on the hillside facing the twin holy trees. On the other side of the mountain, the Teleri elves were also singing by the sea. The quiet and peaceful city, the people singing joyfully. What a great and beautiful world! Why am I not the respected villa? Why am I here to destroy this place? Why? Dany stared greedily at the twin holy trees. She pinched her fingers and complained pretentiously. After being pretentious by her, Mako woke up from his intoxication. His face gradually became ferocious. "Now is our party time." Dany could not wait to get close, wanting to swallow the holy trees in one bite. But in the next moment, the gold and silver light flashed, and she screamed in panic. "Ah, the holy trees have spirits. They have activated Villa's blessing. I am not allowed to get close. Ha ha ha, I am Villa too." Mako laughed maniacally and jumped onto the hill. A black spear appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the core of the holy trees like lightning. Dany seemed to hear a mournful wail. Like a mortal being pierced in the heart, the sap of the holy trees was like blood, spraying out. Unknowingly, the eye of Angorian appeared in the sky and cast a blood-red light on Velino. "Hurry up, the holy trees are not dead yet," Mako urged. Dany immediately pounced, her body expanding to the size of a small hill. She opened her huge mouth and held the two holy trees in her mouth as if she was holding two lollipops. Ah! Like a person dying of hunger and thirst who had encountered the peach juice of the Queen Mother, Dany's soul let out a carefree moan. The two holy trees were like two straws inserted into the ground, sucking up all the sap in the tree trunks. She also extracted a huge amount of strange energy from the ground. It was the healing power of life, fire, and sorrow. As the huge mysterious energy entered her body, Dany's body expanded uncontrollably. She was taller than Villa's city gate and bigger than the palace. The terrifying aura and black miasma that she emitted made Mako, who was at the side, stunned and tremble. Villa, who was on Oyoluo's snow mountain, could not help but gulp when she saw the darkness that covered Velino below. "The two holy trees are dead. Let's run," Mako begged. I'm hungry. Dany turned her body, like an aircraft carrier turning 180 degrees at sea. She was so powerful that the ground rumbled. Her greedy eyes landed on the well, which contained all the dewdrops that Volda had collected since the birth of the two holy trees. Just a small bucket of dewdrops was enough to create a Big Dipper. Just how vast was the energy it contained? Those wells were like the rows of wine glasses that the bride's family had placed in front of the wedding procession on the day of the wedding. The groomsmen on the groom's side drank one glass after another. In a short while, all the well water had entered Dani's stomach. Her body became even bigger. She breathed out a mouthful of black smoke, and the whole of Velino turned dark, filled with pure black. The black became a thick, solid substance. She spat out a mouthful of venom, and Villa's holy temple turned into a stinky swamp. The elves, Maya, and even Villa, who were looking down with their eyes wide open, covered their eyes and wailed. Only the green smoke of the venom could be seen. The venom seeped into the body, soul, and mind through the eyes, trying to kill every bit of light. Volda's expression was grim. She waved her hand, and endless starlight blocked them from the venom. Manway's eyes emitted a bright green light, but he could not see the scene below clearly. "Oh no, we've been too high." Manway was the spokesperson of Eru. Just a cold glance from him made Dani's scalp tingle. She woke up instantly and pulled Mako to run. As she ran, she released the black miasma into the world. The next moment, the world was covered by a black quilt called None of You Can See. No one could see him anymore. Even someone as powerful as Manway could only see a black shadow moving quickly towards the northeast. "It must be Mako. He's heading towards Angband," Manway said. And so, Villa's pursuit began. Olami took the lead. Golden sparks appeared under Nahol's hooves, and the army of beasts shook the earth. They were about to catch up with the two fleeing bandits. Dani turned around and breathed a mouthful of black smoke at him. The Beast King and his dog immediately lost their sense of direction and ran randomly in the cotton candy-like black smoke. Torkas and another Villa caught up with them in the second wave. Dani breathed out another mouthful of black smoke, which was mixed with a large amount of spider webs. Torkas was accidentally tripped by the spider webs and fell flat on his face. When Villa's main force arrived, Dani and Mako had already disappeared from their range of perception. "Continue to breathe out black smoke. We're turning around. We're not going back to Angband," Mako pulled Dani and said. She was not in the right state at the moment. Although she had regained her rationality, her body would swell from time to time. Her stomach was full and hungry. She frowned, and her face was pale. She seemed to be in great pain. "Angorian, what's wrong with you?" Mako also noticed that something was wrong with her. "I seem to have eaten a little too much, but also too little," Dani said. "Is it too much or too little?" Mako was confused. Dani thought for a while and said, "Put it in a small bucket." "I have too much in my stomach." "Put it in a bigger bucket, but it's not enough." Mako was enlightened. "You're about to level up. Let's find more food." Dani was a little hesitant. "Is there anything else to eat in our men?" She had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. She could not eat anymore. But the desire of gluttony tortured her deeply. She longed for the satisfaction and happiness when she drank the sap of the two holy trees. To be honest, she had never been as happy as she was in the world of Song of Ice and Fire for so many years. Desire, the source of evil and corruption, was also the greatest source of happiness. "I want the Silmarillion," Mako said. "You want to give it to me?" Dani asked. Mako said vaguely, "You'll be satisfied when the time comes." So, they released the darkness together and wrapped Arda in thick black clouds. Velena lost its former glory. Although Manway used the wind to drive away the black smoke and poisonous miasma, and although Varda summoned the starlight again, the sacred Vilma city was still dark. Outside the golden ruling circle, the figures of Villa were also shrouded in darkness. The nearby elves and Maya cried loudly. The crying and darkness replaced the previous joyful light and song. Crybaby Nina's eyes were like an open faucet. Tears rolled down, but she could not revive the two holy trees that had been gnawed off. Yavanna, after checking the withered roots, got up happily and said, "Fino is really far-sighted. His Silmarillion stored the living glory of the two holy trees. Even the most powerful Vera could only complete certain creations once in this world through the will of the heavens. The light of the two holy trees that I created, at least in this universe, can't be recreated again. Now, the two holy trees are being squeezed dry by Angorian like sugarcane. But as long as there is a trace of light, the seed of holy light, I can make it sprout again. Danny was shocked. Yavanna is so powerful. At this time, Velena was surrounded by darkness. Even though Villa's face and body were shining with the light of Amen, they were still shrouded in darkness. No one could see their expressions clearly. In addition, thousands of elves surrounded them. They were densely packed, and their auras were mixed. Danny and Mako, who were covered in the black miasma, could also hide in the shadows cast by the elves at the outermost layer. Sigh, I should have stomped my feet and pulled out all the roots under the green prison, Mako said regretfully. Then, he became excited again and smiled. But it's okay. Villa is always so hypocritical. She never forces people to do things, and Fino will never hand over the gem. It had to be said that Bosmi was really good at reading people. When Manwë asked Fino if he was willing to take out the gem and let Yavanna save the two holy trees, the tall, fair-skinned elven prince with a stubborn face looked gloomy and did not say a word. Hair. Mako laughed happily. Chapter 1177. Fino's silent rejection and silent resistance made the villa's smiles slowly disappear because of the hope of the twin holy trees being saved. Laughing Tunkas was the first to lose control and roared, I can't believe that there's someone who can reject Yavanna. The flowers and plants you see, the wine you drink, the bread you fill your stomach, the sweet fruits. Which one of them wasn't given to you by her? Wasn't she the one who created the holy light in the Silmarillion in the beginning? Fino clenched his teeth and still didn't say a word. Tunkas raised his fist and was about to hit him. The big Aeoli stopped him and advised, don't worry, give Fino time to think slowly. Asking him to give up the gemstones is as serious as asking Yavanna to destroy the twin holy trees. The twin holy trees were born by fate, so was the Silmarillion. It can only be born once. After it's destroyed, it can't be reforged. But the Silmarillion has all of Fino's efforts, skills, and even a part of the fire born in his soul. Fino glanced at Aeoli with some gratitude in his eyes, but he still said coldly, no matter what happens to the gemstones in the end, I can be sure that I won't hand them over willingly. If Villa wants to snatch them, I can't resist, but I'll be sure of one thing, you Villa and Mako are in cahoots, both of you want to get my gemstones. Good fellow. Danny exclaimed. The elves were shocked, and Villa was shocked. The handsome and sunny god of death Mandus said with a gloomy face, Fino, son of Fenway, do you know that once you say this, it'll be hard to take back the water that's spilled? Fino didn't panic or fear, instead, he showed the anger on his face even more blatantly. This is all thanks to me. I whispered in his ear, and he heard it. Mako was so excited that his body trembled. Quick, let's move quickly. Before Fino showed any signs of changing his mind, let him firmly resist Villa's crime become an unchangeable fact. At this moment, his will was firm, but after a few years or decades, he who was used to the glory of the twin holy trees might change his mind. Moreover, Fei Nuo was a filial son and a loving father. He loved the Silmarillion more than he respected Villa and feared death, but his love for his father far exceeded the Silmarillion. I saw through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. As long as his father, wife, son, and tribesmen persuaded him, as long as the crybaby Nina shed a few more tears in front of him, as long as he gradually grew tired of dark Velena without the twin holy trees, he would definitely change his mind, kneel, and offer Yavanna the gemstone. But I won't allow it. I want everything to be settled at this moment. With that, he pulled Danny and ran north. Back then, Bosmi had disguised himself as Nodo's friend and poisoned Fano and his people. For example, Villa asked the elves to move to the Amen continent to imprison them. For example, Fino's two half-brothers wanted to usurp his father's love and property. Fei Nuo was affected by this and spouted nonsense. He said blasphemous words about Villa and even pointed his sword at his own brother. In the end, he was brought to the ruling circle by Villa and sentenced to 12 years of exile. Therefore, Fei Nuo left Tyrion with his son and built a fortress called Fomenos north of Vilma City. All these years, the gems that Fei Nuo had forged were all placed in Fomenos' treasury. For this year's harvest feast, Manwë was prepared to be a good person and invite Fae Nuo to his palace to set him up with his 2 brothers. Don't doubt it. God King Manwë often did this kind of work for the neighborhood committee aunties. In reality, Villa and the elves were too honest. If they did not cause trouble, there would be no big deal. The quarrel between the princes was already the biggest trouble in Velena's history. Fomenos was the fortress of Nodo's royal family, so there would definitely be guards. However, when Mako lifted the black miasma cloak and revealed the terrifying tyrant Utamo's true form, Nodo's guards could not hold their swords under the aura of fear and scattered. Evil Demon King, if you want to enter my house, you'll have to step over my dead body. In the end, a tall and muscular middle-aged majestic elf blocked the way. When he said this, the Eye of Angorian emerged from the black clouds again. The Elf King's resolute and strong face was covered with a layer of blood. The Eye of Angorian. He was stunned. He seemed to have understood his fate, but his eyes were even more resolute. Ha ha ha, Fenway, I'm very satisfied with your request. Mako laughed. Fenway, one of the 3 powers, one of the 3 elf kings who had left Lake Cuvian in the early years and followed Olome to Velena. He was the king of the German elves, Nodo's, Fae Nuo's father. He was not exiled, but he was dissatisfied with Villa's punishment of his son. He swore that as long as Villa did not accept Fae Nuo, he would not return to Tyrian City, Nodo's elf kingdom. The old king was indeed a first-generation elf of the Might generation. He actually held a great sword and fought with Mako for dozens of rounds. During the fight, he even injured Bosmi a few times. Danny's mouth twitched as she watched from the side. She wanted to help him. Bah, trash. In the end, Bosmi stabbed the exhausted Fenway with his spear and spat proudly. Only then did he rush into the elven treasury impatiently. Bosmi was not very good at fighting. But in other aspects, he had always stood at the top of the mountain. For example, the secret lock of the elves was like floating clouds to him. Mako, I curse you. When the messenger elf ran back to Velma and told Fae Nuo about the tragedy that had happened in Fomenos, Fae Nuo was furious. Mako, I curse you, you are Morgoth. Fae Nuo gave Bosmi a new name. Mako was the name of Inu, which represented greatness and strength. Morgoth was the elvish language, which meant the dark enemy of the universe. From then on, all elves and later humans called Bosmi Morgoth. Mako was gradually forgotten by mortals. Other than cursing Morgoth, Fae Nuo also cursed Manwë's summoning loudly. Mako's goal was achieved. He made Fae Nuo's fight against Villa a reality. In fact, whether Fae Nuo agreed to hand over the gemstone or not, it would not change the outcome of the gemstone being stolen by Mako. But if he agreed, his relationship with Villa would return to the past, and not like now, where there was nothing left except curses and resentment. King, you've gotten rid of your past rudeness and directness. You've finally mastered the art of evil, Danny praised. Sigh, being locked up in Mando's prison for 1,000 years, I didn't spend it in vain. Manwë asked me to calm down and repent. I listened and began to recall the past. I gradually realized the inadequacies of the past. Recalling the idea that you put forward in the early years to make evil more artistic, I suddenly had an epiphany. Then, I practiced hard in the prison for 1,000 years and finally achieved what I have today, Mako sighed. Danny grinned and asked curiously, what grudge does that Fae Nuo have with you? Why do you have to torture him like this? He called me a prisoner of Mando's in public and asked me to get out of his house. Mako growled with resentment, I'm the most powerful Inu. He's just a mortal, how dare he insult the king of gods? Danny was silent. They went all the way north, passed through the north of the Armen continent, crossed the walled mountains, and entered the Arctic Ocean. Then, they turned east and returned to Middle-earth. Only when they hid in the cave at the bottom of Anjaban did Mako breathe a sigh of relief. King, you said there's still something for me to eat. Danny looked at the pile of treasures looted from Fae Nuo's treasury eagerly. Old Emi's General Fae Nuo's treasury was emptied. Looking at her fearfully, Mako said painfully, eat them one by one. Stop when you're full. Fae Nuo was the greatest craftsman among the elves and Oroki's disciple. The gems he forged were not only beautiful, but also full of powerful and magical power. For example, the Palantir crystal, which was the true vision crystal that Saruman often held in his hands in The Lord of the Rings. Sauron also had one. It could see any place it wanted to see, and it could also communicate with other people who held the crystal, and even transmit magic energy. The gems that could be called divine weapons in The Lord of the Rings were only Fae Nuo's most ordinary creation. They were not even qualified to be put in Fomino's treasury. According to her heart, Dany did not want to waste natural resources and chew on the divine gems like jelly beans. However, she was neither up nor down at the moment. She was hungry and full, and it was very uncomfortable. Under Mako's regretful gaze, and under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the other demon kings, Dany grabbed a handful of sparkling gems and stuffed them into her mouth as if she was eating popcorn. Bam, bam, bam. Colorful radiance shot out from between her teeth, covering the dark and gloomy cave with a gorgeous and magnificent light. Burp, the gems that were as tall as a hill were all eaten up. Dany touched her belly and looked at Mako's tightly clenched fist. "My lord, do you have any more hidden gems?" "No." Mako shook his head repeatedly. "Open your hands and let me see." Mako opened his hands. As expected, other than the crystal treasure box in his left hand, there was not a single gem. "This is the Silmarillion." Dany swallowed her saliva. "The Silmarillion is mine." "You can't eat it," Mako said sternly. Dany nodded. "I'm not eating it. I just want to see it." Mako hesitated for a moment. Seeing that there were only his followers in the palace, he was not afraid that she would snatch it away by force. He opened the lid of the treasure box. Dany, Sauron, and the nearby demon lords looked over curiously. Buzz, a white light that was as sharp as a blade shot out. All the demon lords, including Dany, could not help but cover their faces and step back. However, the pain was only temporary. The demon lords were afraid of the light, but Dany and the other demon lords quickly got used to the light of the Silmarillion. "What a terrifying holy light. Angorian, how did you devour the twin holy trees?" Sauron asked in disbelief. The twin holy trees and the Silmarillion were both sanctified by Manwë. They now have life and will. If I did not severely damage the cores of the twin holy trees, Angorian would not be able to get close to them, Mako said proudly. Bam, bam, bam. His right hand that was holding the gems made a sound like a steak being fried. Stinky black smoke came out from it. In just a short while, his hand was burnt black and withered by the Silmarillion. "Does it hurt?" Sauron could not help but ask. "It hurts, but it feels good." "Angorian, what are you doing?" Mako suddenly shouted. Unknowingly, a circle of darkness spread around Dany's body. The light around her, especially the light released by the Silmarillion, was all cast into the darkness. He could even distinguish the rays of light that curved in the air. "Oh no, I saw the Silmarillion. I lost control again." Dany's voice was distorted in the darkness. "Did you really lose control, or are you pretending?" Mako held the Silmarillion tightly and hid it behind his back. He shouted angrily, "I really lost control. Quick, throw a Silmarillion into my mouth. I'm almost satisfied." Dany's body was trembling, as if she was trying her best to control her body and desire. "The Silmarillion is mine. Whoever dares to have any ideas about them will die. Attack together and kill Angorian." Mako retreated into the group of flame demons and ordered loudly. Hundreds and thousands of true god-level flame demons surrounded him. Chapter 1178. "Boss me, I'm losing control." At first, Dany was indeed pretending to be crazy. However, the more she absorbed the light of the gemstone, the stronger the hunger in her stomach. To be honest, even if the law of Doutai was fully developed, with Dany's nature of fire creation, she would not be controlled by it so many times. She was very rational. Most of the time, she was just pretending to be crazy. She was using her craziness to gain benefits. However, this did not mean that the desire to eat was fake. On the contrary, the desire to devour everything had been bothering her. Dany never knew that a mere law could have such a huge impact on her. The first time, at the Wall of Night, she had devoured Mako's secret flame origin. It was not big. It was only the total amount of the first flame after devouring all the demon gods in the Battle of Smoke Sea. The second time, during the Battle of the Colossal Lamp, just the power of the secret flame within the Colossal Lamp was enough to create 10 Song of Ice and Fire realms. In addition, after the battle, the Colossal Lamp had devoured the Earthfire from 4 Song of Ice and Fire realms to repair the damage to the Earth. The third time, during the second Battle of the Gods between Villa and Mako, she did not participate. Instead, she had repaired the Earth after the battle. There were about 2 Ice and Fire worlds' origins. The key was the fourth time. She had completely devoured Velino's twin holy trees and Volda's lake and well. A bottle of dew from the twin holy trees could create a small star. A bucket of dew could create a big star the size of the Big Dipper. How much energy did Dani absorb? Such a vast amount of energy. Even Dani was afraid when she thought about it. Now, something terrifying had finally happened. Lord Mako, I really can't control myself this time. Dani's voice gradually turned ferocious. If you can't control yourself, then don't. At the back of the demon army, Mako had ensured his safety. His tone was relaxed. Attack together. Kill her. He ordered the Balrog and Fallen Maya. I'm sorry, my good friends are. Dani raised her head and let out a terrifying howl. A black beam of light shot out from her mouth. Hiss in just a moment, the Anjaban fortress, which was hundreds of kilometers deep, evaporated, revealing the empty night sky. Mako was dumbfounded. All the demons were at a loss, trembling in fear. In Manwë's palace far away, Villa, who was discussing whether to immediately attack Morgoth, stopped arguing and looked towards the northeast in shock. A huge black beam of light pierced through the sky and went straight into the dark universe. Some stars blocked the path of the black light and were directly reduced to nothingness. However, the Eye of Angorian was not affected. It appeared above Dani Angorian's head, bringing an ominous bloody light to its master. Ah, the Eye of the Angorian. As expected, it was a star of calamity. It even devoured its master. Angorian's death knell has rung, Soren said with a trembling voice. Not good, the ominous bloody light cast by the Bane has also landed on our faces. Run, Angorian is about to evolve to its final form. The others were shocked, but the little old goblin Sagrado, who had no sense of existence, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Tyrant Utamo lifted the goblin and shook it vigorously, asking loudly, "Speak clearly, what is the final form?" "King Mako, run, run." The goblin was suspended in mid-air, kicking his short legs with all his might. He urged anxiously, "Leave this place quickly, Angorian is about to turn into a black hole. TSK, TSK, TSK. At this moment, Dani opened her arms, and hundreds and thousands of silver spider webs shot out. Just like the thousand-hand Guanine. The spider webs were like the long tongues of frogs. They licked a mosquito at lightning speed and retracted in an instant. The flame demons and Fallen Maya were more helpless and weak than mosquitoes, but they were more delicious. King, save once the wailing demons entered the dark wheel behind her, they disappeared without a trace. The deeper the darkness, the more it expanded. The bloody light cast by the Bane in the sky became denser. Ah, the Bane has betrayed us. This is my bloody disaster. We gave it our blessings. A demon king who was entangled by the spider webs wailed loudly. It's not a blessing, it's a curse. I curse it. Another demon king was filled with deep hatred. He cursed half of it, but it was immediately swallowed by the darkness. Gulp. Mako swallowed with difficulty. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the Anjaban pit with the goblin in his arms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing that the situation was not good, Soren and the other demon kings disappeared one after another. Those who could not disappear were finally pulled into the darkness by the spider webs and digested cleanly. Kaboom! After some time, the earth in the north shook. Rocks and trees slowly floated up. A dot of black light floated from the bottom of the pit. It followed the black light that shot out from Dani's mouth and floated into the sky, entering the wall of darkness, outer space. What is the form of a black hole? Mako mumbled as he looked at the darkness in the distance. It's like that bastard's heart is too dark, and he tricked all of us. All of the fated ones who entered Yaa were chosen by it, and they could provide what Yaa lacked. Sagrado sighed. Get to the point, Mako growled. King, do you know about the abyss? I'm the abyss of darkness and evil, Mako said impatiently. The old goblin's mouth twitched a few times and said, once, a magic queen in the Faerun continent summoned me to the second level of the abyss. In the second level alone, there were no less than 10 terrifying demon kings like you. Bam! Tyrant Utamo punched the goblin's head and roared, Bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? King, this is not a humiliation. The demon kings of the abyss feed on the world. All the worlds in the universe are their hunting grounds. Being able to enter the top 10 is already enough to shock countless universes, Sagrado said hurriedly. I don't believe you. Sagrado sighed. All right, I was wrong. If you went to the bottomless abyss, you would be the only ruler of the 666th level at least. There are 666th levels? Mako was shocked. How big is the abyss? It's infinitely big. It's the amalgamation of all the chaos, evil, ugliness, and brutality in the universe. Angorian is an immature seed of the abyss that was born in the dark dimension. Just like allowing her to enter the first level and devour so much of the origin of secret flames, we hoped that she would mature and hatch the embryonic form of the abyss. Of course, just like creating a plain world that is not flat. Bam! Mako punched him again and scolded, You're trying to fool me again. Why is the land of Arda not flat? A flash of hatred flashed across Sagrado's eyes, and the flattering smile on his face grew. This is only the initial form of the universe. Have you forgotten the final form of the first level in the grand movement? It's an astral universe with countless huge galaxies. Mako was confused. Aren't the other universes like this? Sagrado smiled. Some are, and some are not. It's decided by the will and power of the Creator. For example, the same stellar universe model, but the Creator's power is not as strong. Only the Earth and the solar system are real, and the other scenes are projections. The stellar universe model must have a black hole. Mako was not short of intelligence, and soon understood. No matter how beautiful the trees and flowers are, they still need roots. The black hole is the root of the galaxy, and also the main root of the universe. Perhaps a natural black hole can also be evolved through the accumulation of mass, but that kind of black hole is far inferior to the Angorian seed of the abyss. After all, the purpose of the creation of the universe is not to create the universe. In the end, the universe will return to one. It wants to get everything: matter, energy, time, laws, the fate of every life, everything. A normal black hole can't record so much, and it can't optimize the information naturally like the abyss with life. Even if this era ends, even if it ends up at the top of the universe, the Angorian black hole can help it evolve into a bottomless abyss. Sagrado sighed. How do you know so much? Mako was puzzled. Sagrado's smile became strange. Everyone has their own talent. I can cross all obstacles and respond to the summons of powerful mags in any world. Every top mage is a treasure trove of knowledge in that world. Every time I respond to their summons, I can get part of their knowledge as a reward. It's an equal exchange. You can leave the first level? Mako was shocked. Sagrado looked at the night sky. Vaguely, in the depths of the northern sky, there was a dark vortex that was so thick that it could not be dissolved. Even the nearby starlight was absorbed. Only a part of my thoughts and a law entered the first level, but the price I have to pay to leave is far more than that. So, I won't leave, he said softly. Mako's expression changed. I want your knowledge. My king, when have I ever rejected you? Sagrado smiled strangely. Very well, let's return to Angband now. In order to avenge his father's death, in order to take back the Silmarillion, and also because he had enough of Villa's vexation, not long after Dany ascended, Fino called on Nodo's elves to leave the cage set by Villa and go to the free and rich Middle-earth to live a normal life. At the same time, he also wanted to take revenge on Morgoth. Fino and his son swore in the name of Manwë and Volder, anyone who dares to seize or possess the Silmarillion, no matter if he is Villa, the Demon King, an elf or a human, we will pursue him to the ends of the earth and to the end of time with revenge and hatred in our hearts. Manwë's messenger, Eonwë, said to Fëanor a sentence that represented the fate of all the mortals in the Lord of the Rings world: as long as the first level is still here, the universe has not reached its end. Other than Vila, no one can think of defeating any Vila. Any action or oath that challenges Vira's will fail. Fëanor looked up to the sky and laughed, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds, leaving the Amen continent, leaving Vila's protection. I will lose a lot, but at least I will have the freedom to choose the path I want to take. I might fail against Mako, or I might be killed by him, but at least in the face of my enemy, I did my best and launched an action. I did not sit around and grieve all day. All of you powerful beings, just watch. On the day I die in battle, the damage I cause to Mako will definitely shock all of you. Fëanor was the first mortal to openly rebel against the gods. Even though his achievements in his life were fewer than many elf kings, and his evil deeds were more than all the elves, he was still the greatest king of Nodo that Vila also recognized. Later on, there were also humans who challenged the gods, but they were out of ugly desires, and they were also bewitched by Sauron to the point of losing their rationality. They could not be compared to Fëanor, who always had a clear mind and knew what he wanted for the sake of righteous revenge. The influence of the Holy Oath on fate was even more terrifying than in the Song of Ice and Fire world. Just as he finished bragging in front of Eonwë, Fëanor fell into the curse of challenging Vila's oath. He killed his own family. The Amen continent and the Middle Earth were separated by a deep and narrow sea. When they first came over, it was Womu who used a small island as a boat to pull the elves over. Now that they wanted to go back, they could only take a boat. The Teleri elves lived by the sea and had many boats, but they were clingy. On one hand, they agreed with Fëanor that Nodo is a great benefactor to the Teleri race, PS, but on the other hand, they were unwilling to lend their boats to the Nodo elves. Worried that a long delay would cause trouble, Fëanor brought the Nodo elves and directly snatched the boat. The Teleri elves resisted, and the two races fought. On that day, a blood-red star appeared in the sky above the harbor of Okerondi. The black Magatama on the Eye of Angorion changed for the first time. One of the Magatama inside turned from a dead grey to a living pure black. It had evolved. Nodo could be said to be the Germany of the elves, not the current Germany, but the Teleri had always been dull. If the Teleri won, the crime of killing their own family would fall on them. Fortunately, their combat strength was weak, and they became the victims. Just like being dull, they failed early and became the victors. Chapter 1179. After the massacre of his family, death god Manduz appeared and made a prophecy to the Nodo elves: Vila will seal off Velena, and all of you will be banished forever. Vila went back on his word. No matter where you go, Vila's wrath will envelop the Fëanor family and those who follow him. Regardless of whether it is considered righteous or kind, or evil or malicious, you will be driven to do it by the oath, and the end result will be a disaster. But even if you do so many things that go against ethics and morality, you will not be able to get back the Silmarillion that you have always desired. Treachery will happen often, and you will live in fear of being betrayed. The Fëanor family will be homeless forever, and in the end, have nothing. This was not only a prophecy, but also a curse. When Manduz made such a prophecy to the Nodo elves, it meant that Manduz had chosen such a future for the Nodo elves. This was a way for the gods to punish the mortals. There was no escape and no resistance. The more one escaped, the more one resisted, the faster a tragic fate would befall them. Hearing Manduz's curse, many of the Nodo elves felt fear. Fëanor's third half-brother, who had originally said that he would accompany his elder brother to the end, also left the large group with the people who trusted him out of fear and frustration. They returned to Vilma City and knelt before Vila to beg for forgiveness. Thus, another group of servant elves was born. The Nodo elves who stayed in Velena completely lost their former glory and courage, and became Vila's loyal servants, just like the Fëanor family. Their story ended there. Until the destruction of the universe, they did not sing a different song. In the face of Manduz's curse, Fëanor was determined: Vila's wrath and curse are only one of the many disasters that threaten us. From the beginning, when I made the oath, I had the awareness to walk towards destruction. Because I know very well that the Morgoth that I am going against is the strongest Vila. Mortals cannot challenge Vila. I will not and have no power to object to this statement. But if I had listened to Mandu's prophecy and become fearful, cowardly, and fearful, I would have given up my vengeance against Morgoth. Then, for the rest of my eternal life, I would have suffered from cowardice and regret. I accept any fate that still befalls me after I fight against it, but I must add a footnote to this fate: I have worked hard to create glory. My descendants, please spread my life's achievements through the ages. Unfortunately, fate was far more cruel to him than he thought. Nodo had two younger brothers of the same father but different mothers. The second brother was Fen Guofeng, and the third brother was Finnefen. The three Nodo princes all had children and subjects. The three brothers had disagreements in their early years. Weren't they born from the same mother? In addition to Mako's instigation, Fino once pointed his sword at the eldest brother and the second brother and scolded loudly. Because of this rotten matter, Fino was exiled by Manwë for 12 years. However, Manwë was a good person. He took advantage of the harvest festival to drag the three brothers to his palace and kindly advised them to respect each other. It was also at that time that Dany and Mako launched a sneak attack on the twin holy trees. Although Welinor met with a great disaster, the relationship between the three brothers had indeed eased a little. When the eldest brother, Fino, said that he was going to leave, the other two brothers immediately followed. However, after Mandu's finished cursing, the third brother first brought his clansmen back to kowtow to Villa and admit his mistake. Later on, he even became the elf king of Nodo in Tyrian City. The second brother was more kind, but his subordinates complained that Fino had harmed them as they trudged. Basically, their loyalty could not be guaranteed. Hence, when they were crossing the sea, Fino betrayed his second brother. He first took a boat to cross the sea with his own people, but after crossing the strait, he burned the boat. It was a very foolish act. If it was Dany, she would never do that even if she was beaten to death. If she did, it would mean that Mandu's curse had been fulfilled, betraying one's friends and family. However, Fino had sacrificed so much for the oath and the curse. His integrity, but he still could not create great achievements in the Middle Lands. Fate was too cruel to him. He finally came to the Middle Lands, but it was only a day trip. When he burned the boat, the smoke was too thick. He was discovered by the half-orc sentries under Mako and rushed over to besiege him. Faced with a group of half-orc patrols, Fino naturally would not be defeated. However, the bad thing was that he won too easily and misjudged the strength of Mako's dark army. He left the main group and took the lead to chase after the half-orc scattered soldiers. He chased too fiercely and was about to reach Anjabann's lair. Even Bosmi knew that he was here. Hence, the fire demons appeared. The fire demon king, Goosmog, led dozens of fire demons to besiege Fino. In the end, Fino was rescued by his sons, but his injuries were too severe and he died. He had just crossed the sea for less than a month. However, Fino was also considered free and easy. He died in such a sullen manner and still had the leisure to point at the Eye of Calamity above his head and curse Morgoth 3 times in a row. If evil was quantified, Mako's life was filled with heinous crimes. He destroyed Villa's creation, he pushed down the giant lamp, he captured the elves and twisted them into half-orcs, he pushed down the twin holy trees, and he did countless other evil things after that. However, among all the evil deeds, Fino's loss was the most evil thing he had ever done. Fino was the closest to God among all the children of Ilovita, but he was a mortal with the most humanity. The powerful power of destiny brought about by Ilovita's most outstanding children allowed the Eye of Calamity to hatch another Magatama. After Fino's death, Mako pretended to be afraid of the power of Nodo's elves and proposed to negotiate peace with Fino's eldest son. The eldest son of Fino's family was not stupid. Of course, he would not believe Morgotha's words. He agreed to negotiate because he planned to secretly ambush and kill the Devil Lord who came to negotiate. A Hongmen banquet in another world. This idea was not bad. Unfortunately, the people that Boss Fino secretly arranged were not as many as Mako secretly arranged. The eldest son was caught, tortured, and imprisoned until his second uncle returned with the remaining clansman Fino's second brother who was left on the other side of the burning ship world. When the eldest cousin of the second uncle's family heard about the eldest son's encounter, he recalled the friendship and kinship of the past. The father's generation had disagreements, but the relationship between the cousins was very good, and decided to disregard the former enmity to rescue him. He succeeded and once again fulfilled Mandu's curse. The eldest son was an open-minded person. In order to repay his cousin's life-saving grace, he gave the righteous title of Nodo's supreme king to his second uncle. Fino was the eldest son, and the eldest son was Fino's eldest son. Therefore, he had the legal right to inherit the title of Nodo's elf king. However, by giving the throne to his second uncle, Mandu's curse of Fino's family will lose everything was fulfilled. What was even more terrifying was that it fulfilled another curse. No matter whether it was out of kindness or malice, there would not be a good ending in the end. His cousin disregarded the former enmity and saved the eldest son, which was definitely out of kindness. The eldest son knew how to repay the kindness and took out the most precious thing in his possession to repay his cousin, which was definitely out of kindness. However, their kindness led to the worst ending. The eldest son was not alone. He still had 6 younger brothers. The matter of the king became the catalyst for many of Prince Nodo's later conflicts. The above was only one of Fino's misfortunes. In the days to come, as long as the son of Fino who had made the oath back then was still alive, the curse would be endless. It would be fulfilled one by one in various ingenious ways, and it would be fulfilled repeatedly. During this period, there was another drastic change in Middle-earth. The sun rose for the 3rd time. The first sun was the villa's giant lamp, and the second sun was the twin holy trees. In order to expel the darkness, the villa finally did something human. They created a real sun. Mandu's was definitely a sly old fox, but the villa was basically a genuinely good person. Although Mandu's curse was Villa's prophecy, the path was always chosen by Fino himself. Villa could not interfere with the fate of Iluvita's children. The fate of mortals would not even be specifically controlled by Mandu's. Mandu's wanted fate to evolve freely in the individual's choice, so as to obtain something that jumped out of his own expectations and control. Towards Fino's tragic fate, Manwë even shed tears. He asked Mandu's to convey the prophecy, not because he wanted to see Fino's misfortune, but because he hoped that Fino would not fulfill his own fate. For the upcoming humans, and also to repair the damage caused by Mako, Manwë asked Yavanna and Nina to do their best to repair the twin holy trees. Nina's tears were almost dry, and Yavanna's throat was almost hoarse from singing. Finally, a miracle happened. The male tree's roots bloomed with a silver flower, and the female tree's roots bore a golden fruit. Manwë conferred the silver flower and the golden fruit as saints, which was to give them spirituality. Orochi and his subordinate Maya tailor-made a spaceship for them, a magic spaceship. Volder sang the Song of the Moon to the silver flower, and the Song of the Sun to the golden fruit. The Song of the Sun and the Moon made them shine brightly. After that, Volder placed them on 2 spaceships, launched them into the sky, and circled Ada. Thus, the Sun and the Moon were born. The golden fruit of the female tree was the Sun, and the silver flower of the male tree was the Moon. Villa also chose a young man and woman from the Maya to pilot the 2 magic spaceships. Tyrion, the hunter under Olami, piloted the moonship, and Yerion, the maid of the white flower fairy, piloted the sunship. Mako wanted to destroy the new radiance, just like how he dealt with Villa's giant lamp and the twin holy trees of Valinor, but he met his match this time. The sun and moon were guarded by Yerion and Tyrion, and with the powerful spaceship itself, the assassins he sent all returned in failure. Sigh, if Angorion was still here, why would I waste my energy on you bunch of good-for-nothings? Mako started to miss Dany, but it was not until 300 years later that he saw her again. At that time, she was no longer Angorion, but a stranger who represented the mysterious and unknown. On the day the sun rose for the first time, humans woke up in the east of Middle-earth, the ancient era ended, and the first era began. The first era was the era when Mako fought against the mortals, and it was also the most glorious era for the mortals, because they were fighting against Mako. Similarly, the first era was Mako's happiest era. Against Villa, no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid the fate of being taken away in one wave. Against the allied forces of the elves, humans, dwarfs, and half-orcs, he was able to fight evenly, and even strategically, he had a 70% advantage. He had 70%, and the allied forces had 30%. Before Dany returned, Boss Mako fought 3 world wars with the mortals. The first time, before the Nodo elves crossed the sea, the three major branches of Teleri fought against Mako, and the half-orc army was defeated. The second time, Mako made a comeback, and prepared to besiege Dorias, the king of the three powers, Elwë, whose soul had been seduced by the fairy, the female Maya. Furno brought 7 of his sons into the chaos, and lost his life, but he also defeated the Dark Demon King's army. The third time, Mako used 60 years to raise his army in Anjaban, and made a comeback. In the end, he was completely defeated by the Nodo elves. Since then, the siege of Anjaban that lasted for 400 years began. Yes, Boss Mako was besieged by the mortals. Chapter 1180. The era of the giant lamp and the era of the twin holy trees were both ancient times. The first era began after the sun came out and humans were born. 1,000 years before the first era, Mako was serving his sentence in Mandu's prison. The elves who stayed in Middle-earth lived a peaceful life for 1,000 years. Dani and Soren did not bother them. The elves who stayed in Middle-earth were divided into 4 tribes, the 3 Teleri elves who ran away and the dark elves who did not want to follow Olome to Amen. The dark elves did not build a kingdom. They were scattered all over the world. When the 3 powers met with Villa, they decided to bring their people to Amen. The Fanya and Nodo elves did not hesitate. The Teleri elves, however, were restless. At that time, Olome personally led the Teleri elves. The elves were slow. He could not stay with them all the time. Sometimes, he had to go out to do other things. The Teleri elves would stop working. Some of them even ran away and went to other places. The first batch of Teleri elves who ran away became the Green Elves, River Elves, and Forest Elves. They ran away to the land of 7 rivers and the Forest Elves respectively. They were also called the Nando Elves. The second batch of Teleri elves who ran away was one of the 3 powers. He was also the king of the Teleri elves. He heard the singing of the most beautiful girl, Melian, and ran away from the main group. After that, he married Melian and gathered a group of Teleri elves who were looking for him to build their own kingdom, the mini-kingdom. This group of elves was also called the Cinder Elves, or the Grey Elves. The third batch of Teleri elves who ran away were more innocent. They did not want to run away, but they could not just ignore the fact that their king was missing. So, a large group of elves stopped by the sea to look for elves. But at that time, elves and Melian were looking at each other in the forest. They were looking at each other. They were in a trance for decades. The Teleri elves who stayed by the sea were also called the Sea Elves. These 3 groups of elves who ran away built 3 kingdoms by the sea in the west, in the middle of the continent, and inland in the east. They were all far from Mako's nest. Before Boss Emi's return, the elves of the 3 kingdoms lived a long and peaceful life. As soon as the demonic monarch came back, Dani overthrew Angband. While moving mountains to fill holes, he also commanded the half-orcs to besiege the Tinga kingdom in the middle. Tinga was what Sheendar called him in the elven language, Ilu Tinga. The Sheendar elven language was the common language of the elves of Middle-earth, while the elves of Amen continent used the High Elven language. The 2 races originally used the same language, but after living with Villa for a long time, the Light Elves had evolved even more, and their language was closer to the divine language of Anu. The first time they caused trouble, the half-orcs traveled a long distance and were surrounded by the elves. The second time he caused trouble, it just so happened that Nodo's elves landed. Although he killed Fino, the plan to encircle and suppress the elves was also abandoned halfway. After waiting for 60 years, Mako thought that he had accumulated enough power, but he did not expect that Nodo's elves were far more powerful than the Wandering Elves. The Third War, also known as the Battle of Glory, was the glory of Nodo's elves, the glory of second uncle Fen Guohu and the princes of Nodo. Boss Mi made the first move and suddenly launched a surprise attack. Although he outnumbered the enemy, he was completely annihilated and suffered an unprecedented defeat. Not only that, he was also trapped in Angband by the coalition of elves, humans, dwarfs, and half-orcs led by Nodo's elves. It was also the strongest era of the mortals. The 400-year siege of Angband. Look at the map, Prince Nodo circled in red blocked Mako's way out. Although the Nolda elves had never been able to escape Mandu's curse, they had also fulfilled Furnace Oath time and time again, Even if the final result proves that our efforts and oaths have all been in vain, at least we have to leave the most glorious footnote in history. The siege of Angband was the peak of Nodo's and the mortals' power. After the peak was the trough. In fact, second Uncle Fen Guohu was very wise. He knew who his opponent was and understood that a siege for a long time could not limit the development of Morgoth. The problem was, during the confrontation in front of the gate of Angband, which developed faster, the Mortals' Alliance or Morgoth's evil power? Second Uncle's heart is burning with anxiety. He persuades the other lords to follow him and attack Angband directly. This is not Wei Yang's Ziwu Valley stratagem, which does not need to be tested in person to know that it will definitely fail. But a failed attack could at least disrupt Morgoth's rhythm, which was the same as Zhuge Liang's insistence on leaving Mount Chishan. At this time, Nodo's elves were too rich. If Morgoth was trapped in Angband, the rest of the rich land in the Middle-earth would be free for them to do whatever they wanted. Prince Nodo and Nodo's elves were all very rich and did not want to risk their lives. Second Uncle's worry became a reality. Morgoth was the strongest villain. He would never let the mortals besiege him and do nothing. In fact, the siege of Angband was not only because of the helplessness after the defeat, but also because he had a purpose. In the past 400 years, the elves had gained rich land and wealth. Morgoth had also invented a new biological weapon, the Megalosaurus. Why did Dany take Bosmi as her teacher? Look at those monsters: Balrog, half-orc, vampire, werewolf, and Megalosaurus. They were all created by him. What was more amazing was the way these monsters reproduced. They directly extracted the power of the earth fire and the earth, creating something out of nothing. Just like planting a seed, a group of monsters was born. Dany was amazed by this kind of magical biological technology. After Dany went to heaven, Morgoth did not give up the ruins of Angband. Instead, he continued to dig deep and build mountains. Relying on the Iron Mountain of the northern screen, the three highest mountains in the Middle-earth were piled up. The gate of Angband was sandwiched at the bottom of the mountain of Angband. Outside of Angband, there was a grassland called a Degaran. Through the grassland, the elves built a blockade on the west, south, and east sides. In the winter of the year 455 of the First Era, a moonless night. Shislin Camp. The half-human guard with a big head and deformed legs walked out of the outpost irritably. He stared at the sky with his deformed eyes and cursed. No one knew what he was saying. "Cousin Jimmy, what are you doing?" The strong dwarf who was on night duty with him asked. "I'm looking for the Eye of Angband," the half-human said. "Ah, half-human, you deserve to die. Why are you cursing us?" A human said in horror. "May the Eye of Angorian never see us." The elven soldiers quickly prayed as if chanting a curse. "I'm serious." The half-human stamped his feet anxiously. "Someone go and inform Battalion Commander Harvey that something bad might happen tonight. It's best to keep the whole camp on alert until dawn." "Half-human, are you crazy?" the human man scolded. The tall, fair-skinned elf Nodo stopped him and asked with a serious expression, "Jimmy, did you awaken the blood of disaster?" "What blood of disaster?" the human asked in confusion. "You humans were born late and don't know some secrets of the ancient times. It is said that the half-humans were created by Angband, and the Eye of Angband was also created by the ancient evil gods. In this way, some half-humans are born with a special connection with the Eye of Angband, thus foretelling good and bad fortune," the elf said. "It's not the blood of disaster, it's a half-human prophet. My grandmother was a half-human prophet, and she was a consultant for King Tinga for 30 years, the half-human said. "Aren't half-humans and dwarfs made of mud by Orochi? So, when dwarfs and half-humans die, they will turn into mud," the human said in confusion. "Nonsense, you're the one who will turn into mud," the dwarf said angrily. The half-human suddenly held his head and howled at the top of his lungs. Most of the camp was awakened by the noise. "Half-human Jimmy, your big dick was bitten by Haley. Why are you howling in the middle of the night?" No. It's here, it's really here, I see it." The half-human howled even more desperately. "What's here?" the human had just asked when his body suddenly stiffened, and his heart almost stopped. He slowly raised his head and saw the legendary star of disaster for the first time in his life. It was said that even if the Eye of Angband appeared in the sky, not everyone could see it, and those who could see it rarely saw the normal starry sky again. It was said that the Eye of Angband was very similar to a vicious cursed eye, and it would blink from time to time. It was said that when the Eye of Angband appeared, even Volda's stars would avoid it. It was said that the light from the Eye of Angband was as red as blood, and even had the smell of blood. Everyone's teeth chattered, and they could not speak. "Cousin, the Eye of Angband seems to have fallen on us," the dwarf said with a sobbing tone. "No, its bloody light has spread all over the Adgalan grassland." The half-human's face was ashen. Boom! The peak of Angalon mountain suddenly lit up, as if it had pierced through the Milky Way above the 9 heavens, and what sprinkled down was surging flames. The endless flames were faster than sound, and the Adgalan grassland, which was dozens of kilometers wide, was crossed in a short while. The dwarfs, humans, elves, and half-humans in the camp were turned into wreckage in the sea of fire. The thousands of square kilometers of grassland between the Alliance Army's defense line and Angband was completely filled with fire, and all the outposts were swept clean. The sea of fire even spread to the hillside on the other side of the grassland. The battle known as the Battle of Instant Flames in history had begun. The sudden fire attack was just the beginning, and it cleared the Alliance Army's outposts that surrounded Angband. Then, Morgotha's army broke through the pass guarded by the Alliance Army and began to enter the territory of the Nodo elves. This time, the Alliance Army was unstoppable, because Morgoth sent out a mature demonic dragon that had been silently growing for 400 years, the ancestor of the Megalosaurus, Glorus. Giant dragons with scales harder than steel, fire demons transformed from gods, and countless vampires and half-beastmen. The Dark Army was like a hot knife through butter, sweeping through everything before them. Seeing Nodo's foundation collapsing overnight, the second uncle of the Supreme King Nodo, the King of Fen, rode on a warhorse and blew the horn as if he was possessed by the King of Beasts. The mountains shook in the sound of the horn, and he was like a strong wind in the smoke, passing through the Adgalan grassland that was burned by the fire, and came to the gate of Angband alone. "Morgoth, you coward, you have never dared to face your enemies. You are a slave owner who only dares to drive slaves to work for you, and you have tarnished the name of Villa that was given to you." The second uncle was full of anger, and his eyes were shining like Villa's. The demons nearby were scared and expectant. They stepped back in fear and looked at the gate of Angband with anticipation. They were expecting their master to stand up bravely. Mako was helpless. He was not afraid of his second uncle, but what if Villa was lying in ambush? But in the face of a mortal's challenge, it would be too embarrassing if he did not accept it. Therefore, the first direct battle between a mortal and a god took place outside the gate of Angband. Chapter 1181. Second uncle was wearing a silver armor and a blue shield. He was holding a sword that shone with starlight in his hand. Mako was wearing heavy black armor. He held a black iron shield the size of a door in his left hand and Grond in his right hand, a giant hammer that could be used as a battering ram for mortals. Every time Grond's hammer fell, it would create a huge hole in the ground. Smoke and poisonous fire were rising from the bottom of the hole. Second uncle was agile. He would jump and dodge every attack. Mako was like a roaring dark cloud. Second uncle was like a flash of lightning in the dark cloud. While dodging the attacks, second uncle also looked for a chance to cut a wound on Villa's body with his sharp sword. He left 7 wounds on Mako's body, and Bosmi howled 7 times without any shame. His agonized howls reverberated throughout the northern lands, striking fear and trepidation into the hearts of all the demon whelps spectating the battle. In the end, Mako threw away Grond and used the giant iron shield as a fly swatter. He slapped second uncle with all his might. Second uncle was a mortal after all. Villa would not get tired, but mortals would. He was hit by Mako's giant shield 3 times in a row. Mako smirked and pressed the giant shield down. Second uncle blocked it with his small shield. It was like Yarrow Ming was holding the school gate and slapping Guxiasi who was holding his school bag. Second uncle was forced to kneel on the ground, but he roared angrily. His eyes shone brightly as he stood up again. The ground was full of holes and cracks. Second uncle was exhausted. When he panted, He lost his balance and tripped over a hole. Ha ha ha, this is your fate. Mako stepped on second uncle's neck with his left foot. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Look, the Eye of Angorian is here for you. He pointed at the blood-red star in the sky and stepped on it. Crack, the neck bone was crushed like a biscuit. Ouch! Mako hugged his foot and howled. However, at the moment of his death, second uncle mustered up his remaining strength and stabbed Ringier into Mako's foot. Smoking black blood spurted out from the wound and instantly filled the big hole made by the giant hammer. Devil king of wickedness, even mortals can hurt you. With that, second uncle breathed his last. No one noticed that the 3 grey Magatama in the Eye of Angorian in the sky had turned black. Bastard! Mako was furious. He picked up his second uncle's body, twisted it into 2 pieces like a sugarcane, and threw it into the wolf pack. Screech! At this moment, the eagle Sorondo dashed over and scratched Mako's face with its sharp claws. While he was covering his face and howling in pain, the eagle quickly grabbed second uncle's body and flew out of the range of the bow and arrow. Manwë Mako's face twisted as he roared in the direction where the giant eagle disappeared. My king, your wound is bleeding profusely. Quickly go back and bandage it. A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came from the side. Mako turned around and saw a hooded man who was completely hidden in the shadows. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? When did you come here?" "Your Majesty, you don't even recognize me." Danny laughed. "You Angorian?" Soren yelled in shock. "Ah." Mako was suddenly awakened. "You're not dead." Danny looked up at the sky and saw that the Star of Calamity was gradually becoming illusory. "I came down from there." Mako looked at the blood-red star and asked in shock, "You're the star spirit?" "When I was creating the star, I used my will to occupy the position of the star spirit. The star absorbed the calamity luck and matured, and it automatically developed spirituality. My will would be awakened. It was an idle move back then, but I didn't expect it to save my life today." Danny sighed. This method was similar to when Lalo, the Lord of Fire, summoned the sun and replaced it with the spirit to become the Lord of Light. At first, Danny had this idea because she realized that Yi-Ryu was especially concerned about the evolution of good and evil. Just like what Mako said, Yi-Ryu's focus was the direction of the big picture. She had the idea of stepping into the river of fate, and she happened to have the opportunity to create the cursed star. She used her will to occupy the embryo of the star spirit. Every time a big shot in the world met with a tragic fate, the Star of Calamity would appear. It was a sign of fate and also a guide to disaster. Every time a tragic event was completed, the Star of Calamity would grow. Fino and second Uncle Fen were big shots who could cause huge waves in the river of fate. The more tragic their fate was, the higher the completion rate, and the more power the Star of Calamity would obtain. In the end, 1,500 years after the birth of the Star of Calamity, the Star Spirit was born. In the Dark Palace in the deepest part of Angband. After listening to the evolution process of the Star Spirit, Mako asked curiously, "Did your body become a black hole?" "It's still in the evolution stage. I still have to wait for the universe to mature." Then, Danny asked in shock, "How did your Majesty know that I became a black hole?" "Sagrador told me." Mako repeated what the old goblin had told him years ago. Sagrador has that kind of talent. Summoning across dimensions can definitely break the seal on Yaya. The hood covered Danny's expression, but it could not hide the shock in her voice. "Where is he now?" she asked. "Hihi, I know he's a treasure. After I came back, I sealed him in a metal box. No matter how much his clone outside the universe summons, Yaya's body can't leave." Mako laughed. Danny nodded slightly. Even if Big Me was bleeding and howling in pain because of a mortal, it did not mean that he was not the strongest villain. Mako said expectantly, "Since you've become the spirit of the Star of Calamity, can you always let the light of calamity cover the top of the elf's head? You're the Lord of Darkness. You're just a mortal. There's no need to cheat, right?" Danny looked at Big Emi's left foot. Her tone was not so sure. The wounds caused by Lingia no longer bled, but there were deep scars. The scratches on his face from the giant eagle Sorondo did not disappear. His left leg, which had been injured by his second uncle's dying strike, was even crippled. Mako moved his armor to cover his left foot. He growled, "Elves are not mortals. They are the first children of Iluvita." Even though Dani was wearing a hood and her expression could not be seen at all, he still felt that she was mocking him. He thought too much. Dani had already mocked him when he was screaming in pain from second uncle's attacks. Now, her reaction was calm. "Your injury," she said with concern. "In order to create the demon dragon, I've used up too much of the origin of secret flames. Moreover, after destroying the twin holy trees, I've also been cursed by the Verus. This body cannot be repaired, nor can it be replaced," Mako said darkly. The price was a little high. Villa changed bodies like a mortal changing clothes. Mako's current appearance as Tyrant Utamo was no longer suitable for pretending to be an elf's friend. In fact, when he was imprisoned by Welinor, his image was even more glorious than Manway's. He was a handsome and kind elf who emitted the light of Amen. "Just say it. Can you make the elves and humans suffer? Oh right, and the halflings. They are not strong, but they are very smart." The halflings played a big role in the formation of the Mortal Alliance. Dani shook her head. "The fate of Iluvita's children is protected. No one is allowed to interfere directly. It can only evolve naturally according to their own choices." "Then what can you do now?" Mako asked coldly. "Sigh, I plan to become a bard and wander the world as a stranger who represents mystery and the unknown." "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Mako asked with a straight face. "I am now a wandering soul without power. I can no longer serve the king. I can only do what I like. However, even if I become a bard, I will not forget to spread the king's fear and the name of the evil demon king." Mako looked at her deeply. "I thought you couldn't wait to see Sagrador." Dani smiled and said nothing. Of course she wanted to see Sagrador. She also wanted to send a message to her original body outside the universe through him. But she also knew that Eru was the creator. He knew everything in the first dimension. No plan could be hidden from him. When she devoured the origin of the secret flame, she did not care about Eru's identity as the god of creation. But the experience of turning into a black hole made her understand that Eru knew everything and managed everything in the world. He was also very black-hearted. He only wanted to exploit the evil gods and would not easily give away any benefits. Why did Sagrador confess his talent? Did he need to say those words to Mako? Or did he say it to her through Mako? Maybe even Manway did not know that she could return to the world as a star spirit, but Eru must know. If Sagrado's words were what Yirui wanted him to say to her, then what did Yirui want? Dani did not dare to think about it, but she could control herself and not do anything. What entered the first dimension was only a part of Angorian's will. It was an independent entity, but it was not all of Dani. She did not bring the secret of the fire of creation into the first dimension at all. At this time, Dani, who entered the first dimension, only knew the basic knowledge of the first flame and the way to study it. But she knew nothing about Dani's fire of creation. She also did not have the memory of the fusion of the opposite attributes of the Song of Ice and Fire and the transmigration talent. She did not even bring in the memory of "So this is the world of the Lord of the Rings." In the first dimension, Eru was omniscient and omnipotent. If Dani brought the memory of the fusion of the Song of Ice and Fire into the first dimension, Eru would know as soon as she entered. Obviously, the energy level of the Song of Ice and Fire surpassed that of the first flame. This was also a path of evolution. She knew that the true god of the Song of Ice and Fire world knew, but the gods of creation of other worlds did not. This was the talent of the Song of Ice and Fire world itself, just like the origin resonance of the primitive earth. Therefore, when she entered the first dimension, her mind was like an empty hard drive. She might bring some things that Eru was interested in, but her goal was to learn Eru's creation techniques and understand its path of the first flame. Therefore, even if Dani in the first dimension was trapped in the black hole, she would not contact Dani outside the first dimension through Sagrador. If she contacted and communicated, the first dimension would know and even do something even more terrifying. Dani in the first dimension only needed to survive in the first dimension and improve herself. That would be enough. Her main body would deal with the rest, although she was not sure about this in the first dimension. From the perspective of God outside the first dimension, after Dani Angorian entered the first dimension, Dani's main consciousness began a new journey. She was working hard to improve herself. The Angorian in the first dimension was just a seed. Dani would not stand aside and do nothing. She would wait for it to sprout and grow, or be destroyed. Chapter 1182. Dani wanted to wander around and be a happy bard, but Mako wanted her to play a bigger role. Although you can't use much of your strength now, your thoughts and wisdom are powerful, he said. So, she became the deputy commander of the Demon Wolf Island. The Demon Wolf Island was an island in the river at the Surian Pass. It was connected to Angband and West Belly Rianda where the Nodo elves lived. It was a strategic place like Jayu Pass. During the siege of Angband, the Nodo elves built a huge and strong fortress here. After the Battle of Sudden Fire, Soren took over this place and monitored West Belly Rianda. What about the mystic dragon? Why didn't he send Glorung to destroy Nagathrond? Dani asked. West Belly Rianda was the name of the place. Nagathrond was an elf kingdom built in West Belly Rianda. Glorung and the Balrog are busy destroying East Belly Rianda, which is the territory of Fëanor's children. There are many plains there, which are easy to burn with dragon flames, but many elf kingdoms in the west are hidden in the mountains and valleys. For example, Tinga's 1,000-stone cave palace is in a mountain full of caves. Soren said. The Battle of Sudden Fire was the turning point of the war between the mortals and Morgoth. If the siege of Angband was the golden age of the mortals, then this was the most chaotic time. Since her second uncle died in front of the gate of Angband, the forces of the elves and humans were defeated. Countless heroes of the mortals died under the claws of the Dark Demon King. Dani didn't give up the promising career of a bard. She carefully understood the deeds of every hero who died tragically and then wrote poems that could make people cry. In just a few years, she had accumulated countless materials and created countless movements. She was familiar with all the musical instruments in the world. One day, I will meet the legendary 3 supreme singers of the elves. On the tower of the Demon Wolf Island, she said to Soren while playing the harp in the direction of the Surian River in the distance. Elves were much more talented than humans, not only in terms of thinking, but also in terms of their bodies and racial talents. For example, Womu conveyed messages to mortals through the stream. Many elves could understand the divine language that they had never heard before, but humans could not tell the difference between it and ordinary water. Ever since human beings were born in the East, Womu had given them many inspirations, but they did not understand. Because of this, human singers could never surpass elves. The best singer of the elves was equivalent to the greatest singer in the world. There were a total of 3 such great singers, Sindar Elf Dalen, Nodo Second Prince Magalore, and Golden Voice Ting Fang. I feel that your poem has made a serious political mistake. It's completely from the perspective of humans, praising the greatness of mortals and pitying their suffering. The king and I have both become black-faced and black-hearted villains. Soren did his duty faithfully. His sharp eyes swept across every half-orc and monster that passed through the pass and passed by the tower. Dani stopped playing the zither and looked at a small group of half-beastmen in surprise. They were emitting a strong power of fate that half-beastmen should not have. Dani looked up at the sky. The Eye of Angorian did not appear, but it did cast a bloody light that mortals and gods could not see. Stop! Soren also realized that something was wrong. He jumped and landed in front of the half-beastmen who were walking forward. Idiot, if you want to pretend to be half-beastmen, you should at least understand the rules of half-beastmen. Dani sighed. Every team that passed by the tower had to report to Sauron or her the mission they had received and the progress they had made. After all, this was the Jayu Pass. The half-beastmen guarding the pass quickly ran out and surrounded the small team. Tell us your true identities, Soren said sternly. The 12 impersonators pulled out their weapons and remained silent. And so, Soren began to cast a demonic spell to control their minds. The body of the impersonator on the other side swayed. A tall half-beast man stood out and recited the calming song in the High Elf language. The battle of spells was extremely dangerous, but Dani felt that the situation was very interesting. It was the first time she saw a battle that did not involve directly drawing swords. It was too rare to see such a high level of skill and artistry. She quickly took out her magic crystal camera and recorded this scene. There was no suspense. Sauron won the battle of spells. He restrained them and stripped their clothes. 11 elves, and one of them was a middle-aged man with grey hair and a slightly hunched back. "Tell us your identities," Sauron said gloomily. They gritted their teeth and glared at him angrily. And so, Sauron threw them naked into the deepest part of the dungeon. In front of the others, he let the demon wolf devour one elf by one bite. "Tell me your identities and motives. Otherwise, every day, I will choose one of you to feed the wolf. It's obvious that the elf who competed with you in spells is a big shot among the elves. He's most likely Fëanor's son or nephew. Dragons don't live with snakes. That human's identity is even more unusual. He must be one of the human heroes wanted by the king," Dany said. "I know, but I don't care about their identities at all. In the end, they will all be dead and then become the droppings of the wargs." Sauron's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I just want to see them in fear, and then betray their king and close friends in fear." Dany gave him a thumbs up. "It smells like the Devil King." Sauron was pleased with himself. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Half a month later, Sauron's face was gloomy. All the elves were tortured to death. None of them chose to betray him. In the end, the elf who was identified as Prince Nodo even broke the iron chains that could not be broken. He risked his life to kill the demon wolf that bit his human friend. "Sigh, you gave them too many good choices." Dany smiled. "I didn't give them any choice," Sauron said coldly. He could hear the sarcasm in her laughter. Dany shook her head. "You gave them the choice to become great heroes. What else?" Sauron's face darkened. "Either they die in humiliation, or they become heroes and die bravely. Even an idiot would know which choice to choose. If you separated the 12 elves, you wouldn't let them be influenced by their teammates' courage. You wouldn't let the elven prince's gaze cheer them on. Instead, you would create the illusion that many of them have already surrendered." "Hee. Dany laughed sinisterly. Sauron's face darkened even more. He knew that she was right. If he had followed her plan, at least half of the 12 elves would have fallen. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that all the elves are dead, there's only an old man left crying in despair and pain." Dany pointed at the star of calamity that appeared in the sky because of the elven prince's death and smiled. "I'm the observer of calamity, not the creator. From the tragic fate of the elven prince, she obtained a huge amount of fate power. This power was not the origin of secret flame, but it was even more precious. It was not affected by karma, and even Eru could not take it away." Sauron was about to say something when his expression suddenly turned serious. He said in a low voice, "We have guests." Even without his reminder, a gentle song that was like the morning mist under the sun came from the entrance of the fortress. It was very soft and gentle, but it passed through the thick walls and went straight into the underground cave. Dany closed her eyes and listened. The song brought her to a secluded forest under the stars. Birds were singing in the trees, and shimmering flowers were blooming in the wilderness. Sauron murmured, "It's Lucian, the daughter of Tinga and Mirian. She has the blood of both mortals and gods. Only her song can be so." Dany had heard of Lucian's story. She was born in the era of the twin holy trees. She was a legendary person who was famous in Middle-earth for her appearance and singing. The hunchbacked figure in the cage suddenly woke up from his sorrow and responded to the song outside the gate with a loud song of challenge. The Song of Challenge was a song that mortals sang to praise the Big Dipper because Volder created the Big Dipper to harvest Mako. It was Villa's scythe. Lucian's song changed. At first, it was filled with the joy of reunion, then it became angry. The island began to shake, and the half-orcs and demon wolves roared in fear. "I see. Ha ha ha, my good dog, you finally licked your destined goddess. Now, let me see your ultimate potential." Dany laughed. After 1,000 years, she saw the divine Hound Juan again. It carried Lucian here. According to her curse, it must be deeply in love with her now. "Cerberus, kill it." The Cerberus was the descendant of the Cerberus that Dany created in the early years. As soon as it came out, it was bitten to death by Juan. Sauron's face was gloomy as he sent out one demon wolf after another. One after another, the demon wolves were bitten to death by who, and you're helping it level up. It's about to evolve into the god of licking dogs. Dany laughed. I also want to know its limits. Sauron sneered and sent out the ancestor of the demon wolves. It was a demon spirit that Mako created by combining the souls of 5 divine hounds, Zhujiyu Luin. Dany and Sauron stood at the top of the tower and watched as Zhujiyu Luin fought Juan the licking dog. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Every time Juan was at a disadvantage, it only needed to turn around and glance at the worried Lucian. It was full of energy and even stronger. Finally, Zhujiyu Luin howled and fell into a pool of black blood. Is the power of love so strong? Sauron was shocked. In theory, Zhujiyu Luin, who was created by combining the souls of 5 divine hounds, was at least 5 times stronger than Juan. Not to mention, he and Mako had trained it for 1,000 years. But now, I'll try it myself, Sauron said with a serious face. Before he fell and became the Big Eye, Sauron was proficient in the 72 transformations. The dark creatures he transformed into also had the abilities of this creature. He jumped and landed on the ground. He had already turned into a majestic dog. He was the biggest and most ferocious werewolf in history. That was a battle that shook everyone's hearts. Juan, who was in front of Lucian, was protected. Every time he was hit, the golden light on his body became brighter and his strength doubled. Gradually, Sauron's dark witchcraft, fangs, venom, and even his powerful attacks could no longer hurt him. He was like Villa, radiating the holy light of Amen from his power. Impossible. Sauron howled in disbelief. Roar. Juan let out a wild roar. The deep love and sorrow that came from the bottom of his heart all turned into a surging power. The mountains nearby trembled under the howl. The powerful shockwave shattered all the bones in Sauron's body like a cannonball. Impossible, I'm Maya. Juan's dog paws were like iron hoops, pressing down on his neck. He looked down at Sauron, but there was no joy or happiness in his eyes. There was only a faint sadness. Are you in pain? Sauron looked at his dog's face and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed. Chapter 1183. Sauron laughed maniacally. How can you not be in pain? Your power is so strong that you can even defeat the strongest Mew. What kind of love is this? Ha ha ha, but your lover Lucian was right beside him. Juan did not want her to know the secret of the curse of love. He was even afraid that she would know that he loved her. Therefore, he bit Sauron hard on the back of his neck. Sauron felt the pain and began to use the 72 changes crazily. He turned into a writhing python, and then into a bat flapping its wings. No matter how much he changed, he could not escape from the dog's claws. Help me, Angorian, help me, Sauron wailed. Juan the divine hound trembled and looked around in fear. There was no response from the fortress. The person who always woke him up from his nightmares did not appear. However, the moment it was distracted, it revealed a flaw. Sauron seized the opportunity and leaped forward, crawling under the dog's crotch. He first turned into a vampire, then turned into countless bats, scattering in all directions and fleeing far away to the north. Juan the dog looked at Lucian apologetically and worriedly. He thought too much. Even an idiot would know that he had a big secret after what happened today. But why would the goddess care about the secret of a dog? Balin, she did not even look at Sauron who was running away. She rushed to the fortress and called out her lover's name loudly. Dany recorded everything on the side. She watched as the elf broke the defense spell that Sauron had set up outside the prison. She rushed into the cell and hugged the human and cried. Not far away, Juan the dog was sad. Dany also saw Lucian show a power that only belonged to the gods. Like Villa and Mew, she changed her body into a vampire and helped her lover, Balin, to disguise as a werewolf. It was similar to Sauron's 72 changes. By eavesdropping on their conversation, Dany more or less figured out the reason. Balin, a human, was wandering in the forest and accidentally met Lucian, who was singing in the forest. The two fell in love at first sight, but their identities were too different. In the past, there had never been a precedent of humans and elves marrying because compared to the immortal elves, the lifespan of humans was too short. Moreover, Lucian was the noblest elven princess. Her father was Elwë, one of the three powers, and her mother was the most beautiful Maya beauty, and speaking of which, fate is repeating itself. Back then, Elwë and Mirian fell in love with each other because of the fairy-s singing. There was also a huge difference in their identities, the difference between immortals and mortals. However, Elwë was far luckier than Balin, because Melian had no family, while Lucian had a father who demanded a high betrothal gift. The most beautiful appearance, the noblest status, and of course, the most expensive betrothal gift in the world, a Silmaril from Morgotha's Iron Crown. Previously, Balin and the 11 elves disguised themselves as half-orcs and passed through the Surian Pass in order to steal Mako's diamond from Angband. Such guts, that's right, the elf prince who died before. As expected, he was Prince Nodo, the eldest son of third uncle Finnefen. Speaking of which, third uncle was quite unlucky. When he heard Mandux's curse, he led his own people and left Finnefen's army. However, his children followed Finnefen all the way to the Middle Lands. He had 3 sons and a daughter. The second and third sons died in the Battle of Sudden Fire, the battle where Mako burned the plains and broke through the encirclement of Angband. The eldest son died in the fortress that he built. The fortress on the Demon Wolf Island originally belonged to the Allied army to form the encirclement of Angband. Out of the 4 children, only the youngest daughter, Galadriel, survived until the end. She was the elf queen who appeared as a top boss in The Lord of the Rings. At this moment, she was still just a little sister. The bosses in The Lord of the Rings were all minions in this era. Dany admired third uncle's eldest son, Fenrod, very much. She decided to write a song of Ferrigan for him. Yes, Fenrod was the name given to him by his father, and Ferrigan was his title when he was the king of the Middle Lands. A few years ago, in the Battle of Sudden Fire, the Allied army was suddenly attacked and suffered heavy losses. Ferrigan was in charge of a part of the encirclement of Angband, the Surian Pass. At that time, he was surrounded by the demon army. Fortunately, Balin's father, Balahan, brought people to save him. In order to repay the kindness of saving his life, Ferrigan gave a ring and swore, as long as the direct descendants of the Bio family came to him with this keepsake, he would help them no matter what. Actually, there was no need for Ferrigan to make such a vow. Since the beginning of the human race, Ferrigan had been showing kindness to the Bio family. Balahan's ancestors were once Ferrigan's attendants. Their 2 families had a vassal relationship for hundreds of years. However, he still made the vow and fulfilled his promise. When Balin came to him because of the astronomical betrothal gift, Ferrigan immediately gave up his throne and led 10 guards to follow Balin to the north. In the end, he paid the price with his life. Angband. What the hell is this poem? The whole poem uses Sauron and me to set off Ferrigan's bravery and integrity. Won't the humans and elves be more courageous and determined to resist? After listening to Dany's new song of Ferrigan, Mako was so angry that his face turned black. King, that's exactly what you want them to resist. What's the point of conquering obedient slaves? Dany said. But, in your poem, Sauron doesn't look like a demon king. Instead, he looks like a clown, Mako said. I swear, I'm not making this up. Sauron was really bitten by Juan. He even begged loudly for mercy, Dany said. What about Sauron? Where is he? Mako frowned. He's too embarrassed to come and see you. He probably needs some time to adjust his mind. Mako's face darkened. Loser. The longer he lives, the more backward he becomes. He can't even defeat a dog. Juan is with Lucian and Balin. They're about to arrive at Angband, Dany reminded him. Let him come. I've already arranged for Enwë to guard the gate, Mako sneered. I want to see who's stronger, jealousy or love. Enwë was the one who surrendered among the 10 dogs years ago. Unfortunately, Lucian had cheated. She had cheated even more than Yang Jian, who had the blood of a human and a god. Lucian, Elena, and the dog walked through the dark path on the cliff and came to the foot of the cliff. At the wide and dark gate, they met a hungry wolf that was as big as a small hill. Then, Lucian suddenly awakened the blood of Inu. Her whole body shone brightly. With a simple sleeping spell, she knocked down Inwei, who was about to roar. Good, very good. Take off your disguises and see me with your real faces. Mako gritted his teeth. Why do you want to see them? Danny asked curiously. I want to crush their little heads with my own hands. Mako said fiercely. Unfortunately, Lucian really cheated. She came to Mako fearlessly and sang a song. The whole of Angband fell into a deep sleep. Mako fell off the throne and fell into a deep sleep. Balin began to drop equipment, the Silmarillion. Danny recorded this scene excitedly. Then she ran to the gate and kicked the dog awake. Kill them. Oh, the fateful battle between love and jealousy finally began. The two dogs, one big and one small, crashed into the Iron Mountain from the gate of Angband to the Adegalan wilderness dozens of kilometers away. In the end, the two dogs died together. Juan did not die at that time. He was seriously injured after biting Inwei to death. But when Mako woke up, he did not have time to recover. He carried Lucian and Balin and ran desperately. He bled and died. Lucian did not even have time to mourn for him, because the ancestor of the Megalosaurus, Glorus, came. It was also the first time Danny saw the Megalosaurus of this world. It could talk, had high intelligence, strong defense, and knew magic other than dragon flames. It was indeed the Megalosaurus of the higher universe. It had a higher starting point and growth speed than Blackie and the others. But its potential. Danny felt that the Megalosaurus created by Mako was much weaker than Blackie in terms of potential. The Megalosaurus of the Song of Ice and Fire could grow together with the human dragon spirit. The Megalosaurus of this world. When Mako created the demonic dragon, he engraved the genes of Destroy Ilovita's children in its soul. So, they would always be demonic dragons and evil dragons. They could not establish a symbiotic relationship with other creatures, especially humans. In the following days, Danny wandered outside, looking for materials for her creation. At the same time, she studied Glorus and the other demonic dragons that were hatching and growing. Her mother of dragons talent had not been brought into the first generation, so there was no possibility of snatching Mako's master of dragons. In fact, even if she could create a Megalosaurus, she would not do it. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, when she became the king of gods, she was almost omniscient. She knew the location of all the fossilized dragon eggs, but she did not hatch another dragon. The reason was simple. The modern society was open to having a second child, so why didn't everyone want to have a first child? Every child was the responsibility of the parents. The 5 dragons had already made Danny worried. Moreover, the first generation she created was her battlefield and not her home ground. If she gave birth to a dragon child, would it become her burden and give the enemy something to use against her? My king, I heard a news recently. Balin and Lucian have been resurrected. They are the first pair to return from Mandu's hall. How did they do it? On this day, Danny hurried back to Angband. She found Mako, who was in a daze on the throne, and asked him about the doubts in her heart. Every world had its own rules. Currently, Danny had summed up 3 special rules of the Lord of the Rings world. First, because the power of the rules could not be used in a fight, physical strength was more helpful to combat power than magic. Second, the dead could not be resurrected. Even Villa did not know where the souls of humans ended up. Third, good and evil were closely related to fate, and the fate of humans was the focus of attention. Well, this was just a special rule. Similar to the Holy Oath, kinslaying, and cursing, there were also rules in the Song of Ice and Fire, so they were not special. Make it clear. Haven't Balin and Lucian been dead for a few years? Mako was also shocked. In the War of the Jewel, not long after Juan killed the Wolf of Jealousy, he died of exhaustion. Balin was burned by Glorung's dragon flame in order to protect Lucian. Although Manwë intervened later and the giant eagle Zerondo saved Balin and Lucian, Balin died within 2 days. Not long after, just like Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, Lucian died of heartbreak for her lover. I saw Lucian with my own eyes in the mini kingdom. It was also because of seeing her that Tinga regained his happiness. He held a banquet and invited all the singers to write poems for Lucian. I even won the first place. But that bastard Tinga said that my voice was not sweet enough. My music also had a kind of unsettling shadow, and I was far inferior to the 3 elven singers. Danny said angrily. You really have the mood for leisure. Chapter 1184. I'm sure that Mandos has neither the right nor the ability to revive Balin. When the elves die, their souls return to Mandos Hall, but the human souls don't go to Mandos Hall at all. No one knows where they went. So, if Balin and Lucian are revived, it must be because of Mandos, Mako said with absolute certainty. Danny believed in his judgment. The rules of the world were clearly written in the great music at the beginning of creation. What's so special about Balin and Lucian? Why did they change their own rules? Getting the Silmarillion is considered to have fulfilled their destiny. Danny frowned as she pondered. Her words reminded Mako. He suddenly understood and laughed. I get it now. It's because of the Silmarillion. What do you mean? Who has the Silmarillion now? Mako asked with a smile. Tinga. I've seen him wear it before. It's holy and majestic. It's very stylish, Danny said. Tell me, why don't I try to get the Silmarillion back? Mako laughed sinisterly. Because after seeing Lucian's power, you started to fear her mother, Mayanne. You don't even dare to go near Mayanne's band. Not only did Mayanne lend her power to her mortal husband to make him grow taller and stronger, she also created a curse band made of illusions and illusions in the Doriath Elven Kingdom. Unless Mayanne and Tinga allow it, or if the dominant fate power interferes, no one can cross the band. Balin once accidentally entered the band and saw Lucian. However, that was not because of his outstanding ability. It was because his fate power was stronger than Maya and even Villa. Even Danny, who was a stranger, had to register at the border outpost and be led into Doriath by the elves. Lucian was able to defeat Mako with her illusionary song. It was not hard to imagine how powerful her mother, Mayanne, was. The king's thoughts are deep. I really don't know, Danny said against her will. Remember Fino's oath carefully. His enemy is not only me, but also everyone who has the Silmarillion. It doesn't matter if he's an elf, a dwarf, a human, or even Villa, Mako said with a smile. Danny said, the eldest son of the Fëanor family even wrote a letter to Tinga, asking him to return the gem that belonged to the Fëanor family. Because his tone was too arrogant, Tinga refused. Arrogance. Mako laughed coldly. Even if the son of Fëanor kneels in front of Ting-Ge and begs him, he will not hand over the Silmaril. The charm of a diamond is irresistible to anyone who sees it. Balin refused, and so did Lucian, Danny said. Balin is no ordinary person. Otherwise, why would I set his bounty as high as Nodo's Supreme Emperor Fongong? Mako pointed at his eyes and sighed. My eyes can see through the desires in everyone's hearts, including Fino and his brothers. Only 2 people have disappointed me. They also have desires, but their resolute will and deep wisdom make their desires completely controlled. Balin is one of them. What about the other one? Danny asked curiously. The second son of the king of Fen, the second uncle who chopped Mako into a cripple, the king of Gondolin, Taegang. I'll kill him sooner or later. Mako gritted his teeth and laughed again. No one can refuse the Silmaril, but anyone who holds it will fall into Nodo's curse. This is the power of fate, and no one can go against it. Tell me, what kind of ending will Tinga have? Danny said suspiciously, you think the son of Fëanor will declare war on Tinga? I think the son of Fëanor is quite wise. Your threat is right in front of him, and he won't do such a stupid thing. Mako snorted coldly. Okorondi slaughtered his friends and family, crossed the sea and burned the ship. Is that not stupid? Also, have you forgotten the evil deeds of the third son of the Fëanor family who tried to usurp the throne of Ferrigan and marry Lucian? Danny was silent. She actually admired the Fëanor family because they dared to say no to the gods, because they were brave and fearless. But it was undeniable that the integrity of the son of Fëanor was far inferior to the cousins of the second and third uncles. None of the cousins were cowards, and none of them were unfaithful. For example, the eldest son of the third uncle, Ferrigan, put his life on the line in order to fulfill his promise to the mortals. But the son of Fëanor was not inferior to others in terms of martial prowess, and he did many bad things. For example, he took advantage of the fact that Ferrigan and Balin were arrested by Sauron to plot against Ferrigan's kingdom. For example, when Lucian was looking for Balin, they met her and lusted after her, mostly to seize Tinga's family property. I think Tinga's fate is coming to an end, and those who obtain the Silmaril will die a horrible death. The only purpose of Lucian and Balin's resurrection is to give birth to Tinga's heir, Mako said with certainty. Later on, the facts proved that Boss Mako was indeed Eru's eldest son. What he thought was very logical. After his resurrection, Balin was no longer the human hero who was Morgotha's archenemy. Even though the dark forces were crazily suppressing the living space of the mortals, he no longer led the people to exterminate the half-orcs. Instead, he brought his wife and hid in a small island in the south that was far away from the dark forces. He had retired from his life. But Balin's influence did not fade away. His act of snatching the Silmaril from Mako greatly encouraged the sons of Fëanor. Mako was not undefeatable. Boss Fëanor started to run around, contacting all the elves and humans to prepare to counterattack Angband. The Fifth War of the Gods was about to begin. Yes, the battle between Mako and Villa was the War of the Gods, and the battle between the allied forces of the mortals and the Dark Demon Lord was the War of the Gods. Seeing that Mako had sent the human and elf spies into the allied forces of the mortals, Dany could not help but ask, "You have built the Earthfire engine on the Ungolozim, the 3 highest mountains in Angband. The Battle of Sudden Fire can be repeated countless times. Why do you still need to use tricks?" The Ungolozim were the 3 fortresses piled up beside Angband. They were the highest mountains in Middle-earth, and they were also steep cliffs that were almost straight. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, there was a passage that connected to the underground magma pool. The black iron engine with rivets could extract the earthfire and shoot it out from the top of the mountain. The 3 mountains were like fortresses that were installed with flamethrowers. The earthfire was not ordinary fire. The speed of the flamethrower was faster than the speed of sound, and the distance of the flamethrower was more than 10 kilometers. It could sweep across the plain in front of the gate of Angband. What was even more terrifying was that it was not a one-time weapon. It could be used countless times. When Balin and Lucian were escaping from Angband, they were attacked by the poisonous fire. Fortunately, the giant eagle Zerondo helped them. Therefore, even if Mako did nothing, he would not lose. Defeating the humans and the elves was never my fundamental goal. I want to spread fear and evil. I want to corrupt the morals of Ilovita's children and let their fate twist in the direction that I want. Mako laughed strangely. The 5th war between the humans and the elves, which was called the Battle of the Reign of Tears by the later generations, added millions of words of writing material for Dany. There were too many heroes and heroic deeds. Even she, who had lived for countless years with a heart of stone, could not help but be deeply touched by them. The humans of the Harradin family were loyal. In order to cover the retreat of the Elf King, all of them died in the battle. There were dwarfs wearing iron masks and besieging Glorus with axes. Dany knew for the first time that the dwarfs were the bane of the Megalosaurus. Because of the dwarfs' iron masks and their own heat-resistant physique, they could resist most of the damage from the dragon flame. In order to kill them more efficiently, the Megalosaurus could only land on the ground and whip them with its tail, bite them with its mouth, slap them with its claws, and hit them with its head. This gave the dwarfs a chance. The 3rd generation of the Supreme King Nodo, the eldest son of the 2nd uncle, Fongong, was smashed in the head by the king of Balrogs, Gusmog, and died on the spot. After that, he was chopped into meat paste by countless orcs with their maces. Dany remembered that Mako once said, "After the sun comes out, the era of the elves has passed its peak, and the humans have begun to rise." At that time, she did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Because the elves also liked the sun and could thrive under the sun. But the Battle of the Reign of Tears made her feel for the first time that the humans began to step onto the stage of history and gradually became the main character. Humans originated from the east. According to the division of the elves, they could be divided into 5 groups. First, there were 3 groups called the Friends of the Elves. They were on good terms with the elves since birth and inherited a highly developed civilization from the elves. They corresponded to the three powers family that bathed in the glory of Villa. The humans of today were like the elves of yesterday, the elves of today were like the Villa of yesterday. Under the glory of Villa, the three powers elves developed an elven civilization that far surpassed their peers. Under the glory of the elves, the three friends of the elves developed an elven civilization that far surpassed their peers. The three friends of the elves were the Bio family, the Harridan family, and the Hado family. These three groups of humans were also known as the Redenians. The Edenians were the main characters of the Second Age. In the Third Age, they were still one of the main characters. For example, the famous Aragorn in The Lord of the Rings was a descendant of the Edenians. Other than the Edenians formed by the three families, there were also the Barbarians and the Eastlanders. The Barbarians were the humans who left the East but wandered around. They did not join the elves and developed on their own. The Eastlanders corresponded to the Dark Elves who did not want to go to the Armen continent. They stayed in their homeland until the war came. In the Battle of the Reign of Tears, Harridan fought for the third-generation elven king Fongong until his whole family was wiped out. Only the old, weak, women, and children were left. The Hado family also fought for the fourth-generation elven king Torgang until their whole family was wiped out. As for the Bio family, they had been loyal to the great cause of resisting Morgoth in the last Battle of Sudden Fire. They were a huge family with tens of thousands of people. Other than the women and children, there were only 12 warriors left. Even the adult women picked up weapons to fight. In the end, they were all killed by Sauron. Only Balin was lucky enough to escape. Well, Balin was the leader of the Bio family. But the humans were also traitors of the Battle of the Reign of Tears. At the critical moment of the war, a group of Eastlanders betrayed the alliance. Mako tempted them with the fertile land of the elves, but after the war, he imprisoned them in Sislan, which was even colder than the East. Ha ha ha, this is the reward of the Devil King. Looking at the shocked expression of the traitors, Mako laughed. Later, he explained to Dany, if I fulfill my promise and let them live a rich and beautiful life, they will become righteous and kind in the sunshine and happiness, and they will regret their betrayal. The cruel living environment of the barren hills and turbulent rivers will further deepen the hatred and viciousness in their hearts. This is what I want. Anyway, their loyalty to me comes from fear, and I am the source of their fear. They will always be my loyal servants. Chapter 1185. The Battle of the Reign of Tears completely broke the backbone of the mortal alliance. The failure brought by the war was comprehensive. First, there was a big problem with the trust and unity of the elves. The main force of the Battle of the Reign of Tears was Fëanor's children and the cousins of the second uncle's family. The descendants of the third uncle did not participate, and neither did the Sindar elves. On the third uncle's side, Ferrigan was the last son. He was dead, and his successor refused to cooperate with Fëanor's children because Fëanor's children had plotted against his family business after Ferrigan's death. The Sindar elves and most of the Teleri elves did not participate in the war because of the Silmarils. Fëanor's children asked King Tinga to hand over the Silmarils, and even threatened to send troops to attack Doria's, Tinga's kingdom, after the war. If one looked at the map, it would be clear that Fëanor's children and his cousins were the first line of defense against Mako, followed by the Sindar elves. Now that there was a conflict between the two sides, the defeated Fëanor's children could not stay at the second line of defense, and could only continue to wander to the south. Thus, the Sindar elves were at the forefront, and the Nodo elves at the back were unwilling and unable to provide support. As mentioned before, Nodo was a German elf, Teleri was an Italian elf, and the Sindar elves were the missing Teleri elves. How could they block this? Nodo could be a barrier, but the Sindar elves could not. Another explosive point of the conflict between the elves was the Silmarils. Previously, Fëanor's children were busy fighting the Fifth War of the Gods, and still had hope of defeating Mako, who had 2 Silmarils. Now that the external war had been defeated, even the strongest person felt despair. The external war had failed, and the internal conflict had nowhere to go, and could only erupt more violently. Other than the internal conflict between the elves, there was also a crisis of trust between the elves and the humans. Other than the 3 major families of Eden, the elves did not dare to trust any humans. Not to mention the elves, even the humans themselves did not dare to trust the humans. Before the Battle of the Reign of Tears, there were very few occupations such as road robbers and bandits. Even if there were, they were guerrillas at the northern border that specialized in ambushing the orc patrols. Now, countless humans who had lost their homes began to rob and kill the humans and elves that passed by, killing for money, regardless of friend or foe. Mako had truly won. Not only had he destroyed the Alliance, but he had also poisoned people's hearts and twisted humanity. The sun was still there and the world was bright. However, the current Central Plains was even darker than the Dark Age after the destruction of the giant lamp. The four elven kingdoms, Gondolin of Torgon, Doriath of Torgon, Nathrond of Ferragon's descendants, and Foraz of Sedan fell one after another in the following years. Speaking of the final destruction of the Elf Kingdom, there was one person who had to be mentioned. That person was the unlucky one Tulin. Well, he and his father, Hurin, were fully qualified to be spokesmen for the Eye of Ungorian. Hu Lin and Tu Lin came from the Hado family, which was known as the Loyal Martyrs. In order to protect Ti Gang, Hu Lin fought to the last man, and he himself was captured after killing 100 orcs. Without his father and home, Turin grew up in the Ting Ji Palace. Unfortunately, he, who was a natural calamity, was too unfortunate. When he was young, he accidentally killed an elf official who humiliated him and was forced to escape from Doriath. When he was young, he became a bandit and was later captured and tortured by the orcs. When he was unconscious, he was saved by his good friend. However, because he was dizzy, he thought that the orcs had come to torture him again. He went berserk and killed his best friend by mistake. When he was middle-aged, he went to Nathrond to help the elves fight against the orcs. He became a general and obtained the secret love of the elf princess. However, because he forcefully drove away the orcs nearby, the location of Nathrond, which was hidden in the valley, was exposed. Womu predicted the tragic fate of Nathrond and secretly sent people to ask the elves to destroy the bridge that connected the city to use the river to stop the orcs' attack. Turin refused. Thus, Glorung led the orcs straight into the city and slaughtered the elf kingdom. What was worse was that Turin was affected by Glorung's illusion. He ignored the cry for help of the captured elf princess and ran back to his hometown. He also accidentally killed his relatives and friends in his hometown. When he woke up, he was filled with regret and hatred. He rushed back to Nathrond but saw the princess who loved him being humiliated and tortured by the orcs. Like a roasted frog, she was skewered on a sharpened wooden stake from her lower body. She died with her eyes wide open. Turin was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He changed his name and wandered around. Finally, he integrated into a human tribe and married a gentle and virtuous wife. However, his wife was his long-lost sister. Her memory was washed away by Glorung and she was stranded here. Before Glorung died, he removed the curse. His sister and wife regained their memory. They couldn't accept this cruel reality and jumped into the river to commit suicide. Fuck, you win. Turin raised his middle finger to the Eye of Angorian above his head and killed himself with his sword. The Eye of Angorian was his old friend. It was hard for others to see it even once in their lifetime. However, he had seen it once every few years since he was young. He was only in his 30s and he had seen it almost 10 times. Every time he saw it, it represented a tragedy. He had just killed Glorung and became the #1 dragonslayer in Middle-earth. He thought that the Eye of Angorian wasn't here for him, but he didn't expect. Turin and his sister's wife had just died and his father, Hurin, was released by Mako. Before that, Mako often released some captives to return to the humans and elves to collect information before returning to Angband. Therefore, when Hurin returned, he didn't receive the cheers and enthusiasm that a hero should have. Instead, he was shunned by his old friends. He was given the cold shoulder. His son and daughter became brother and sister. His wife was missing. Hurin was desperate. When he faced Morgoth, he didn't give in. Instead, he cursed. He was the first human to withstand the pressure of Mako's god. Even Balin, who had fallen into Mako's shadow, fainted due to exhaustion. But now, Hurin was just a lonely old man who was over 60 years old. He stood on the cliff and shouted Gang's name in the direction of Gondolin. During the Battle of the Reign of Tears, he sacrificed his life to save Gang. The second son of his second uncle was not an ungrateful person. His Gondolin was also a secret place. He couldn't expose it to Morgoth. But when Hurin shouted, Mako knew the location of Gondolin. Hurin didn't know that Mako had been secretly watching him. Not long after, Gondolin fell. Gang died and his country was destroyed. Then, Hurin sent Tingji's Doriath to his death. He returned to the ruins of Slond and took the most exquisite necklace in the world. He threw it at Tingji's feet and said sarcastically, "This is your reward for taking care of my family." Although Mehran comforted him and he apologized to Tingji, the necklace became Tingji's death. The necklace was a gift from the dwarfs to Ferrogang 400 years ago. It was called the most beautiful necklace in the world. The people in the world of Lord of the Rings had a strange weakness. They were obsessed with useless but beautiful treasures. For example, the Archon diamond in The Hobbit. Tingji held the most beautiful diamond of the elves and the most beautiful necklace of the dwarfs. He was so obsessed with them that he didn't even care about his beautiful Mayan wife. He asked the dwarfs to help him set the diamond on the necklace. They combined to make the most dazzling jewelry in the world. The dwarfs succeeded. They were also fascinated. They lost their minds and stabbed Tingji to death. It was crazy to kill someone in Tingji's palace and steal his treasures. Most of the dwarfs died in the pursuit of the elves. Only a few escaped back to their homes. When they returned home, the dwarfs changed their story. Tingji wanted to cheat them of the payment for making the gemstones, but he accused them of stealing the gemstones. Therefore, the elves and dwarfs fell out with each other. Although the rational halflings tried to persuade the dwarfs that it was not worth it for a piece of broken stone, the war between the elves and dwarfs broke out. The dwarfs did what Mako wanted to do but couldn't. They washed Tingji's palace in blood. Well, after Tingji died, Mirian left Middle-earth and returned to Valinor. Mirian, who protected Doriath, disappeared. As the prince consort of Mini, with the right of inheritance, Balin, who had retired, couldn't sit still. He led people to destroy the dwarfs who robbed Tingji's palace and took back the most beautiful diamond necklace in the world. Mako laughed. "That's exactly what I want to see. The plot will be even more exciting." He was not wrong. Without Mirian, who was the guardian of the country, Doriath had no ability to protect the Silmarillion. In this bright dark age, there were too many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. After Balin and Lucian were resurrected, they became mortals with limited lifespans. And mortals were not qualified to wear the Silmarillion. Bathed in the light of the diamond, they aged faster and died not long after. Their son inherited the throne of Doriath, Tingji's kingdom, and the gemstones. But less than 2 years later, the sons of Fëanor, driven by the Nodo Oath, led people to wash Mini for the second time and killed all the male heirs of the Tingji family. Balin's grandsons all died, and only his granddaughter escaped with the Silmarillion. For the first time, the 7 sons of Fëanor also suffered losses. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th died on the spot. But they did not get the Silmarillion, so how could they give up? Gondolin, Nargothrond, and Doriath were destroyed one after another. Mako's army marched straight into the interior of Middle-earth and destroyed the last resistance force, Théoden's port kingdom of Forres. There was no longer a peaceful place in Middle-earth. The elves only had 2 strongholds left, the Surian estuary near the sea and Théoden's Baral Island. Balin's granddaughter, Elwyn, grew up at the Surian estuary with the Silmarillion and finally married the second half-elf, Blessed Eärendil. The remaining 4 sons of Fëanor once again killed their way to the last sanctuary of the elves, which was the Surian estuary. That day, the Eye of Angorion bloomed with a shockingly bright and bleak blood light. The light even eclipsed the Silmarillion in Elwyn's hand. The sin of killing their own kin happened to the sons of Fëanor for the 3rd time. They slaughtered all the rebels and forced Elwyn to jump into the sea to commit suicide. 2 of their own brothers died in battle again. The 7 sons of Fëanor were only left with the eldest and second. It was so bleak. At the same time, the Lord of Calamities, Mok Angorion, absorbed the power of sorrow. Ha ha ha, the elves and humans are completely finished. The elven civilization has completely collapsed. The elven race is on the verge of extinction, and the humans. Thinking of the humans, Mako laughed proudly again. Other than the Edenians, almost all the humans have surrendered to me. They worship me, not Manwë and Eru. I won, ha ha ha. If the story ended here, Mako had indeed won, a complete victory. He used facts to prove to the elves and humans that Villa had ruled on Nodo's elven fate back then. Mortals could never defeat Villa. But Mako was not the only Villa in the world. The third battle of the gods officially began. When the elves and humans representatives knelt in front of Manwë to admit defeat and asked for forgiveness from Villa for their past arrogance and crimes, Mako's end came.